donating to the cause.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they know that your purpose here.
Exactly. And I don't want to dilute the purpose here, but I want to stress that every dollar that supports northern New Mexico, northeastern New Mexico, brings dollars into northeastern New Mexico, which is us. We are northeastern New Mexico. We are the hub, northeastern New Mexico. And so we would never spend city dollars towards those counties, but we want to share. We want to use their. We just want them to be a part of us as well.
Okay.
And we would never.
Margaret, Councilwoman Casey has a motion. Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, does the Las Vegas Chamber belong to the Northeast Economic Development Organization, NEDO? And
We do.
okay, and does NEDO also include Colfax and Guadalupe counties and Mora in their organizations, which is Northeast?
As far as I can remember, Counselor, they support Mora, and I'm not 100% sure about Colfax. But that's something that could probably find out. As far as I know, they are involved.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that if Las Vegas Chamber wants to just participate in their people, then that pretty much it encompasses Guadalupe and Colfax County also.
Right.
You're already kind of involved in promoting the entire Northeast region, not just Las Vegas.
Right.
Your main focus is Las Vegas, of
Correct.
course, but NEDO focuses on all the other counties.
Right. Right. And so I attend their meetings. Mostly they've been Zoom meetings, Counselor, for the past year or two. And I think they need a lot of work, honestly. I'm not going to say their meetings are boring, but
We're long.
they're so long.
Extremely long.
Yeah, and we also work with the COG and New Mexico, Northeast. That name I can never remember, but I'm a board member there. I'm also a board member on the Community College Foundation. And so we're very involved. Angie Lister is a film liaison. Angie Lister is our managing member, and she's a film liaison for San Miguel County, and she works hard. I mean, every day she's doing something. She's taking pictures, she's setting up appointments, she's bringing people in, and we do pay her, but a lot of the things that she does are volunteer as well, and we're very confident that with her work and with the chamber's work that we can bring more film into our community. And so we work on that constantly. And when I say constantly, I mean we do this every day. We never slack. We're either at the Welcome Center, she's working at home, she's visiting with people. And so it's a big value compared to the dollars that we receive from the city of Las Vegas. Not just that we're not grateful, but we're doing way more than what we're asked to do based on our contract. And that's what I'm trying to say. So I would like to continue working on that. And I would like to continue our relationship with the city of Las Vegas. And I can't say enough. I just can't say enough of what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Romero?
Philip, thank you. I know the reason why you're here tonight today is because of issues that we've had in the past with other contracts where scopes weren't completed and we obviously had audit findings within that.
Right.
So you're here, and I guess we'll just get straight to the contract, right? So on the contract, it says shall not be less than 10 hours a week. So right now, you're putting about how many hours?
So right now we have 20 hours per week with Angie, 20 hours per week with Sharon Garcia, and at least 10 hours a week on the weekends.
So we could just, because right here, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put this in this contract.
Yeah,
What you've done in place of this, let's put those many hours. So
Right.
are you saying, what, 40 hours?
Yeah, so 20, 40, 60.
So it changes the 10 hours rounded,
Sometimes they change a little bit rounded, and the dollar amount that we pay to these folks.
So right now,
Wait, hold on.
so right now what I'm saying is, right now we have this, so as we approve that this changes, we have to put something in this contract. And so those changes, we can't just verbally say.
No.
So I guess my point here, Mr. Attorney, what's your best, or Councilor Casey, what do you suggest we replace item 6B to include more hours on creating?
And the dollar amount, Mr. Counselor, Romero is very, very close. You know, we try to be as prudent as we can, but that's what I'm basically what I'm asking.
And I know there's other things. I know, as a matter of fact, tomorrow, the Chambers, whether you guys are gonna be attending a movie studio, you know, we'll see what it is, because we're also working on that in the Northern Club.
Right.
You know, so those are the other little things that are not even,
Yeah, but I'm not
putting
putting
it here that
it mentioning here. But I think the dollar amount for item 6B, that the other items that we talked about are well more than the dollar, even though it's hard to calculate them than the item 6B, the things that we're doing. And I know we have a long ways to go. You know, we have to rebuild ourselves from pretty much scratch.
So I guess counselors here, this is kind of where I'm coming at is, we have to, remember, 6B is a value of $8,000, so we have to
Right.
figure how, so that way for audit purposes, make sure that 8,000 is covered. Right, those hours of this.
And all other counselor, all other things have been done.
Yeah.
Twice, well, probably some of them, maybe more. And so, that's all we're asking. It was my bad for accepting item number 6B, because I didn't know how difficult it would be. And then when it started to come to be, became a member, it just was not working out.
My concern,
Sure, go ahead, please.
my concern is that we, change 3A. Right now it says at a minimum hours of operation shall be not less than 10 hours a week. And so that's all focused on the visitor center, Monday through Friday.
Right.
and So on. If we add more hours there to cover 6B, how many more hours would you need to cover 6B?
So, right. I'm sorry, Tom.
No, just how many more hours would you need in order to do the potential recruitment opportunity there?
I'm sorry, Council, what was the last sentence?
Okay, if you want, okay, right now, hours of operation for the visitor center, not less than 10 hours, and you're doing way more than that.
Right.
Okay. So then on 6B, which you were not able to accomplish, if we add more hours to that, how many more hours would you need there?
Well, item 6B, Counselor, is a very challenging item for us. Number one, what these people in the Mexico partnership are looking for are for buildings in the Las Vegas area to actually develop businesses, huge businesses. And honestly, we don't have those. There's been some requests, you know, we became a member of their organization. There's been some requests. We have a couple of buildings out at the airport. We have a building out at the Zamora Arena. We have some smaller buildings downtown, but they're not they're not enough for what some of these businesses are asking for. And that's where the challenge came from. And so when I saw the challenge, when we started working on it, I saw the challenge. And my board, our board members and our staff saw the challenge, and we said, we're not gonna be able to do this. And that's why I'm trying to be as open with you folks as I can and say, this is something we could not do. If we had the buildings and we had, you know, the sources to build buildings like these and put them up there, we probably could have done that, but we just could not do it. And then, you know, of course, this winter, there were maybe some staff shortages with the city, and so we, you know, we agreed to go ahead and take care of those staff shortages, and it actually saved the city quite a bit of money on insurance because we insure them, we give their benefits, et cetera, and buy their supplies. And so when the fiscal year was coming to an end, I said, well, I'm gonna have to go to the council. I'm gonna have to tell them that I couldn't do this, but I can also tell them what we could do.
Okay.
I'd like to put a time limit on this item. We need to move on, so
Can I
any
make a
discussions?
suggestion?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Martinez, if we delete item 6B completely from the contract.
Right.
And move that $8,000 to item 3A.
Right.
Would that serve a better purpose?
That would satisfy the purpose. And then I would also like to, and I know I did the question on this, I'd like to ask that we be able to continue our contract.
Okay, so then we could conceivably, when it's time to negotiate the contract, we could move that $8,000 to item number 3 and under 3A, increase the hours from 10 hours a week to maybe, you know,
Right now,
20 or 30.
right now, we're doing about 60.
Okay, so we could do no less than 30?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that way, we kind of kill two birds with one stone.
Right. And I'm hoping that that's enough information to not bring any out of team attention to our agreement. I'm hoping, and we have all the
And
documents.
basically, Bill, that's kind of where we made the mistake is, not, you know, we tried to fix it, but this stuff has to be taken within the contract. You can't,
Right.
at the end, and I'll just say, oh, well, we didn't do that. The contract already finished. And so you're being very proactive in this, and thank you, Philip. And we had brought it to my attention a couple of months ago. We've been kind of seeing how to do that. So, I mean, that's all we ask. You know, at the end of the day, we're making sure that what wasn't done is getting done within the fiscal year. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Councilor Casey,
I have one more thing, if you don't mind, goals regarding the issue I spoke about.
Sure.
Can you say, as long as those towns are participating in the UDO?
Right.
Okay, are participants in UDO?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And the only option is that we would have is to either not pay us the $8,000 or agree to say this was a fair trade. And I think we could adjust the contract.
All right. Mr. Figueroa?
Thank you.
I'm still concerned on the, something on the.
Okay.
Thank you, so this will get around and work with the city. You can do it. I'm thinking down. People look at it. 24/7.
Right.
It looks like.
It looks bad. Yeah.
So I'm like, the organization or whatever, talking to whatever that. But I'm like,
Well, Counselor, and I think I have the position, and I think I have the support of our board to go ahead and address that. You know, it's not gonna cost a lot of money. I know it looks bad for it's vandalism, and think that I'm going to go ahead and address that.
do you work out of that?
No, we work out of the train station.
But I would say it's a little bad, so whatever you guys can do.
Okay.
And there is office space there. Yeah,
Right,
the
there-
waste stream we use for somebody. I don't care if you get the committee, chamber of commerce or whatever, we go in that, office. It won't take that much. to get.
No, it's been abandoned for a while. The caboose itself is boarded up and,
Well, I know you talked about substation. I don't know if that's too close to where you are, but there's a big enough office to support at least 5 people.
yeah, we could put a nonprofit organization there. Talked about chamber of commerce. I don't really have a place to operate out of. I talked to the director or the president of the board a little bit and want to partner up and maybe if we use our heads, we can actually make that, the police, that corridor, the next corridor.
Any other discussions? Mr. McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for your presentation. This is what we're talking about, so we're one involved, one of our organizations, and so the contract, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Right.
Coming back and checking, making sure things are running right. Adjustments need to be made, we'll make them adjustments and like something. Right, that's all. I'm in full support of you guys promoting on the part of the state. Again, and I mean, if there's an act, if there's a meeting happening, there's a lot supposed to happen. It's having a function. We have to point to look quickly there, just to how the fund today, coming on to that. If there's an issue where we haven't support the whole project or,
No.
then it's, but to help them out here and there. I thank you for everything that you're doing. This report doesn't reflect everything that you guys do. And I'll be good with it. Because there's a lot of other things that are reporting things that are not show up on the report. And thank you for that. I think our citizens, our city, and our community notices the difference and your activity, and you're part of it. And thank you for it.
Thank you, Councilor.
If you would, pleasure, the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we, redo the contract for the welcome to some Delta.
I think there's a motion on the floor by Councilor Casey, second by Mr. Uribe. Roll call, please.
Counselor LaToya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Lee?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, second by Counselor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for clarification. Remove for 6B.
Remove item 6.
TV 6B,
Yes.
replace with, item 3A for $30.
Right.
That's correct.
$8,000.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you both for.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate
you.
it.
Mayor and council, if I may, we were already in discussion about renovating that area around that walking center to make it look more beautiful as people walk coming to the city. We were already talking about remaking caboose and utilizing that facility a little bit.
Thank you. Next order of business, please.
Mr. Mayor, our business item 2, request approval to appoint Ms. Amy Weiser as the Community Development Director. We have our city manager, Melissa.
Mr. Maestas, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and council. Ms. Amy Weiser, would you like to come up with? Ms. Weiser comes to us, highly recommended by our interview committee. She's has extensive knowledge. She has extensive knowledge in all the aspects of community development and economic development. She's had plenty of experience. She's done a lot of work in Oregon, Utah. She's highly motivated to do the department. Had some troubles in that department over the last 6 to 8 months. Ms. Weiser has come to us and she's willing to keep her good foot forward and move that department forward.
Do you want to, give your, an introduction about yourself and so forth?
Sure. Thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate
educated.
Sure.
And, it's wonderful to meet everybody in person. And, I've been in community development for over 20 years. And I've worked on the private side as a land use consultant, and I've also worked for cities and counties. And, I was ready to, start a new career in a new town. After COVID, there was a lot of upheaval for a lot of people, and I was one of those. And so I'm ready to get started and get to work, and I'm excited to be here in this community, and I hope to be here a long time.
Wonderful. Well, we're excited to have you. We're welcome. You're taking on a big job. But we're here to support you.
Thank you very much.
We're not gonna throw you in a basement and lock you in.
Well, I wouldn't stay in the basement, but that's all right.
But thank you so much for your interest. Yes, Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Amy, for, first of all, applying for the job. It's good that you took, right? I guess, as you'll get to know me, depending on how things go, I'm pretty blunt with the issues that we have within the city. And one is code enforcement. What's been your experience dealing with code enforcement? How have you handled things like that?
Code enforcement seems to always be an issue, no matter where I work. And so a lot of it has to do with how the code is written and deciding what are your priorities for code enforcement. A lot of places I work deal with on just sort of on a complaint basis versus having an actual officer go out and look for problems. So I'll learn what the city of Las Vegas does, how we handle that. And I've seen it work.
And I want to say this, don't learn from what we're doing, because.
Okay. I've seen it work both ways. It really requires a dedicated code enforcement officer, in my opinion. Sometimes two, depending on the size of the community. It really needs the support of the council, the support of the planning commission or the historic preservation commission to really have it be an effective program.
And then we have council, so right now we kind of tentatively had code enforcement under the law enforcement duty, so they can have that backing out in the field, but they definitely have to work closely with planning and zoning moving forward.
And the other concern, I don't know if you kind of caught the discussion now with Chamber. We have many organizations that work within the city of Las Vegas, and we've had issues to where, and I'm going to say it the way it is organizations have, in my opinion, not done what they, we have contracts in place with organizations and they think that they could do whatever they want, that they're their own entity without any oversight. And my caution here, is that if you work in the city of Las Vegas, if you don't work for any organization, so what's your philosophy as far as making sure that you don't turn too much into, and then I hope this, I'm not going to say it this way, but we don't want to ride onto the unethical side of, working with organizations. We want to make sure everything's on the up and up. Policies are being followed, procurement is being followed, things like that, because we have an audit finding, and I'm not sure, eventually you'll see that, but, we don't want to run into those issues with audit findings where scopes of work weren't being done, things of that nature, where within community development, checks were issued prior to an application process, and that shouldn't be happening. I'm just kind of, we want our community to thrive and develop, but we want to make sure we're on the up and up on the ethical side. And we've been having issues, and of course, things that are brought to our community, because this council, we have a really good group where we're on the ethical side. They could call us whatever they want, but we're trying to be on the up and up ethical. We don't want to go into that side because in the past, we've had some big issues, and we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that whatever you do, you're working with the attorney, with the city manager, and it's a group effort, not just kind of doing your own thing as it's happened in the past. I just want to make that kind of clear for ICE, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues feel the same way, that, we want to make sure that what we're doing is keeping out of the Attorney General and state auditors' eyes for sure.
Well, absolutely. As a planner, I believe in a code of ethics
a lot of planning, folks along with the American Planning Association, and they're very strong on ethics. And when I work for a city, I'm working for all of the citizens of the community. That's who I work for. I work for the council and I work for the community. I don't work for anybody else. So that's how I feel about it as well.
Mr. Dwyer?
Thank you. Apply for it. It's a very tough one, very tough. See that, I've been there all my life. See that, a lot of people come, well, a lot of people. But we have a tough one, so. We get a lot of things done for the city and for our residents. And welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dwyer?
Welcome.
Thank
City of Las Vegas, the regional Las Vegas. What brings you here? What brought you here? Or how many times have you been here before?
So I have been, as just a tourist, in, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Taos, and Las Vegas. I've only been to Las Vegas one other time, I admit. But I love the community, I love the town. I'm really, a passion of mine is historic preservation, and I love, how many historic buildings we have here. And I'm excited to get back into that, and, it's just a wonderful area. And, to contribute and help as best I can.
And, on your work ethics part of it, what grants have you applied for and how successful have you been?
Yeah, over the
I'm
years.
sorry, this sounds kind of.
Oh, it's all right.
You do have a district application.
Oh, thank you. But over the years, it just depends on what projects I'm working on, but I've done, grants, having to do with road improvements, sidewalk improvements. I've done grants with the Historic Preservation Office to set up, facade improvement programs, to, help people get, their homes outfitted more energy efficient. I've done some grants as far as, getting more money into the community development department to help upgrade our zoning maps, or to get a grant to redo the land development code. So things like that, that's kind of run the gamut again.
And, I know that in your positions with your job, hiring, how does that work?
Well, hiring and firing is always, there's a lot of talks with city attorneys and with my superiors, and, firing, they're always the hardest. My goal with employees is, and this is also the way I prefer to be managed. I like to have quarterly meetings rather than all of a sudden you're having an annual eval, and I can't remember what I did 9 months ago, So I believe in if something's going on, to address that issue and to come up with a plan if there's a way to improve. And so regular meetings with employees to me is extremely important, so that if it does come down to the need to do a firing, that employee is usually well aware that that's coming. I don't like that to be a surprise for anyone.
I noticed on your resume, your application, you have short-term positions. And what's the explanation?
It can be different things. I do tend to flip between private land use stuff and public stuff sometimes. And some of that's just the way of the economy or the way things are going, or if there's some really great projects I want to work on. But as I've gotten older, just sticking with one job and working for the government is the preferred where I'm at right now.
I'm actually like, we're getting at it a year or even 2 years, long term, entire year.
I would like to retire here. I would like to stay here and get settled in the community and find a house to buy and stay here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I grilled her on the phone yesterday.
She did. While I was driving, I don't even know where I went.
But you got there quickly. But welcome, we're so excited. If there's anything we could do to help, or I eventually want to meet with you personally, and each of the counselors. What I would recommend, maybe, is that you invite yourself to the ward with each of the counselors and have them go take you on a ride through each of their wards and look at some of the problem areas in their wards. and maybe you give us some suggestions as to, how we're gonna attack this. But, I think that would be really, really important here.
Yeah.
Maybe a code enforcement officer along or something, but, yeah,
That's a great idea.
that's wonderful. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we appoint Amy Wiser as Community Development Director.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Councilor Casey, seconded by Mr. Ulibarri. Roll call, please.
Counselor Romero,
Yes.
Counselor Montoya,
Yes.
Counselor Casey, Counselor Leonie.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Leonie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion.
We just got some exciting news. President Biden will be here on Saturday.
Tomorrow?
So, details to follow, I'm sure it'll be a long night for us. So, preparing, that's very exciting. But we'll keep you all posted throughout the day. Next order of business, please.
Mr. Mayor, we have item 3, request approval to appoint Stephen Stan as fire chief. Mr. Superintendent.
And good morning, Mayor and Council. Deputy Chief Stan is highly qualified, comes to us with extensive knowledge, extensive training within the fire industry. He's fully capable of leading our fire department at the next level. He's also continues training our staff, our firemen, to broaden their knowledge in the fire industry as well. He's been with us some time now. He's learned all of our city, and there's always things that we need to work on, obviously, within any of our departments. But Mr. Span has taken the reins for the last 6 to 8 months, I believe, and he's gone through our interview process, and we ask for your approval to move forward with approving Mr. Span as our fire chief.
Mr. Montoya? Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Well, this position, if you do this, number 2 position, for the city of Las Vegas and public safety, we will want to be the chief's position. There's a lot more to money than just knowing how to turn off the fire, or there's a lot of things that come with the job. Public safety is number 1 for me as a local official should be. I would ask if you have any help in the 911 system in your interview committee,
No, sir, we do not.
or you yourself in the interview committee.
No, sir.
If you have anybody, there, a police officer,
No,
in the committee. So, I would have, there are my comments on that, but, I think that the city of Las Vegas, and I believe that we should follow the employees administrative lead policy, not the lead, but the policy that we have in place for employees. And that's a policy under letter A 12-205. That revises that was revised for 2020. And that allows others to apply for this position as well. I know that our interim policy at HR also indicates that, we can do it by the interview process, advertisement, which is done. City of Las Vegas Human Resource Division encouraged to provide opportunity for veterans to meet and exceed the qualifications to obtain city employment. That's something that we passed. As for resolution number 1340, we should aim for the skies and do something like that. We changed the city charter at our last election to reflect more of a selection in these positions. Our own vision statement that we approved 2 weeks ago indicates a unified government, vibrant community developed a comprehensive plan for whether we hardly have the commitment to excellence. And that is called, to me, an equal opportunity. You know, I've seen, Mr. Stan since Mr. Nopera left December 31st of last year. We appointed him to take over, and I can see where there's a lot of improvement that needs to be done. Mr. Myers has done the evaluation of Mr. Stan for the last 6 months. I'd like to hear that when somebody takes a position over the economic development director did today, we need to sit down with her, Mr. Myers, explain to her what her expectations are of that position, her responsibilities, and the direction she needs to take. That should have been done with Mr. Stan also. Also, requested in all the appointees that we've done, chief, the attorney, the clerk, so that we have an evaluation process done every 6 months for every employee. And that hasn't been done. So, to me, I believe strongly, you know, that I can go down the list of issues that I have in public safety. I'm not going to do that. But I'll tell you, I think that we have to give ourselves a little bit more room for improvement. And I think that this position should be allowed to be advertised publicly for a period of 2 weeks. And then we can come back and if your recommendation is still at the top of the list, well, we go to the top of the list. And I think that in this, that's the process or the will of the governing body, that you acquire a fire chief from another department, another city, or even our own fire chief or a police officer, people that state policeman, woman, somebody that deals with emergencies, that knows the code, that knows what that responsibility lies on. Because right at this point, I think that's a vital decision, and I think that we need to move forward with best qualified individual. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
There are a lot of different rules that are written up, but I think that interim chief Stan has proven himself in the time that he has been interim chief. I think he's done an outstanding job. He's worked extremely hard. He's put in long hours. He's made sure that not only the fire department and all the different fire offices, something that they're called, fire stations, are people that are trained, and that he is up on everything that is going on. And I believe that he's doing it from the job. And I believe that, I believe very strongly, and I've always done this in my other life, as school superintendent and other places, is that people that work for you already should have the opportunity to move up in that job. They don't have an opportunity, then why bother being there? And so I believe that interim chief Stan has, proven himself already. And I don't think we need to open the position again and try to reinvent the wheel and hope that somebody shows up that, can outshine these staff. I don't think that it's going to be like that. It's going to
Just not a couple of a few items that concerns in mind. You know, I walk into a business in my own community, and there's a business license on the wall that's expired with a previous mayor's signature on it. What am I supposed to do? The department should be working towards getting every employee certified in EMS certifications. Why are we paying thousands of dollars to someone else to obtain those services? What is the vision of the city staff, our staff, and the city itself? What's the vision? I haven't heard anything in six months. As a matter of fact, we haven't done a report over 6 months. The fire training facility, northern part of the state, is due, past due. Why are we sending our firemen and the rest of the northern part of the state to be trained down south? We could have our own. Do we have an in-house team that can go today and save someone from drowning? Do we have a team in place today that can go and get somebody certified off a cliff? Chief Montoya was the last certification on that. No, we have to wait 6 hours before a team comes from Santa Fe, Farmington, World Turkey. A fire museum, no end in sight for the firehouse that I see. Museum renovation on Bridge Street started in 2017, over 5 years ago, and over $500,000 spent. And still, it's not open to the public. Fire trucks on call across town. The other day I was in Old Town coming home with the fire truck that got a call, came all the way across town from New Mexico Avenue, all the way to Los Niños. There's a fire station 8 blocks away. Something's wrong with that picture. If you go as far as other duties, I live 3 blocks away from my fire station on Harold and Dukes in Legion. I walk in there all the time. That wire iron fence buried under dirt. Eventually, you'll rot. The lighting, poor lighting. It's all yellow. Where are the LED tanks? Inspections. This is what started conversations a month and a half ago. Businesses wanting to come into our community, needing inspections for them to open up their businesses. We got issues in our licensing department.
Mr. Mayor, I think at this time, if we start getting into personnel, I think we should head into an executive session. I don't think this is the place that's conducive to know any, whether it's in terms of span or in the fire department, employees come under the bus. I think there's a process for that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a board.
Oh, Mr. Aaron, did you advise the council on this?
There's gonna be discussion about individual personnel item issue.
Performance.
Huh?
Performance and.
Yeah, but it's gonna be about, if there's gonna be personnel issues, then at least you guys have an opportunity to decide when you want to go into executive session.
Let me just make a couple more points, Mr. Mayor, and then we can go to executive evaluation. Council issues. We have 14 vehicles on the fire department and only 16 employees. And it's required 2 people per fire truck, and some fire trucks more personnel than that. I know we're short-handed. It's nothing to be hidden now, but has anyone come to us to ask for more employees? We have $700,000 trucks cruising around town. Is that necessary? To me, it's not. Our roads, we're trying to maintain our roads, not destroy it. I just want to point out that the status quo is not good enough for me. And I think we need improvements in our community. And I think we need to start today. So like I said, if we advertise it, and the current applicant is the only one available at plan, well, then we do what we gotta do. But I think that it's only right, opportunity to give anybody else an opportunity. Like I indicated, Mr. City Manager, I would request a meeting that has those kind of expertise to be that time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Gordon?
Mr. Manager, I know that he spent a lot of time on someone else that I think we should, look at that. You know, if you follow back, give us a qualifications for him. I think you, to any other, anybody who asks for that job, I don't know what the challenges that they have, the changes that they have. You know, that we have to start from the bottom. That balance. Already done, whatever, that's what we need to do. We need to start from the bottom and work together. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to
Mr. Romero?
make a comment. And Chief Span, I want to be the first to say that, you know, like I've been impressed with what you've done. Is it perfect? Are there issues that this year? Councilor Montoya brought up, yeah, but I don't blame the fire department. I don't blame you. I blame community development. I blame the person that's issuing those licenses out. I blame that person. So there's some issues that, yes, we need to address it. Yeah, we do, but they're not within the fire department. There are some issues, lights and stuff like that. That doesn't pertain to fire department. Do we need a lot of issues addressed? Yes, we do. But you know what? I'm impressed with what you've done, Chief. With that, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to appoint Steven Stan as fire chief.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Romero, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call, please. We had our, this is the level. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
For the comments of Mr. Romero, I'm not even the comments, particularly at the fire department or any personnel. I particularly sending my concerns with the citizens and the community. We have a common issue that's going on in this community. We're not abiding by. Businesses are opening up, we're having issues. And inspections are getting done. Vehicles are being towed out, we're having issues. And weeds are so high, we have issues. Our department heads should be aware of all those ordinances. Five of those ordinances. And work each other, this department, in order to get this solved. That's my point.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Romero, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call, please.
Counselor Ulibarri,
Yes.
Counselor Casey,
Yes.
Counselor Montoya,
No.
Counselor Romero.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Romero, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Span, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilor Montoya, and response to your concern. Quick order rescue, I've been speaking to Chief Montoya here about that. My guys are heading that way and have done over 1,200 hours of training since January. Good luck. Those courses, sir, so our prerequisites required. As well as personnel, you've seen the report today. I have spoken to City Manager about personnel that we do need. My guy came there, side on the truck. I apologize for that, but we're not the Hollywood Fire Department. We don't sit there and watch TV all day. These guys can leave, they work, they do inspections for me, they do pre-plans, they bring their paperwork, their time cards by the office. They went to City Hall yesterday, actually visited people and signed paperwork. Any concerns you have, sir, my door is open. Please come talk to me and talk at the state edition. We will address them. But these guys are here. That's the foundation of this department, sir. They did over 2,000 hours of compliance, sir.
Mr. Span, please direct your comments to the public.
I'm just trying to answer, sir, what we have.
I know, I'm just asking you to address your comments to the people in the room, not one.
If you want to rebuttal, I'll give you a rebuttal.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to get small concerns. I'd like to work with you to resolve these issues.
Well, then, attention to your mayor.
I will, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Span.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next order of business, please. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, next, we have our discussion items. Number one, set priorities for upcoming year. So we're moving into the retreat.
I'd like to call for a 10-minute recess, please. Thank you.
to our next agenda item, which is the discussion item, priorities for the upcoming year.
There's a motion on the floor to back into, open session, second by Mr. Romero. Roll call, please.
Councilor Montoya. Councilor Buddy. Councilor Casey.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill. Councilor Casey, Councilor Merrill. Back to the staff priorities for upcoming year, for the council.
I wanted to entertain sort of a brainstorming idea, just a brainstorming session, what we see happening. And let me just start by saying, I've been impressed with the work that the council has done in the last, since we've been together. And now that we have an opportunity with the new council person, I really think it's gonna be important to continue to accomplish a lot and to move forward and to move the city forward. I know there's the community development person that's going to fill a big gap in our needs and so forth. We can move on and start planning. I do want to say that I did run on the whole concept of cleaning up the town. And we started off pretty gung-ho and then things happened and then pandemic happened and then we didn't have any code enforcement officers and then we had some there was a training curve, a learning curve. But I'd really like to continue to make that one of our priorities. We passed a very important vacant building ordinance. And one of the problems that we have in Las Vegas is tons of vacant buildings, not only in the business district, but in old homes that people have abandoned, the families have abandoned. And so I'd really like to get back to that vacant building ordinance and see how it applies to residential and some of the commercial buildings. I'm just sharing my perspective and I'll open up the floor for everybody else. Public safety is something that I think needs to stay on the table. We need to make it a priority that the police department continue to have all the equipment and all the training and everything that they need to succeed. I would like to see a reduction in crime and a reduction in speeding in general. I'd like for this town to be known as the place where you do not speed. The other thing I'd like to be known for is Las Vegas has the highest fines for littering in the state. How many officers have issued a citation for littering? And it's one of those things, right? You have to witness them littering, but we need to look at that and see how Arizona decreased the amount of litter on their highways by 60% by passing a state law that makes it a fine of $1,000 for littering. And once you drive into Arizona, those signs are there, $1,000 fine for littering. They reduced the litter on their highways by 60% in 1 year after that ordinance was passed. After that law was passed. So we have a lot of work to do. We have lots of public education that we could be working with as far as elementary schools and littering and beautification and all that stuff. But I'd also like to bring in the area of marketing. Get together a group of people who are interested in the subject of marketing. We have to reform it, right? After the fires. A lot of the ecotourism that we were counting on as far as campgrounds and hiking and all that stuff was changed. No one will be coming to Las Vegas to go camping, which is a shame. So we're losing out on that revenue. We're losing out on that fire will have ripple effects forever. And then, of course, the reparation and the long haul repairs that we're gonna have to do to the water system, which maybe I'm speaking in reverse, that should be the number one issue on the table right now. But I just wanted to see how everybody felt, where our priorities were, and maybe set some priorities for now to next year on what we want to accomplish. So there's no doubt that we have a good working group, and I think we can move forward with making progress in the community. So if anybody wants to sound off, please do. I think it's important to give everybody the opportunity. Anyone in the audience as well is welcome to participate and give ideas on our priorities for this next fiscal year. Ms. Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reviewed our comprehensive 5-year plan, and I really wish that we would pay closer attention to it and actually, utilize the information that's in there and focus on some of the areas that are already designated as having to have improvement and needs. So I listed the needs that I saw in the 5-year plan that we have not addressed, and that would be the museum basement has asbestos. So that needs asbestos abatement, which would be very expensive. The municipal court is not handicap accessible. So that's another issue, and I don't think the judge should have to go out and stand on the steps to hold court. And so I believe that that's another issue. The police department needs a new building. You never know when the wall is gonna crack and you can see out on National Avenue while you're sitting in your office. The cracks are so big. We need a new wastewater treatment plant. And this plant is so old that I got that part of the money for that plant when I was in the legislature in the 1980s. So it needs help. The airport needs improvements. The library, we have the only Carnegie library that's still in use in all of the country. And we need to do whatever we can to improve that. They offer a lot of wonderful programs, but the building really does need repair. The rec center needs work. They have a leak, and the people that go walk there call me up almost every day to tell me it's leaking again. I don't know where the water's coming from, but it's leaking. Infrastructure such as lighting, we still have many streets that have no lights. Street repair, which is an issue, and Mr. Lopez is working on that. New water lines, drainage, we desperately need drainage. We have a lot of standing water that is keeping under the pavement and causing it to crack. And we also need to reinforce our efforts in the area of solid waste. So some of those are just the highlights, but I do believe that we should utilize what we have. Councilor Romero was kind enough to lend me his copy of the asset management plan, and that tells you approximately what it's going to cost and where the biggest issues are located. We need to utilize the plans that we have, is what I'm saying. We have a comprehensive plan that isn't being used. We have an asset management plan that I don't think anybody has looked at because it has numbers in it, and it's like, now I can't deal with numbers. So those are some of the things that we really need to do, and I'm concerned because we have so many needs, and we're going to have to prioritize our ICIP list so that we make sure that the items that are on the list are shovel ready and meet the requirements of VFA. They have a list of requirements that are absolutely mandated before municipalities can request monies for projects. And I believe that, maybe, when Mr. Archuleta does his report later on, that he will, maybe we could utilize him to kind of match the ICIP with what's in the asset management plan and the comprehensive plan, so that we have shovel-ready projects that we can present to the legislature. And it's coming up quick. I know it's only June, but they're already working on the budget. So we need to, jump in and start working on that too. And have something ready that we can start lobbying our legislators after, immediately after the November election. And say, this is what we need, we're happy you won, here's our list, just to work on it, this is what we want. And so those are some of the things that we need to really focus on to make sure that we don't fall behind, we don't lag behind other municipalities that have more staff to work on these types of issues. And so I know that the ICIP list that we were given, I believe has like 30-some items for Maria's department alone. And all of them are urgent needs, but everybody has needs. So we need to, touch on all of these that I've mentioned so that we make sure that we help as many departments as we can and make life better for our citizens. The lighting especially is, I received emails from people saying, I almost ran over a guy the other night because I didn't see him. It was too dark on 7th Street. The lights aren't out. And in the wintertime, quite frankly, when I leave City Hall after a meeting and it's dark, I can't find the street to turn to go to my house. I have to go up a block where there's a whole bunch of lights for Starbucks and Walgreens and all of that to turn to see the street so I can get home. So those are some of the things that we really do need to work on.
Okay.
And by, I think, improving all of these things, we will also be beautifying, I'll say that, and making it a more workable place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Mr. Montero?
I really want to thank all the directors and our city manager, even our previous city manager. Because the last 2 years, from my experience, has been wonderful, and moving forward in a new direction. I was here 20 years ago, and I'll tell you, what hasn't been done in 20 years, we're doing in the last 2 years. And we're doing that exactly by following the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan says that the community wants their streets fixed. And we've fixed more streets in the last 2 years than the last 20 years. We have, and I'm not gonna name people go through them every day. As public safety, I think that we've gone to a couple of chiefs. We've set a new direction. I think crime is cut down. I think street lighting, our city manager is working on an LED program with PNM to redo all the lighting for safety purposes in our community. Our parks, we've been working on our parks. We're bringing in new lighting, we're bringing in playground equipment, we're bringing in sod, we're bringing in influent water. We're improving the parks for our constituents. So I think that in the near future, yeah, we have a lot of work to do still. And some of those concerns, I think that Ms. Casey brought up, is very within reach of ourselves to obtain. I would suggest that our old down city hall be renovated. And right now, Councilman Romero and Councilman Casey's ward, they don't have a fire substation. If there's a fire in the distance of the home or across the tracks, we have to come all the way from Legion or all the way from the next fire. We should work towards getting a substation in that ward. The other thing is, the judge's office, if we renovate the old city hall, we can do Old City Hall downtown, or we can also put the judges there, or we can move around and put them in Old City Hall. So there's a lot of options on the table that I think that we can still work on. I know our city manager is working on the Old City Hall, demolishing the back part of it. And also regroup or working on removing that City Hall. We've done the remodeling of the veterans building over on Hot Springs and Gaines. Roof, new windows, and now they're working. So those are the kind of things that are meeting the wants and needs. And I'll tell you, we're moving faster every day with the people that are there. Now, I know that our city manager, now is gonna, our new economic development director is a blessing to us and to him. Because now he'll have a lot more time to read out, so he can, address to all these other issues. Plus, American Council can depend the economic development director now to address a lot of those issues and concerns that we're falling in between the gaps. So I foresee that we come up with a policy, a listing of this next year's legislative request that we have done in the past. Prioritize them and move forward with that. And also, the number one priority in Vegas will always be water. Everybody knows that. I think everybody knows that. Because that's our future. That's what's going to sustain this community, this water. So we know we have issues. Our staff, city manager, and directors are on top of that. They've been working hard the last 2 months with different agencies to obtain money, make sure that we get funded, make sure that we get our protection of our watershed, and as far as our treatment plant as well. So those are all big ticket items, but I assure the citizens of Las Vegas that we, Mayor and Council, are working diligently to day by day with our staff and working out for solutions for any. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I just want to thank council. All staff, all directors. I'm on board. I've been there for the last 60 years. It's almost 50% complete. Romero Salazar, West National. Just imagine this. I started working on this 6 years ago. I'm very, very happy with the previous administration and this administration. And we got something done, especially now that we're working on the biggest part. Nothing has been done in the other side of years. I'm so happy that we work together and our staff works together. Our directors work together. We know a lot about water. We can also our water sea after this devastation that we had, and then it's really awful for us. And we certainly respect, we still have to look at that, right? And this council is looking at that, our directors are looking at that, and our citizens, our people, our enter, our new kids, they want to stay here. I don't want to make everybody just
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Mr. Romero.
Mr. Mayor, as we discuss, our priorities, I'm going to say this, and I think we need to really put it as a top priority, of course, water, public safety. But our biggest issues have been streets. I know we have the asset management plan, but our public works department, our streets department cannot continue to operate without the tools. And I think, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, working with the Council Casey, at the time when I first came in, we started to get the tools. And I think that one of the important things that we need to do is continue to build that department. That department has kind of been neglected know when Maria was running it, and she was helping with some of her equipment within the department. But my focus, I think, when we go into budget and everything, we need to start putting some more money into it, whether, and I think I brought it up to city manager and a couple of councilors, see if there's a way legally to fund through the enterprise fund more, more funds towards the public works, being that, a lot of the utilities in the past, there's been some work done and the road wasn't done right. So we, at the end, the public works has to come back through the repairs and it's costing that. And I think one of the important things is we have to boost that department and give them the tools that they need. And I know there was an allocation appropriation, 93,000, I think it was, some more equipment. I mean, we were down to one dump truck. Yes. And just the equipment that we have in that department, to expect, our guys, to continue on those roads. They need the equipment, the tools. I mean, that pothole machine has been on stock, since we bought it, which, has been a blessing because I think it's cut down a lot of the work, that has been needed to do a, great tool there, but there's just so many other equipment, crack seals. I know in my ward, they're gonna, be doing some work, but there's just all these little things that we can't just expect them to do miracles amongst our streets in the community without giving the tools or the budget. So I would ask that we prioritize the public works. Of course, I know we have the other needs, but at the end of the day, I think the majority of our concerns from our constituents are speeding, which I don't know if maybe, somebody's planned way back in the day, potholes were part of the speed control, but at the end of the day, what we need to do is make sure, we fix. But I'm just saying that, we need to make sure that's one of my priorities. Of course, public safety and water, we need to make sure, but I think we expect our streets for one of the biggest complaints we have about the roads and the condition of our roads, signs, things like that. So I would ask that this council to make that a priority.
Thank you. And I think we'd be remiss if we don't, with this list, prioritize, and I think the prioritization is going to be in our water system. And the fact that we're expecting flooding in the community. So I think Romero's ward is probably most likely to sustain the most damage from a flood. So we need to keep that in mind as well. We are working on a public awareness campaign. We will have radio ads and stuff preparing the public for flooding. There's areas like people who live on Cigar Road, the Dos Vigiles, that whole area close to the river, Archuleta, where Rob's family lives, is very, very likely to be flooded. Dos Vigiles could be wiped away. That's how serious this is. And so we really have to concentrate on, I know they're sort of out of the city limits, but in 2013, the majority of the damage happened south of town and Romero's ward. And it took a lot of property on Commerce Street and those areas were badly damaged. So, we have to plan accordingly, and I think we're going to hear that a little bit later with the Forest Service and Maria's report about the potential for flooding and how we proceed with the public awareness campaign about flooding. Making sandbags available, have the National Guard on call, those types of things. So we have to come up with a flood mitigation plan for the city. And I would recommend that be a separate meeting to do the flood, talk about just flood mitigation. And so bring the people around the table that need to be there and prepare ourselves for the flood that's coming. Unfortunately, we were told by experts that this year's monsoon season is going to be nothing compared to next year's monsoon season. That the flooding will be even worse on the second monsoon season. That's what the experts are telling us. So we're in this for the long haul. It's going to cost the city millions of dollars to protect the citizens from flooding. So it's not only this year, but next year, and the years to come that we're gonna have to be dealing with this. But, we're doing a newspaper article that's coming out, next week. I've been on the radio station, I'm going to next week. And we've been talking about this. So we need to make this a reality. But I would recommend doing a flood mitigation meeting as early as next week, Monday or Tuesday, so that we could start planning for the inevitable. The other thing I'd like to do with these suggestions is sort of prioritize them based on the information in the community development, the plan, the comprehensive plan. So someone like Robert, who is very familiar with the plan, could assist us in prioritizing these suggestions that came out from Dave and match them up with the priorities that have been listed in the comprehensive master plan, and then match them up with funding sources. How are we going to get the funding sources for the library, for streets, for public works, for buildings, for all that stuff? So it's a suggestion that the community development director and Rob work closely together. Neil, you can get in and see what you think about this, but to gather our brainstorming ideas and prioritize them based on the comprehensive plan and start identifying funding sources for each of those plans. How do you feel about that? What's your opinion?
You know, we definitely need to do that. Some of the projects that we have currently were awards that we received in the past years. So we want to continue receiving money so we can continue those projects going for the future, whether we're here or not. There's a slew of different projects that we need to work on in the public side as well as internally to make our staff more successful with training, updating administrative regulations. There's just a slew of things, but we can definitely work together with Community Development and Mr. Robert to identify those and find a way.
So, go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So the comprehensive master plan, when we worked on it, it's already about 3.5 years old, actually. It was supposed to be updated every 5 years. So when we started working on it a few years back, it hadn't been updated in 10 years yet. So that update every 5 years is already coming up here real soon. So all of these priorities that are being discussed here, I imagine can be an amendment to that plan. It doesn't have to be completely done, but it can be updated as the 5-year update comes. In terms of the asset management plan, some of the grants that we're working on, like for example, CDBG, we lost points and lost criteria to qualify. So that's why the asset management plan was also put in. It's a tool for assessing the roads and giving us an estimate of what the roads cost. Some call for taxes, some call for overlays, some call for a whole reconstruction. But that's not to say that these guys are the experts here. They decide what happens on the road and what contractors. But they're good tools to have within the departments that we can move forward on prioritizing the things that need to get done and also putting forward those efforts to the funders that are wanting to provide funding to the city.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Robert, real quick, am I wrong in saying that, I know we talked about projects going up to the asset management plan that you brought up. Can can we use that as also, as in some, applications that it is, and, am I correct? Like, it's not designed, but, you know, when you apply for certain roads or whatever, asset management, that's considered a plan, so isn't that fall within?
When the plan, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero, when the plan was done, every road, all 77 road miles in the city of Las Vegas was assessed, and each road got an assessment of that particular road and gave a recommendation. So I would say, yeah, to some degree, it is plan and design, not only design, but it does do the cost estimate. So, plan and design is always subjective, right, when it comes to ICIP or DFA, but, in this instance, I think it does give under the baseline of the cost reduction that particular road.
And the reason why I say is this, we mentioned it in, you know, future applications versus another community that they say, well, we don't have a plan or design, but we think it's gonna cost this. On the scale, ours is more planned than what yours is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. So, we have worked with the city manager and the community development director as well to prioritize the projects that were mentioned this morning. And maybe send those out to us probably by the end of the month or the last meeting of June. Would that be possible?
The other thing that we probably want to identify, Mayor, in that is as a big goal is working on customer service with all our departments. I know we've spoken about that at numerous times about giving some type of training. I think it's much needed.
I'm ready to go whenever I have the curriculum. Let's pick a date and we'll make it mandatory for all city employees to attend. Even if they have to close for a day to get the training done. So I'd be happy to provide the training. I've had the curriculum for several years, so, and I've used it in other consulting jobs. Did you have a comment, Mr. Martinez?
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor and member of the council, manager. As you all know, I've had an opportunity to be involved with seats up there, intermingle with a lot of the seats out here. Not working with development of the city and community development. I really hope that you have the opportunity to at least prioritize some business development in our communities. I know a lot of people don't realize this, but this is mostly a government town. And the limited number of private sector businesses and private sector employers is very limited in the fact that with so much government, there's only so much business we've got in the community. And I know through the years in the past, we've done an awful lot of stuff to try to bring other businesses to our community. And we seem to end up getting all these big corporate stuff that have very little tie back into the community. They're not there to support, you know, our community that a small operation would. So I would hope that now that you're working on priorities and give them some direction of where we should go, we need to look at business development, how we can foster and bring new business into our community. Hopefully with the whole idea of that being homegrown, run by local citizens. I've done that work in the past. I'm ready to help any way I can. I want to make sure that we have the right terminology, but there's got to be a way to, you know, economic development continues to do work statewide, but this whole northeastern part of the state never gets attention. For whatever reason, we just don't seem to attract the right type of criteria to meet the want. We need to work closely with maybe work closely with the governor's office, see what we can do to start getting light manufacturing, something of some sort to start bringing in private sector jobs. So as you look at your priority, I recommend that you consider that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I just want to thank you, Matt, for bringing that up and kind of coincidental that you say this northeast region. And I know Councilor Montoya and I am the city manager. Through the state, we do have a representative that represents this area. Through the state, Mr. Hagney. And it's my opinion, and my opinion only right here is I don't think that he's done enough for this area. And I would suggest that I know Councilman Turner, I met with Secretary Keys, and, we did bring up that situation. And I think we need a little better representation, in my opinion, again, from the state to this area, because we've never seen he'll show up and leave, but not really present or where he's at. So I think we need to put a little more pressure as a city, for that individual that he starts his job in this area. And it's not only here. I know I've spoken to other commissioners in that from the area, and same thing. It's not as engaged and involved as it should be compared to other areas. And I think that's one area I think we need to all work together.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Regarding city manager or request to stand that you for a meeting with the economic development director. You've been informed, they didn't obligate to come to do it, or there's, and, we need an update from him as to where we're at with the budget. I know he's working on the airport project, but I don't know what we're at on. But we need their communication with him, not. We need to proceed. Whether ever. Thank you. Right. Discuss current and future projects, utilities, streets. Let's go with.
Mr. Mayor, Holland and Laura from US First are here. Okay. And part of my area is part of future projects, which is going to include the fire. Okay. So I want to go ahead and bring Holland up to talk a little bit about what they're doing to help out the city. What we've been doing. He's actually involved with the burn area coordination team for all the fires in the state. So Collins, this is just one area that he's working on with the city. He's been extremely helpful in helping coordinate and communicate with various entities from FEMA and NRCS, Army Corps of Engineers, to be able to help benefit the city in moving forward with this post-fire. But Colin, if you could give us a little bit of information on what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Welcome, Colin.
sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. I do have just a few photographs and they're included in your packet. Is it okay if I distribute to the,
Sure.
pass them out here? These are various photos. I know some of you may have seen a picture. From the headwaters of the Gallinas Canyon and the Tecolote drainage. I had the opportunity to tour that a few weeks ago, and quite honestly, I was fairly shocked. In the packet that Maria has provided for you, there's a burn severity map that shows the areas that have burned severely under the fire with this Hermit-Speaking Cap Canyon fire. And Mr. Mayor, as you were stating earlier, the fire and the flood, the combination thereof is something that we should be, that I am, and I recognize you are, Maria and the manager, Mr. Mansas, is very concerned about. The combination for post-fire flooding is high burn severity and steep slopes. And in those images, you can see both of those. Unfortunately, the scale of this is something that I don't think any of us have seen in New Mexico. Period. We haven't lived through anything like this. We haven't lived through anything like we're going to live through in the next couple of years with the flooding that will be a multi-year event, a multi-year, issue. I'm very happy to see, both police department and the fire department here to help prepare for those responses and help the city manager and the public works, address these concerns. We went out yesterday with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were able to put together or they are working on putting together a draft of a plan for installing structures, both at the diversion point and at the pipe crossing and at the diversion to Story Lake. Those structures, may not be enough to protect the city's infrastructure. The reality is everything has a breaking point, and even the Army Corps with their robust modeling and their robust ability to put things into practice relatively quickly, and we're hoping to see shovels in the ground mid-month, for them actually getting the work done. The reality is we may get a storm that comes in the next, 3 years that wipes out those structures and wipes out the diversion and wipes out the pipe crossing. So thinking about backup plans, thinking about contingency plans is something that we need to be doing now. And we all know there is no Las Vegas without water. There is no, there's no New Mexico without the water that supports our cities and our town. There's no future without the water. And this is putting our future, this fire has put our future and the future of Las Vegas at risk. And that to me is the most important thing that we can think about for the next 2 years is a qualified, intelligent, safe response. We will not be able to do anything to prevent the water and the debris from coming off of the hillsides. The best that we can do is prepare for that water to come and interact with our diversion structures and our points of infrastructure and keep our people out of the way and where people safe. So far, no one has died on the fire. I say this with all sincerity and with no hyperbole. If we can get 3 years, 5 years from now, with no one dying in the flood, it will be a miracle. A miracle. Because that's how big the risk is. And the Guyanas watershed is bad. The Tecolote drainage works. So we need to work closely with our state and county contacts to make sure that we have a plan in place to respond to the flood, to get to a position where we know what we're going to do the first time that it rains, the first time that those floodwaters come down, understand what the response is, understand which road, understand which drainages to shut down, which community members to get in contact with. So with that, the things that have been put in motion already, in addition to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Mr. Manis has been working, sounds like, with the FEMA Public Assistance Group, and Maria is working with them, so it's very good. I'm very impressed with the staff, Maria and the city manager. I'm calling Leo Coolham Luke. He's just cool and calm, and Maria is our go-getter getting stuff done. So really, you are in good hands, but it's coming, right? So the other thing we've done is we're working really closely with the USGS, the National Weather Service, and the US Forest Service to install early warning rain gauges and a meteorologist on staff who just watches the Hermit's Peak Cat Canyon, and then we'll communicate directly with the emergency managers and public works directors so that we can get ahead of any kind of storms. We can understand when when a storm is heading in. We know that these storms are very spotty, often small geographic footprints, with lots of water in those storms, and so we can work with the law enforcement and fire department to make sure that we're engaging in those early warning systems, engaging in that public protection aspect. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So when we're looking at the rain gauges, they're being connected to our alarm system. Is it possible, and I know I talked about this earlier, but is it possible to get an alarm system for different parts of the, like, Los Feliz, and then for the actual city limits, like a siren or some kind of emergency system that would go on to inform people that the flood is coming?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for that question. I think it's important. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I don't think we should ever have an alarm system that is initiated by a computer, right? I think alarm systems always have to have a human pushing the button. But yes, that's the challenge that we're trying to address. And when we have like health here, we really need that local knowledge to be able to identify. It can't just be an alarm system for the entire fire, right? We need to condense it down. What's the size of those blocks? Is it 3 blocks? Is it 30 blocks? I don't know how to chunk it up, and it's gonna take some learning and some storm tracking. But yes, we need those alerts to be as locally and as specific as possible so that we don't get into a situation where we're sending out alerts and the first couple come through and then no flood, no flood, no flood. And then people hear the alert for 4th time, and it's the boy who cried wolf scenario. And then they don't do anything, and that's the one that shouldn't have ignored, you know, and so that's the challenge. And that's where we have to start working on messaging, communication ahead of time, and making sure that we're all tied in together and we're all learning so that we can, every time we get a storm event, that's an opportunity to learn about the alert system and the forecasting.
So, sir, do we have surveyors working out on site right now to determine where the worst locations are?
Yes, sir. As of yesterday, we have a U.S. Army Corps and civil engineer working with the flood response team, as we're calling them, which is a combination of the city and the county. And we're working to identify exactly what you're talking about. Where we start first? What's the first, you know, if it's pulling culverts, if it's installing barriers, if it's doing home protection, where are we going? We started in the watershed and then with the water supply, hopefully for obvious reasons. And now we're moving into this point protection at a smaller, more diffuse, but still very important scale.
And do we have contractors coming on board, our contractors that would be able to handle the capacity of this?
This is the reality of no. The reality is, this is not a fire. Where the fire team comes in, they need an order up. You can have 30 people standing outside of this room tomorrow on a fire. We don't have that ability in post-fire because of our laws, because there's a lot of things, right? We'll deal with that later. But we need to be looking at the existing resources that we have, pre-positioning those, getting those resources, and then asking for more. There is a process through which we can get contractors pre-positioned, but that request has to come from the local municipality because the locals are the ones that are going to have to be the ones directing and directing the contractors, working with the technical assistance from the U.S. Army Corps, managing the contractors, because this is a long duration event. This is a 3 to 5 year thing that we're engaging in. So it's challenging and I'm sorry.
And as far as endangered species, of course, we're well known for having some endangered species that's slotted on all of the stuff like that. And I just noticed that there was some cutthroat trout that was leaving from some of the rivers. Is the dollars to complete that available? Or a lot of those species just gonna disappear off?
I don't think.
I'm sorry, can you speak up, Bill?
Yeah, so we have a lot of So we have a lot of, species that live in our forests. Spotted owl, Mexican jumping mouse.
Yeah,
Silvery minnow. It's just tremendous. And I noticed that they're trying to take some of our cutthroat trout out of the river right now. And I guess my question to be, Mr. Mayor, is how are we gonna handle that? Who's gonna handle that?
to be honest with you, that is one of the least of my worries. My worry is the town flooding. And taking out our water system. Right now, I'm sorry, I'm an animal lover, but I don't care about the spotted owl, I don't care about the cutthroat trout. I have to say it like that when it comes to my reality. I care about the water system. And I think the protection of these animals for years and years and years has hurt the forest in its own way. And they stopped logging and they stopped allowing people to go in for firewood because of a lizard or because of some kind of wild bird or something that I totally understand. I'm an animal lover, but at this point, I'm sorry, but there's very little wildlife left in that habitat right now because of the fire.
Right, there is some. I think the government should be responsible for, protecting the few that we do have left.
So if you go onto the website, the bear area, what's it called?
Burned area emergency response.
Their website has a section specifically for wildlife and protecting wildlife. So there's somebody looking into the trout. So, but we're not.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, we will move from our phases of this response, our fire and protection. Then we move immediately into the post-fire flooding risk, and then we will eventually move into a recovery phase. And that is the longer term that we will be able to address some of those bigger issues.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, I appreciate you. I would say the town will flood. That is a certainty. And we just need to do what we can to be prepared for it.
Can I ask you, is this, has this risen to Washington?
Yes.
Has this message been thrown out there, even to the president, that this town could be lost into a flood?
Yes, sir, that's part of the reason for the federal disaster declaration was there was a recognition both by the governor and by the president in the White House that this is not once the fire is out, we still have a big issue. And so we are working, the way that I keep describing it is the unfortunate reality is we are all working with a puzzle that we got at the thrift store, and we're shaving the corners off of it, and we're trying to make it work to fit all of these pieces together in a really short timeline, because there is no federal response, there is no state response that's prepared to deal with disasters like this. The FEMA folks are coming in and they're good and they're very helpful and they can do things, but I've been told too many times we can't do anything until something is wiped away. And it's like, well, we know we need the protection now. We need the things now, and then they come back to us and say, well, we don't work that way because they're designed for hurricanes, not for this. There is nothing designed for this. And so we're every day we're working together to be creative about how do we, fit this thing that's not designed for, fit this funding source that isn't designed for this type of disaster into the community to get work done, in these watersheds.
Okay.
So that's a long-term question.
I had not of the box idea, but it's discussed with the city manager and the utility director this last week. Would it be possible to do a diversion, the 4-foot pipeline over the storage diversion
trying to divert some of that to a pipeline over the Ellis so they can use that as a filtering system to help alleviate the rush of floods into the community.
I'm not familiar enough with the actual layout of the infrastructure, so I'm gonna defer a specific answer to Maria, but what I would say is what the Army Corps was telling us yesterday is we should expect at least 20 feet of water at the diversion site to Story Lake. And that water is gonna be full of rocks and debris and mud and all kinds of things. We talked, and this is just a story I'll tell you guys. We talked, I was talking with them and I said, why don't we just build a wall, a big wall, you know, at the Story Lake diversion to keep everything from coming down to, you know, into town, into the city, and just send everything to Story Lake. And then it's like, we can fix Story Lake later, we can figure it out later, you know what I mean? Just as an emergency thing. And the Army Corps guys looked at me and said, it doesn't matter. Whatever wall you build is gonna overtop. Whatever you send into the canal is going to overtop the canal, it's going to erode the structures on the canal, and it's gonna come back in, as I understand it, it's gonna come back into the town anyways. And so one of the options, and we're looking at this too, is doing our best to strengthen that canal, strengthen the walls of the canal so that we can handle some of that water. But there will be an event. There will likely be an event where the canal is overtopped, where any sort of diversion structures that we have, any sort of protective measures are overtopped, and we're preparing for the worst case scenario and truly hoping for the best. I mean,
So the majority of the flooding will occur when the lake fills up and spills over the dam, then that runoff will come into town.
no, sir, I think what will happen is as the water is coming down the Guyanas,
Okay.
then when it hits that point of diversion coming in off of Sebastian Canyon,
Yeah.
which is also severely impacted.
Yeah.
So those two things are going to come down, and there will be, you know, potentially, again, I don't exaggerate, a 20-foot wall of water and debris and rocks and all this stuff coming through that diversion, and then hitting that point, and then like water does, and we'll find the easiest path down, and the easiest path down is through the city. And the second easiest path down is the canal. So that's where the flooding, for the majority of the flooding from this fire event will originate at that diversion, specifically for the city.
Is it possible that, I guess depending on where the storm is, if it's higher up, there is a possibility that the amount of water and debris could take out that diversion.
Yes. The dam, I'm not so worried about because that's 8 feet of concrete. All of the fragile bits are on the outside. So the top, in order of concern for me, one is the city in my opinion. Number two is all of that infrastructure. You have a system that has as you come downstream, the first point is that diversion. There's a small series of pipes, you know, on the one side that goes into a larger pipe. All of that will be like at one point filled with sediment and have to be cleaned out. And if it can even be put back into functional use again is a big question. Then you have a canyon directly below the diversion that has significantly high severity fire and steep slopes. There will be a debris flow that comes down there and threatens all of that infrastructure, including the pump that lifts the water into the settlement pond. Then as you go down the street, there's a pipe, there's a moment where the pipe crosses the river. And in the middle, there's this big column, right? You all have seen this. That column could easily get wiped out. And then that pipe collapses and then that pipe ends up into a settling pond.
Yeah.
I talked to, and I asked many times, we were talking about the same pond, but I talked to a hydrologic engineer, and she said that the water could be high enough to top over that pond. And when you're standing on that pond, looking down into the river, that's quite a distance. And it's very hard to wrap your head around, but I've seen Frijoles Canyon go from a small trickle, Frijoles, excuse me, Vanderbilt National Monument go from a small trickle to bigger than the Rio Grande in a matter of an hour. And so these, like, we, again, prepare for the worst and hope for something, maybe not even the best, but hope for something less than the worst. And in the Army Corps is coming in with these structures to give us a chance, to give us a fighting shot and things like that. But we have to start thinking now about that preparation.
Mayor and council, we've gone through a slew of scenarios of what happens if we use a diversion, what happens if we use the pipe, what happens if we use pumping, what happens if we use a diversion at Story Canal. And there's not a right way to address anything. So we have to look for an insurance plan for the long term, how we're going to keep the water coming to Las Vegas, how much we can, how long we can survive on the storage that we do have. But there's no right way to address any of that. We have every possible resource at the table, the state engineer, the Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, EPA, everybody's at the table discussing every possible.
And I was gonna get into that, you know, it's not one project, it's not one solution, it's not one day, it's years, multiple people, multiple contractors, multiple engineers, multiple solutions. Cleaning it out after that solution helps to address some of the debris, helps to address some of the ash, cleaning it out, starting again. And it's gonna be over and over and over again and improving and adding to it. We are working, as Colin said, we're working with Army Corps, FEMA, NRCS, private contractors, anybody and everybody that has experience, thoughts, concepts, they're all part of this. And we're able to build off of history. BB has been a great resource for us. She couldn't be here today. She's with Senator Heinrich. She's a great resource for having been through this before with the fire. So she's a great resource, and the mayor's better. With all that experience, but even most conscious is not Las Vegas. Each one of these is going to be different, and as we try something and do something, as we install these debris barriers, we're looking at not one, but 10, 11 debris barriers all the way up the river. We're working with Emergency Watershed Alliance on in-river, in-stream construction that will help to use nature to dissipate the energy out of the river by with trees or other kind of infrastructure that can be installed to help dissipate the debris, help spread the ash laden water out into the floodplain, use nature to help filter it, and none of that is going to stop some debris and some ash, but it will stop that debris and that ash, and then we'll go to the next one, and we'll go to the next protection system. We'll go to the next something installed in the river system. With everything we do, if we do lose diversion, we do have alternatives. And as Leo said, we're going through every possible scenario that's going to go wrong, and how do we address that? Because that's going to be how we get out of this. It's every day, every week, every month, we're doing something to move forward, and then some of it may fail. Some of these ideas and concepts can only handle so much flood, and then it does get destroyed, and then we go back and we rebuild. And we fix whatever was damaged, and we go from there. But, you know, I'm gonna go to Colin's point, it was great, we need to save life first. And we need to make sure we have water. And so for water, so I'm working on debris catchment systems, or some of our post-fire projects, pre-treatment. So in a very short period of time, Colin was able to get the Army Corps out here with going through the governor's office to get the Army Corps to show up on site with, no pun intended, an army of people. We're at the water treatment plant yesterday. I was pleasantly surprised with the quick response and the number of people that showed up with experience. These are not, they were not low level. These were the high level representatives in this area of the Army Corps that already had ideas. And the awesome thing was many of the ideas that they came to the table with were the same ones we had already been discussing with Evie, with Colin, with Leo. The type of debris catchment system. The challenges are going to be, we have a couple of weeks, few weeks till the monsoons come. But we have, that's not the first, that's not the only time. We've got days and weeks after that. So is what we're looking at going to be on the shelf? It may be something with the supply chain issues. This fencing that we're looking at, this debris catchment system, it may not be on the shelf. It's a company out of Switzerland. So it may have to be manufactured. And if so, Army Corps is already going, okay, well, we can do some intermediate projects to get us to the point where the stuff that we need to order for the better solution can be installed. So it's not one solution. The city, Army Corps, FEMA, no one's looking at one solution. We're looking at many solutions, many funding agencies, and many alternatives. Whichever one has it first, whichever one comes to the city and says, we can do it, we can install it, that's who we're going with. Forestry is already working with us on thinning, so we're using the thinning program under forestry for tree removal. So we're making use of existing projects and programs to be able to move forward with what we already know we need to do. There's a lot of burnt trees. Some of them are not going to come down year one. As Colin was saying, the reason why, or as actually the mayor said, the reason why year 2 and year 3 are more concerning is because right now those trees are burnt, probably going to be able to withstand a lot this year. Next year, if they start to deteriorate, that's when those trees become weaker and they become more debris that we have to deal with. And then the debris is, where are we dealing with it? Are we dealing with it? There's a section of the canyon, I drove all the way up through the national forest. There's a section of the canyon where the burnt area is far enough away that it's not an immediate issue to the river, but then we have those like Sebastian Canyon and some of those other canyons where it will come down through with those heavy rains. But then you get all the way up to the national forest and you're dealing with no protection. It's black trees and the river. As opposed to in Guyanas area, you've got a floodplain, then you got a road, and then you got a hill still full of vegetation. And then up and over is where you have the burn area. So different areas are gonna have different responses. In your package, just so we can be, I can let you know what you're seeing. The first 2 pages is the Bear King soil burn severity map. So the first one is the overview, and then the second one is much more detailed. It's a little bit closer to look at the city's diversion area, and the area that we burned, and the area that we're going to be, it's going to greatly impact us. The following 2 pages, and status here, the following 2 pages are debris flow probability maps. The first one, this one right here, is a 1-inch, actually, it should have been 24. Let me go to the last 2. Sorry, I did the 1.5 before I did the inch. So this is the inch focused closer to the diversion area. That's if we get an inch rain. Now the modeling does show the inch over the entire area, and we don't always get rain equally spaced over the entire area, but that is a 1 inch. If we get an 1.5 inches, that's page this is the 1.5 inches. So you can see the difference between that. So 1.5 inches is tremendous. I think the general rule of thumb we've been given is you did just make up 4 times the amount of free flow power impact to the community. For a normal flood, it's going to be 4 times worse. 2013, if you have the same scenario in 2013, everything is the same, it's going to be 4 times worse than what we dealt with.
Councilor Clark?
No, before we get to follow on, is it too late, or the right time for us to go ahead and pass a resolution in the next meeting in support of workshop funding appropriated by the legislature, for government, and anticipation of this coming down, because of the community, if FEMA is not gonna help us out till after the fact, or other organizations aren't gonna help us till after the fact, so we need to put a red light or a signal to the government or legislature. You know, some of them were out there last week and saw firsthand the damage. But maybe that way we can appropriate some monies up at Senate Bay in response to this emergency. I'll tell you one thing, you're not kidding. When you're saying that water has more force than fire. Because I worked and supervised a couple of crews at the DOT, building a bridge off in McClinton. And we set up a detour with concrete jersey barriers that are attached to each other. Metal pins. For the weekend, and the rains would come 15 miles away from the project. Guess what? Monday morning, that whole diversion, we find it like 10 miles down the road. And those are 2,000 jersey barriers of concrete. And that's a lot of force. If something like that comes here, they're saying it's gonna come. We're not gonna escape it. Sooner or later, it's gonna come. And our elderly used to tell us, watch for the 100-year flood. We never expected it this way, come this 4 times stronger. And I'm saying, we're gonna need to help funding for citizens to relocate for motels and for this and the other, because it will be a destruction. I know the water flow, some of them have insurances, some people don't. But if we can do a resolution, vote on it, send it to the governor, sometimes, and let them deal with it, and see if they can find the monies appropriate beforehand, so that we can have things on hand by the time this happens in a week, 2 weeks, a week, a month, a year, whenever it goes. Thank you so much.
So Legislative Finance Committee, last Friday, and they had a meeting and they committed to 100 million initially. That's just for now.
A line of credit, they said, we can't wait, I apologize for interrupting.
No, did you go ahead?
But they basically said, we can't wait for the city to come up with a plan, go to get the contractor, follow procurement, go to the legislature, ask for money. The finance committee said, you can't do that. So they did commit, but we do need to follow up on that. They did commit to giving us that line of credit, which we can go straight to doing things as soon as we have those funds. Anything other than that, Counselor, and that will delay that. But one of the goals, one of the things that the city manager and I have been trying to do is find the right people for the right task. Right now, the Army Corps, they're doing the permitting, they're doing the planning, the design, the installs. We're just basically signing some paperwork and saying we'll accept responsibility for whatever happens and hold them harmless. There might be a little bit of financial accountability. No, we haven't signed it yet. When they come back with all of the requirements, but one of the verbal commitments they gave us was that they would be doing everything they could to do planning, design, and construction, because they know they can get it done a lot quicker. Even permitting. If I do the permitting, even though they committed to short-term permitting approval, it's still a process I have to go through, but if Army Corps goes through their own permitting process, it's an expedited. So we're trying to use the right people and the right entities to be able to do it most efficiently, which includes financially efficiently.
And then, Colin, I have a question for you. So I've been in contact with FEMA. I met with Laura. I don't know if you met her. She was the person who was assigned, the regional person for this area.
Okay.
I asked her for, public awareness campaign, material.
Mhm.
And do you know the resource that we can get to help us with public awareness, radio, and
Yes.
Council, I did reach out to FEMA, and they gave us the PIA person that works on that, so we're gonna tailor that same message, so we can get it, city in mind with that. We are.
okay.
We are also working with the New Mexico Highlands University and the Forest and Watershed Restoration Institute and their PIO, as well as Forest Service PIOs, to make sure that we're all coming together to share the same message out.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You mentioned a 3 to 5 year window.
Yeah.
I mean, is that just kind of a guesstimate, or I mean, how do we know doesn't go beyond 5 years, or does it go into, what's that based on?
So that's based on studies that have been done in other burned areas. So in New Mexico, Cerro Grande, Las Conchas, things like that. Fires in Colorado that have similar geography to here, where we can say, at about 5 to 7 years, it's sort of like this is depending on a lot of different things, right? Yeah, rain, pretty much. So 5 to 7 years, you start to see that watershed recover because you get more vegetation. Things are gonna come back and
The low level stuff.
you get grass and shrubs and all this stuff. So like, life is resilient and things will pop up. And once you get that, then you get this, the system sort of stabilizes. But it's not, nothing in life is a guarantee. And so these are just, but because, we had, that fatality on the O'Neill fire or in the Boy Scout camps from flooding off of a O'Neill fire star. And that was 13, 15 years, something like that after the fire. So these water pits still are very plastic. But that peak concern, that peak risk is in that 0 to 5, 7 years.
I guess what would make me feel better is if we have some kind of developed timetable,
Yeah.
like from today. On Tuesday, this happened, Corps of Engineers was here, this is happening, the rain gauges are being installed, the alarm system, some kind of a chronological timetable, just to give me comfort that things are happening. And I know that it's hard to coordinate everything and the contractors and, if they're gonna be available, and the equipment that we need, the materials that we need to build those firms, those types of things. But if we could do like with this flood mitigation meetings that we want to have next week, I'd really like to see a timetable for the next 3 months.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, thank you for that question. I think the Army Corps of Engineers said that they would have a timetable as early as today.
Okay.
As soon as they get us that timetable, I will marry that up with our timetable and we will be able to present something to you early next week. That lines up at least, I don't know if we can get 3 months from now because that's beyond my crystal ball.
Yeah, well,
We can get we can get 8 to 6 weeks.
yeah, and that's fine. It would make me feel better that,
I would also encourage us to make sure that we invite Captain Zabrowski from the U.S. Army Corps to the meeting next week. Because he is the lead of that team and will be able to provide the experts to give us a rundown of their strategy and potentially even host a field visit for members of the council and anyone else in the city who's interested. I think we could ask him to do that.
that would be wonderful.
And Mr. Mayor, on the scheduling, I'm working with Leo, there is a app of software, I think will work with one of the task force to be able to track scheduling of projects, especially focused on this, post-fire flood. Projects, I'm working on that, which then will give everybody access to it, so as there are dates, as there are things that it's specifically related to the city. Collins had a lot on his plate, again, he's statewide, handling all the fires in the state, so locally, we will have something where we'll be able to, if we have progress, which sometimes progress happens in minutes when you didn't expect it, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
Colin, is there anything that you would recommend? I called TRC the other day, spoke to Gerald.
Mhm.
I was asking him, is there anything immediately that we could do tonight or tomorrow that we could jump on that we have to do within the city limits to minimize the damage? Is there anything that we could be doing?
Well, Ms. Mayor, yes, actually, and Leo and I had a conversation yesterday about potentially pulling out, getting into the bridges and getting underneath the culverts and the things where the river does come through town and making sure those are cleaning out any kind of vegetation that may slow down water. What we want to do is create an easy glide path for any of that water that comes through. Any roughness, anything like that that slows the water down is going to increase the distance and depth of the flood. So smooth, easy, clean path. And I even pushed Leo and Maria a little bit to say, well, can we pull some bridges? Can we think about what would that look like for emergency response and things like that, and again, not advocating anything, but just that's the level that's where I want people's minds to be, is we should be thinking at that scale of if there's only two crossings that's half the amount, that's half the places that things can get stuck and all kind of jammed up and stuff, so. Understand that it's a safety risk and a huge inconvenience, but those are the balances that we have.
Is there anything happening now, Maria, that we could do as far as that? Here within the city, maybe between streets and you guys, or?
So Leo had already talked to, if you give me direction, and I was gonna get with Arnold, we're gonna see if we can get some more staff to go start clearing out right around the bridges, removing some of that, the silt or vegetation or anything. I already talked to 404, talked to the permit guy, and told me exactly what our parameters are, so we don't need a permit. If you do maintenance in the riverbed with heavy equipment.
And how soon can that start?
I'll talk with Arnold, this is responsible, and we'll start.
This week.
This week. Okay. Well, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just one last thing, just for your awareness, I did submit, your name and contact info as, and Leo and Maria are already aware of this, but there's a letter that comes along with this, it's a sponsorship letter where basically the public entities have to say, you know, we, the city of Las, or I, the city of Las Vegas, or representative, you know, are accepting, and it's more like an MOA, there's no, because the governor signed the letter asking for the direct assistance, there's no match component, this is why we're able to mobilize so fast. But that'll just be something for the council to review and go through the process, and we did get the verbal, from both Leo and Maria, and so just hopefully we can make that work, because we don't want one piece of paper to get in the way of.
Right. Okay.
So you may be getting contacted, I guess that's.
Okay. Colin, anything else that if you could recommend that we do immediately besides public awareness? I think it's important to get out there and inform the public. If we have, if a freak storm comes through, as unpredictable as the weather has been, we don't have much chance today. It's like 10%, those clouds look ominous, but 10 to 20% chance, but it doesn't have to be here at the city proper. I don't know what the rain chances are higher. And by the information you provided us, it looks like just a 15-minute rain.
Yes.
And some of those severely damaged areas could cause major flooding.
And that's the scary piece, and I'll answer your question, but that's the scary piece, is we could all be here, getting a suntan, and it could be raining up high and we don't even know about it, and that flood is coming, it's coming our way. And so that's the importance of those early warning gauges and things like that. So I think the two things, in addition to what we've already talked about, public awareness and making sure that we're using the existing systems that you guys are already using to communicate to the public and things like that. And making sure that Maria and Leo have both been heavily engaged, just continuing to engage with that flood response team as being, co-led with the city and the county, and just continuing to provide resources for that effort.
So for that meeting, Maria, that we're gonna have next week, that flood mitigation meeting, could you make sure that Office of Emergency Management is there and people from the county as well? And see what, I'm just nervously planning this, and I think, it has to be definitely.
I wanted the city manager for this, because right now the county is already doing twice weekly flood preparation meetings, and I want to make sure we're not doubling up on anything.
Right.
Adding another meeting that.
Have you been involved?
Yes,
And why haven't I been involved?
don't have an answer. for that.
I need to do. Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, some of the areas that are heavily impacted are up in the canyon. There's no cell coverage, there's very little radio reception, so we've already communicated with the National Weather Service. One of the most basic things that they have is a weather radio that runs 24 hours a day, with weather updates pertaining to that area. I've asked if we can get a repeater put up into Johnson's Mesa, because that would encompass both the local canyon area watershed and the home watershed, to have that repeated message, because a lot of those folks will never get that message. On top of that is just monitoring weather with our weather service days in advance, hours in advance, like there's only one way in, one way out. So that message needs to go out. On top of in the city limits itself, it's gonna be as basic as printing out our floodplain map.
Yeah.
And going door to door to those people that are in that inundation area and giving them a message, this is what you're expecting this year.
When can we do that?
You need to do that pretty quick, so.
And code enforcement, and code enforcement and police, how quick delivery those notices? Can we get those streets identified as soon as possible?
Just being one of the residents that lives out there in one of the burn areas, we don't have cell service, any radio, TV service, anything like that. The only thing we had were landlines. All of those are gone. The boxes have burnt up. We've been talking to CenturyLink to try and figure out when we're going to get service. They're telling us probably not till the end of June. So just keep that in mind for all the residents up there. It's going to have to be probably a door-to-door thing.
Cell phone services have what they call a COW or a SATCO, the deployable satellite. But the problem is that everybody has T-Mobile, Verizon, so we have to communicate with all of the services. There's not one that will provide service to everybody because of all of the infrastructure that's lost. We have a lot of hurdles in a lot of directions.
Mr. Mario, I know Colin has to leave. He's got a.
Okay, Colin, thank you.
I'm sorry I have to leave, but really, I'm here for you all, and Leo and Maria have my cell phone. We're in contact almost daily. So feel free if there's anything that you need, please reach out.
We need you here for the presidential.
You gotta send that to the boss. But
I think the president needs to know that we're in great peril.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate you time with us.
Yeah, thank you. I work for the forest. I work for state forestry.
I know.
Forest Service.
Yeah.
I can't get that seat on my.
It's got permissions to run. You're right. Only does have one way in and one way out. But when this landslides come, we'll cover up those roads in different areas. So there won't be a way out. And this kind of flood, they will go to the bridges. We won't have a way to go through that bridge. We're blocking off, we're thinking.
And part of that message, Colin kind of stated, is that we could give that message to that person hours before a flood, hours before the storm gets here, and the flood doesn't come. Do that 1, 2 times, the third time they don't listen to us.
Yeah.
And then they're dealing with the fire business, so we're just gonna stay. That's not a-
I guess the landslide possibility for those roads is very, very, very severe.
Just work closely with DOT that they're gonna continue trying to maintain the roads, but at some point it'll undermine the road and there won't be a road.
There's already to be probably done. We all know.
So Mr. Mayor, with a lot of these entities, it's whoever had that area of ownership. And so, the city is working inside city limits, in city properties, with whatever meets the requirements. And so we also are trying to reach out to other entities. The county has a bigger challenge because they have Piccolo Day as well. That's gonna be hard. And along with that, DOT's gonna have their challenges. Everybody is involved, there's a lot of people involved, some of them, there's too many people involved in some of the meetings. There's one meeting I attended, 82 people. And so that meeting has one intent, but a lot of the stuff that we're getting done is in the smaller meetings. We're gonna have 5 or 10 people. I don't know if you were able to attend Thursday's meeting. I missed Thursday's meeting because I had to, Army Corps was a more important meeting for me to be with at that time. We have GGI who's representing us. We have PD, Swina, who's representing us in the sense of engineers and personnel who have experience on this kind of fire report. So with their experience, I know I mentioned we're working on pre-treatment, and I was honestly so appreciative when we asked for pre-treatment to go into the governor's letter for Army Corps. Pre-treatment was pulled out of the letter for some reason, but as soon as they got here, Army Corps was like, pre-treatment, pre-treatment, pre-treatment. What can we do at the water treatment? What can we do up in the canyon? What can we do at Story? So, they are very cognizant of all of the challenges and that it's not one solution and and we may not even see what the potential solution is, but they have this kind of experience. So we are looking at that alternate water sources. We are taking into consideration alternate water sources, which include our well fields or new wells. Different water sources. I know that we discussed in the past alternate places of being able to drink water from. Some of those places are gonna have similar challenges with water quality. That doesn't mean that that's off the table. Right now, there's nothing off the table unless it can't be done or the benefit to time ratio, is with the limited time we have, it's just not beneficial. So if we can work with a well or, the tanker trucks of, the railroad, somebody mentioned railroad putting water and bringing it by rail. We've got Army Corps, or not Army Corps, National Guard. They're already, Department of Homeland Security is already working on, if the city calls and says we need water for the community, how are they going to get us the water? So they're already, without us even asking, already knowing that question's gonna come at some point, so they're already starting that kind of planning.
What, if you've gone through those flooding mitigation meetings with the county, do they have a timeline? Like when the sandbags will be available for distribution, when are they gonna alert their citizens, all that stuff?
I know the county is working on that because they already have they've already been making sandbags and they're working on increasing the rate of making sandbags. And I think we'll.
As of last weekend, they already had 1,000 sandbags, but they're hoping to get up to 100,000 sandbags in the next week. So, I went over there that same day, last Friday, and they had actual, not made bags, but actual bags. They had 40,000 bags there, so they have the supply and the sand, so they've been working to do that.
Are they distributing them?
Not as of yet, but we can, through that floodplain map that we're gonna look at, these residents know that their house has flooded before.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are really gonna need those sandbags. What the county's doing, they have a huge footprint that they're trying to address, different constraints.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, but I think it's important for us to get going on notification as soon as possible.
The other thing, Maria, is in those meetings that you're dealing with the county, make sure that the DOT is involved in those. And maybe they want to set up equipment up in the West prior to any flood.
And I think they were invited to the meeting. So the county is, OEM or county sheriff set up that meeting, or majority might have set up the meeting.
And then the other thing is, I think we need to be proactive and identify a shelter ahead of time, for in case that we do need. So that we can ready, that sign is set up, inspected and so forth. So that way, we're gonna get delayed if people have to be vacated within the city limits.
So, an ADA contractor called us yesterday, and they had been contacted by a large contractor last, and they're actually coming us to the, they're gonna try to, figure out a way to mitigate a lot of this. They invited us to go look at it on the, see what here, but it seems like they're.
Do you know who contacted them or how they?
Well, there's a gentleman by the name of Ivan Santistavic, so instead one, and he's a small AD contractor here in Las Vegas. But I don't know the larger contractor that contracted them. And apparently they specialize in automation.
And I can get it to whoever the right entity is. Again, one of the challenges with it being so many different property owners, like I met with NRCS the other day, and they're gonna do a meeting tonight at 7 and Monday at 7. It's on Zoom, and I kind of put it out on social media. What we need, and that's going to be for the private property owners. But it's not gonna happen this year. It's NRCS's start initiation of the initial meeting to let the public know what they can do for the private property. fill out a form, NRCS will come on your property, assess your property, and eventually, not this year, but eventually a plan will be made for each individual property that had post-fire, or had fire damage, or a post-fire plan for that property. So there's all these different entities that are trying to do their little thing, so I'm interested in who this is. But one of the things that NRCS told me was people started going out in the previous fire or post-fire and started putting seed down, and it was the wrong seed. And all they did was cause more problems because it was the wrong seed and wasted a lot of money. So even though it takes time, if you start to get ahead of something, you're going to end up getting in the way of what we're trying to accomplish. I've been very clear with everybody that the city is working with that I'm not just going to FEMA, and I'll tell FEMA, I'm not just going to FEMA, I'm going to Army Corps, I'm going to private contractors, but I need you to help me. And then Army Corps, I need you to help me because I need to, and we're going to hold their feet to the fire to stick with commitments that they're making. This is one of those challenges where it's not just in city limits.
Sure.
And it's not just one solution.
Yeah, I know it's multifaceted and very complex. But I think, that meeting next week that we have to identify what our immediate needs are as a city. And, of course, not duplicating anything from the county, but I think we need to move on this and get those notices out as soon as next week. Start knocking on doors and getting those notices out. Okay, April?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, I know back in 2013, we had a smaller flood, and it was pretty bad. When people it was a panic mode. We had citizens all over the place. We had people trying to figure out who was going to be in charge here, who was going to be in charge there. But we had OEM at the time. He would have what they call tabletop exercises, and I know we can't pinpoint everything, but I think those exercises really helped a lot because our staff, I think it's great, and I commend you, Miss Maria and Diego and everyone else that is doing something, but I just have a reality check right now. You know it's bad, but not until you hear it are you like, oh my gosh, and then I start thinking, well, the staff didn't know what to do. This time, because like they said, it could be sunny here and it could be pouring up there, but we don't know. And what are they gonna do when we decide to tell everybody, guess what? You all became essential staff. So you are to be out there during this flooding and you are to assist with this, this, and this. They're not gonna know unless we start. These next 3 weeks that we have are very crucial. So I think it's very important that we let our staff, all of us, every single one of us that are in the office, every single one of us that are out in the field, we need to let them know what we're going to expect from them. Because if not, we're going to go into panic mode and they are not going to know what to do. There's a lot to do. We need to set up incident command. Like police and fire, you guys will be running this show along with OEM, of course, but really everybody is going to go to you to say, where do you want me? Where do you need me? What do we need to do? So we need to prepare our staff as well, not just, like the higher ups handle the bigger stuff, but we need to prepare us to see what are we going to do. April, are you going to be sitting here and you're answering every phone call and you're going to send it out to the correct person? Because sometimes certain people don't know where the phone call should go. That's very important. Dominic, is your staff going to be available to do procurement and just do it on an emergency level? Send it out. Do what we have to do. Who's going to be the scribe? Who's going to be the runner? Who's that? This is all what I remember from back when we used to get back to our training. And it's still this stuff with me. So I think it's important, even if we only get 2 trainings in there or letting us know and preparing us. I think it's very important because it's going to affect every single staff member.
And I think that's something that we can talk about during that meeting, how much training we need and how fast we need to do it. Thank you, April.
Mayor, in response to some of the stuff that you were saying as far as managing different, clients and things like that. The way I see it and the way we've been kind of talking about it at the police department amongst ourselves is we're more or less going to be managing it the way we did it with fire. Like you said, fire and police are going to be, I guess, at the front line, whatever it is, but I think that's a good idea. If we start relaying our plans to the department, to the different entities in the police or entities in the city.
Bit of training would help, and I'm not saying that you guys would know, because you guys, fire and police are supposed to be programmed to respond on an emergency basis. That is your job. Your primary one is to respond automatically to emergency. It isn't for us.
That's it.
Luckily, I've had the opportunity to work at fire and police, so yes, I have been in that situation. But I think it's important that we prepare all of us to know when he says, you know what, we need our key scribes here, we need our personnel that are answering phones here. Where are we gonna meet? Where are we gonna have called IT and say, set up 5 phones for the phone calls to come in so that 5 of us can be answering phones and transferring it to the correct people? Or one person calling Maria, one person calling Chief, whoever it may be, we need to be a little prepared for this. And it'll set, if you will all be in panic mode, I understand that. But if we're a little bit, if we have a little bit of knowledge of what may happen, it'll go a long ways.
I think one of the things is in 2013, because that's my mind always keeps going back to 2013, quantity of water, the amount of damage, and the response. OEM is really good. We set up over at the county courthouse, I think there was 1 police and 1 fire, one utility, and 1 utilities, and so that was, I can only speak to my involvement in that, and it was really well coordinated, but only once everybody got there. After that, or before that, it was a little bit of a chaos, so we have to be careful that we're not doing internal planning only, and when the real world hits, it's all of us together.
Yeah.
It's the county and the city.
That's what I kind of, I guess, was bringing up. Once we start getting maybe a piece of a little bit more of a time, then fire fee, maybe we can start going out to you guys. How you guys can either input you guys' ideas, or how you guys can, I guess, how everybody can work together as far as time.
In an emergency, we need to know who the point of contact is.
This is already.
If it's Wanda, or if it's your manager, or if it's both, we need to know, we need to put something together to show us who it is going to be calling about certain things. Like I said, just a little bit of preparation will go a long way. And I know once kind of knows sets in, oh my goodness, it's really hard to get people focused. So it's just a little suggestion, a little, food for thought, because I really think that our staff needs to be prepared, because yes, other people are gonna be coming in, and we have like a ton of people that are preparing for this, but not at our level. We're gonna be the ones that are dealing with it firsthand. And then when the others come in, National Guard and everybody else, they're gonna pull staff, and they're gonna handle it. They're the ones trained for it. But meanwhile, while everybody gets in, it's who has to happen.
I think it's a good idea. We'll move into the training portion, but Amy,
Yeah, just really quick, other places I've worked, it's called the Community Emergency Response Team. Do we have that, called CERT, do we have that here? So it's exactly what she's talking about, and it's a whole, we practice and run scenarios and things like that, so, I mean, but yeah, there's actual models and trainings for CERT training. I think that's right, and if we don't have that, we should get that from them, because it's what, anyway, but there is a national program similar to that.
yeah, I've seen the videos. Leo turned me on to the videos, and Leo used to be the emergency manager for the county and the city. So, but definitely, we need to be prepared to respond. I don't want my chiles or rellenos to get cold, so, I want to move on, but thank you so much. We will continue with our reports this afternoon. Yes.
Real quick, if I may. So we'll work on an internal plan for employees, and we'll prove being essential and what that role looks like. But we'll also work with the county to set up an EOC, which is the Emergency Operations Center, which has every ESF, one person from all those stakeholders at the table that are making decisions prior to implementing.
Wonderful. We hope.
Mr. Mayor, do I have time to go over the non-fire projects?
Can we do that with your report this afternoon?
I think.
Oh. Then distribute the food and we can do it while we're eating. Is that okay? Is my advantage of report?
Yeah. There is be no talk.
That is hungry.
I don't want it to wither away. only beat it 2 minutes. Thanks, John. So I did want to go over I did provide departments, projects and progress report and establish the law of budget concerns and staff and data questions. So for water distribution, we are working on a Parkway water line. There, we are having a challenge with many of our projects with supply chain. That's gonna be one of our common themes with any projects that are delayed. Parts are on order. So Parkway and Boston, the same place, same situation, on order. They have some of the parts in, so they're gonna go ahead and start working on sections of the water line.
And
And
that's,
that's the ARPA funding.
and what streets again?
Parkway, which is by, behind Walgreens.
Yes.
We're gonna be working on that one. We're gonna do the water line so that when streets is available, then we can also repay. We want to make sure we did the infrastructure.
Great. I know.
So, I'm done now. You're happy I'm done?
I'm happy.
And then Bachman is over there. We have that whole section of Bachman board to be doing portions of it. I think we have it.
Wonderful.
So these are the two of the projects that we dedicated our, the council dedicated our funding.
Wonderful.
One project, it's our pressure reducing box, but we have about 13 of them around town. Many of them are very old and they're supposed to have redundancy and they don't. So we're gonna be putting that project out for bid. Most likely gonna end up phasing it. Along with the hard to get parts, possibly everything is going on. So we have that set up for bid where we'll most likely see what the bids are and then phase based on funding available. And this will be safe. I have already done that. North Developed water line is almost done. We are scheduling the road paving. When we did this project and most projects and we tear up the road, the contract required to patch the area that was tore up. We had some additional funding. We reached back out to Construction Program Bureau and the state. And they allowed us to pave the entire road, so not just patch. So there will be, we'll mill it and then the contractor will pay. North Dogs.
The residents on North Gonzales have already asked for speed bump. I talked to them. Okay.
We're taking away the potholes.
Yeah.
Hot springs. So one of the challenges with hot springs is it is funded. It is, I believe it is state funding, but there is a Buy America requirement to this. So the pipe that was spec'd out when we bid it out is no longer available. Specs have changed. So we cannot install that pipe anymore and that pipe is no longer available. The pipe is now thicker. So the outer diameter is the same, but the pipe has become thicker. So the contractor is currently trying to locate the source for this material. We found it overseas, but we don't have a purchase overseas. So we're trying to find American made in this case. There will be an increased cost, there's potentially an increased cost to the project. We're planning to find the savings somewhere in the project. It will be thicker material. I mean, it's still C900 thicker. I'm hoping that I believe what the contractor stated was should have less leakage over time, less chance of failure of the pipe. It must have been having much failure with that thickness and they're requiring the piping thicker now.
So that project on Hot Springs is taking a long.
It just started a few weeks ago. The Hot Springs water line, that one just started.
Well, whatever's happening there right now is taking a long time.
So that one was created a water and a sewer line project. And so the sewer line's being installed. The water line is running like parts.
Okay.
This one will go all the way through the intersection at Mills to the other side. So there will be across Mills. This is the first phase. Future phase will be to replace the water line all the way up to near county.
And what's the timeline for paving of Hot Springs?
I know that Streets has received CDBG funding. I believe in their presentation, they'll talk about the status of the CDBG funding. Again, we're trying to get things to the utilities first and then. Hannah Park effluent is on schedule. We hope to have that done within the next month or so. And be able to provide effluent to Hannah Park, but there will still have to be some, I believe. That project need to be done here soon. For water treatment, we're installing some mixers, at our facility, along with the filter media replacement projects were placed on hold. 2 reasons. One, we can't go forward with the mixers in, most likely there's been a possible issue with that filter media. And now with the ash in the system, I'm hesitant to put in a whole new, replace all the filter media and then have it compromised by the ash until we get a little bit better handle on the ash. We already have material, it's currently being stored. We are working on the well field, we're doing some pump tests, so we can do some refitting on the wells, so we can make sure we're maximizing people always coming out of the well field.
Is that, Taylor Wells?
No, it's just, in addition, looking back at our project for Highlands University, there's a well we wanted to acquire in the past, or at least make some sort of agreement with Highlands for us. So we're looking into that opportunity. I haven't SCADA installation, so we just got the bid back on SCADA and it came in about 3 times in estimated cost. So I'm looking for additional funding or a way to scale back the project.
And what is that?
SCADA is the automated control system for the water treatment plant so that we can get keep track of the water quality and what's happening on our homes. We're not going to set it up so that we can do any process changes via phone or via the internet. That's the type of problem in Florida and other communities where they open their treatment system up to being controlled through the internet. We're not going to do that. This is, we want all the information to be able to provide to us so we can make decisions. But our system will still be, we have to be at the facility to make any chemical or process changes. And that's actually follows state regulations. I'm surprised they can do that in other states. You cannot make any process changes without somebody who has the proper certification, and they must be on site when they make that change. That way we can avoid any hacking or anybody overdoing the dosing of any of our chemicals. Trackbacks and high-speed pumps, there's a turnover at Construction Program Bureau, so the projects went back to Peter Nathanson, he's the new person who's section on projects. So he's reviewing trackback and high-speed pumps. Those are a lot of bids, and those are funded under SRF.
Okay.
For wastewater, NMDOT and the delivery stations, the projects have been going on for a while. They're down to 1 tank each. They both need a lid. The lids have been ordered, coded. Once the lids are in, then those 2 projects will be closed down. Independent sewer. This is one of the other projects that was ARPA funded. So we're working currently on that, replacing a large section of the sewer line that caused problems on Independence. While they were working on that, we found that line that goes underneath one of the businesses there. It was directly in the building. There's that sewer line may be compromised. If it is, we're going to have to route a new sewer line around the building. I think it goes from West Las Vegas to the sewer line underneath. I think it's a copy store or a printing store.
Yeah.
Around Independence.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that, with having, sometimes we do have buildings that we built on top of our infrastructure. We're trying to avoid that, and we'll fix it. Church Street was another one, for wastewater that was already completed, that was also our plan. And that was already completed. Council,
Do you know when the painting's gonna happen?
on Church Street.
Oh, not church, I meant. Do you know?
No, I do not know those. Maybe
Are you talking about the West National Front Lake Sarge Church?
Yeah.
They'll discuss it in the streets.
Solid waste, the solid waste, a lot of these projects are starting to increase costs, and solid waste maintenance charges are to go up in cost. We're continuing to try and find the best, most efficient way of doing some of these projects. The tipping floor is in planning, and as as I came to council, the last council meeting, the grading and drainage project, I rejected it because the cost was too high. So we're going back to phasing it and rebidding it and also looking for additional money. So those are the status of the current projects that we have that are in progress, the utilities projects. For budget concerns, based on what I just mentioned, so much increase in labor costs, materials costs, and the supply chain are causing issues with completing projects on time and on the. We were working with AJ. We're working with AJ from municipally, they're trying to help find ways for the cities who have these challenges with cost changing for projects, be able to speak to the financial support from either MFA or from the state. The other thing we're working on to build project conversions, we're trying to plan multiple years in advance now. We have a schedule all my vehicle replacement, so because it's taking over a year to get vehicle replacements. What I'm looking at is going ahead and working sooner, knowing that there's gonna be in next year's budget, the following year's budget, starting to order sooner. A year and a half, 2 years out from the vehicle.
Can I ask, that, you consider the purchase of a project management software for you list every single project and with timelines and everything. Something that could be on a shared line, you know, with maybe 2 administrators, maybe you and the manager and Arnold. I think it's really important because if the Martians come and take you away tonight, who's gonna know the status of all the projects that are in your hand? No one.
Fine.
Okay. But it's very important for us to have that.
So Mr. Mayor, I do have a software program that I'm working on. It's the same one I want to use for updating on the projects related to fire. I provided, I have basically a big version of it right now. And so I'm putting it with the manager and we're testing it out. And it looks like it's gonna be pretty good. I have a call either later today or first thing Monday with the sales rep for it to see what the cost is going to be. For us to have it, make it available to users, I can make it available to project management team, but there's also the ability to make it viewable.
Yeah, just viewable.
So that the council at any time can look at the status of a project and yeah, so we are working on that. Right now, we're going through the proper procurement, but we know that they're not gonna get there until the following year's budget. So we still have to budget for it this year, we still have to encumber the funds, but I also know that it's actually gonna come out the following year's budget, so it's just planning.
Because we gotta be real careful that we don't over budget the next year or the year after.
So a budget for a vehicle this year, it won't get touched, and so at the end of the year, when the field gets closed, that funds cap, and then we get your budget to be able to support. So I won't be over budgeting, or I won't be overspending, but I'm with budgeting. And the time plan ahead.
That's just to add to that, I think the purchase of national tour CS, and that happens the same thing with the police department. There's already a big procurement's already taking care of that. Yes.
And then below this, I have a list of my staffing vacancies. I'd like to clarify that for the divisions like wastewater, water treatment, and water distribution, because we need the high level, more technical employee, but we also have lower level introductory positions. Staff at the higher levels, I don't need as many of the introductory or the operator training type of positions. And we want to leave those available so we can bring people up and build them up. One of the challenges kind of left us where we're at, we didn't have enough of the junior employees to bring them up to those senior positions. So in this list, when you see the total number of positions that I have in my work chart, it doesn't mean that I want to fill every position. If I have a supervisor can do what it would take maybe 2 or 3 of the lower level employees to be able to do, because of certification or experience. I wanted to be clear that just because that number may be there as a fully staffed number, they don't necessarily need to fill all those positions. And I am, I've already been working with, HR, we are getting, the ability to post our positions outside of our normal areas, so there's nationwide, so HR is taking care of that. That was one of the concerns council brought up before, of making sure we're posting our positions in more than just the outfit and the outfit. So we are doing that.
Wonderful.
And then our raw water storage, we are. Last year, we had 42% of our reservoirs full. Right now, we have 76% of our reservoirs full. So we have a lot more water in storage. There's still the caveat of how am I going to treat ash water if the slurry is contaminated. That is a post-fire project. The pre-treatment is a high priority in Army Corps and with my part. We need to be able to. I've always considered that we're just letting the water go, but with what we're doing, that may not be the option. We're going to have to figure a way to treat that water. So that is become a high priority. But before I can confidently say we can treat actually water, I'm meeting with the Army Corps to make sure we can. And they've already came back at the meeting. They're looking at doing some improvements at the treatment plant, up in the canyon, down at Story. They're looking at multiple areas to help with being able to treat ash and water.
So, the Army Corps of Engineers was just here. Are they gonna give you a report, just like an assessment? And when will that be available?
Hoping today, 60%, they're hoping to have a 60% plan, I think by the end of next week, but we're hoping to have the report today. Once they give us that 60% plan, then it goes, it has to go up to DC for final approval.
And could you, make that available to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gibber, you may want to explain what pre-treatment is
Okay.
with the mobile treatment contract, sort of.
So one of the challenges with FEMA and with Army Corps is that some of these installations have to be temporary. Which they clearly said to me yesterday, temporary, there's no definition for temporary. As long as you need it, till the emergency is over. And I said, 10 years, 20 years, that may end up being what we need. So in the case of pre-treatment, we started talking about putting it on the trailer so that it's technically temporary because I can move it. The benefit to that is I can use it up in the diversion. And if for some reason something happens in the diversion and I need to divert from the skating pond or from another source, we can move the trailer to the location that we need it.
And when's that gonna be available to us?
That's part of the Army Corps, on my request to the Army Corps, so once I get the report back, I'm almost done. I also have separate engineers looking into the cost for permanent treatment system. So that we can put one permanently at Story and permanently in other states to be able to address the additional challenge of ash. So, right now, Mr. Mayor, we're doing better on water, we do have that concern that if the water does, when the water gets into the river, it's not ever, it will happen, that we need to be able to treat it. So that's my report.
Have you met with, I'm sorry, my mom will. Have you met with this story about water people?
Mr. Kaplan, I have that.
Is he the only one we have to answer to as far as the damage to the lake?
I would prefer to answer to Mr. Kaplan, we try to put them on the side there. And try and get him to help for things in a way that the community.
Mayor, are you thinking that the water users are afraid of damaging the lake?
I'm sorry, I have really bad ADHD, so can we stop the side conversations for just a while and give full attention to the people speaking? Sorry, go ahead. David.
Is your concern that the water users are concerned about their lake getting contaminated.
Correct.
And truly, they're not. They really wanted every amount of water to go to the lake.
Okay.
Because they can filter it out there and they can,
Okay,
by the time it gets to their canal, through the canal, it'll filter. So they really wanted every amount of water. It was our concern that it was gonna kill off fish life, any economic, camping, anything, and then contaminating our water supply. That's what.
is there an additive to add to a lake that would solidify the ash and the murk to settle to the, like, to create a soil?
It can be done, but then that becomes part of the treatment process, and there may be some issues with the environment department on our treating of water and using Story as a set basin,
Gotcha.
because the chemical is in Story.
Yeah, another, when I was going, where are we at? Get the, heating, completion of it.
So we're working on that right now. They have been doing the excavation, they just got the survey points from the engineer. We had to go through the whole ownership and title company and all that other stuff. We officially own the property. We got the surveys, I think 2 days ago, the survey points from the surveyors coming out so they can, make sure they properly mark all the, what they need to be able to do the excavation, for construction. We're currently working with a schedule. I told them I need to have it done by the 15th of June. They've been told to do everything they can by the 15th of June, and we're staying on that today. I can't guarantee it's gonna be done by the 15th of June because they also have the asphalt contractor who has his own schedule.
The reason that the date is because that's our last date for, submitting back to the chief proposal on the project, correct? They actually extended it for us a couple of weeks so you could use up the money on that portion. They don't fund.
And that's what we got all budget. Work with the people. This way.
I did have a meeting with the contractor today, and I explained to him that he needed to focus on that job. Maybe I have priority, even to the point of working weekends. Needs to get done.
I mentioned it earlier, but I think that part of the planning and preparation for the village, if we can access the property where we can probably reach you. Because when that part comes through, it's gonna be all tires, tin, logs, trees, logs, and whole work, so we need to be proactive on, it's maybe be very, city property, or we can take two.
Is there a practice, have we already discussed the possibility?
So, when we removed some of the timber that's work during the fire period, it's staged on the backside of the solid waste property. There's so many acres that are tied to our environmental permit.
Yeah.
Outside of that, we can store some material for a short term.
And that actually was a special request, we had to get permission from the environment department for a short term, we already asked them to that. But that may not be, I know location, but if the environment department has been working with us, if in case of emergency, if we need to store it there, it's a less bring with the concept of working on removing it as soon as possible. There will be some challenges if we get any debris from adobe structures or anything like that that can't be disposed of through our solid waste facility. So we need to look at not only organic, but hazardous materials or something that might not meet our
Do we need to maybe work with the landfill people right now to let them know that this might be a possibility?
Yes, and some of that waste can be taken directly to the landfill. We have different permitting requirements, transfer station.
Another thing that we prepare for the purchase of large 40-yard containers. In case of applicability of easier.
Definitely.
Any other questions, discussion? You're busy, Mario. Amazing. Thanks, yeah.
Mary, I'll show you over to, streets.
Yeah. Sure.
Did you gentlemen want to come up here? Sure.
Here, I'll get out of the way. Welcome, Ken. Welcome, our afternoon, Mayor Council. Thanks for being here.
I did give you a copy of the streets. August 20.
Oh, you did? Was it in this packet? I got it. Thank you. All right, take it away, guys. Thank you, Arnold.
Just for the record, we forgot to mention the Bridge and National Street project, which is almost complete. I'd say, it's close to 99% complete. I'm gonna walk through on it. There was some corrective action that took place. Minor things that have been addressed, but that project should be closed out as soon as Maria said. I think we should work on close out completely on that project. Then we move on to Romero and Salazar Street. So the Romero portion of the project is 99% complete. Paving was done, guardrail was installed, so additional retainage on it as well that we covered with our resources. And, so that was 99% complete. Salazar Street currently is under construction. We estimate that to be probably around 50% complete. Installing currently curbing gutter on the north side and continuing on the south side as well. Then with a full reconstruction. Nice project, and we got some behind stuff that we're gonna address there to accommodate the residents there with nice driving surface. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. I can take those questions, on any of these streets, please. So, move on, and that was an appropriation, only about appropriation. We move on to our new bid, industrial park, pavement, restoration there. That's in the amount of $450,000. Funded in your city funded project. That one currently is in design phase. And I would estimate that to be, we'll say Daniel, 50%
It's ready to be at the 100%, finalize some real cakes for some other things and stuff like that. So we're pretty close to the final on that.
And where is that?
Then together.
Oh, okay.
So once we get and approve the final design, as all these projects, we do meet with the engineer, their final design, and we our concerns, changes, or anything that needs to be addressed at that time before we just approve the project. So we're going in detail and really visiting the designs, make sure we get the best bang for our buck. And then we move on to the Great Lux Project, which is currently under construction. That was a total of $960,000. That's our match, brings it up to like $1 million project. And I would say it's under construction and probably around 20-25% at this point. Okay.
The construction started pretty rapidly, but then it sort of had.
This, the contractor that is contracted on that particular project is also doing Romero and Salazar Street with the same concrete crew. So they kind of shift them back and forth, and that's kind of the delay in there. But as soon as that concrete crew finishes Salazar, then they'll focus entirely on that. So it should move pretty quickly.
Okay, I just wondering, because it looked like they had built momentum and then all of a sudden I haven't seen anyone on that project from me.
Right, you're correct, yes, and I know that it's working pretty hard to finish the concrete over at Salazar. And they did accomplish quite a bit this week. So,
Is there a timeline for grade blocks?
There's like, you won't take less than 2023 and 2024.
I think that's the project they're asking for is.
100.
So the scope of work is really just to do sidewalks on the north and south side and the intersection. So we were trying to identify working with Robert, to identify how much money was that. Because none of the roadway is in the scope of work. So we've already received quotes from two contractors, I think, to do either concrete service or asphalt. And I apologize, I'm kidding.
yeah, but I was gonna cover. But yeah, we are considering two different options as far as the roadway surface. One being concrete, possibly colored concrete, or depending on cost, is gonna determine what we go with. Obviously, you know, the cost of concrete and the mix and everything that's required is more expensive. But at the point, once we figure out what budget is remaining, what we can afford, and get the surface there, to really finish that project out with a nice project. So, but it is moving forward and it should go pretty bad. Legion Drive. So currently it is in design. I spoke to the engineer yesterday and he has achieved 60% design on that. And so we are planning to schedule a public input on that project. It is a big project, you know, close to $4 million project. And it's going to address, you know, roadway drainage, not just drainage from Legion, but also what's called the side streets as well. We incorporated that into this project and it's all going to be in the design. You know, there's concerns from side streets that aren't draining properly, surrounding areas, and it's going to be great to address those. Point. Thank you, Counselor, for bringing that to the attention and the need there. So that being said, again, we will schedule a public input meeting day soon. So we can get informed, we keep the residents informed within that area as to what's going on and if they have any concerns or recommendations, they could bring that to our attention. And that also will cover some lighting, even future drainage for Hannah Park, even if it's gonna be addressed. That's got some issue there too of not draining, but we're starting out to it. Unfortunately, public drainage portion within this project, but it is gonna be stuffed out and we could tie into it easily.
Is Hannah Park ever used in?
I don't really know. I know some of the practices and games or whatever they have there do kind of go, you know, later in the evening. But I'm sure some of the local residents for the playground or whatever there, I'm sure they having lighting, of course, is always a great security anywhere. And,
I just didn't know how much that park was used to invest that much in lighting.
well, we're fortunate that you know, Rio or whatever spec'd out the lighting, that's solar lighting. So there's minimal cost really, other than, you know, the initial cost of the lighting. But it was all done with, you know, city resource. Stephen and his crew on, and he assisted in, you know, drilling holes and replaced the holes. And so, but I think for the cost that really went into it, it's a good improvement for it.
Understood. The purpose wasn't so much for people to use it at night.
For security purposes, we were having at least there, once a week or so, because went there overnight or, doing drug dealing. But it's pretty for security purposes. And for everybody there, only part of the menu. But there are ordinances, to be quite clear, after the park, or land park, no one's allowed to just parks. Well, security. In conjunction with that funding, I had requested for the consumer, so Casey has, completed the meeting at the city's, chambers, city hall parking lot. And they didn't reach that far in funding, it's not like a big speak, but $1,000. It's not this year, I think those are cost savings as far as all the installation. So, that alone probably saved it. Go ahead.
And sorry, Daniel, if you have anything to add to any of these, please feel free. I want to give a lot of credit to Daniel. He's an awesome employee, a manager there. He has a lot of knowledge. Don't hesitate if I'm doing something about these. So Hot Springs Avenue is also a reconstruction and pavement. That was the CDBG grant, right? So we were granted the full amount. And so that's moving forward. And so that one is 100% design. We're currently awaiting, the finish of the utilities that are being constructed. The reason why we haven't gone out to bids or quotes yet is, we want to get a little bit closer to the finishing part of it because prices are fluctuating so much nowadays, so you can't really get a quote early on because obviously it's not going to be any good 30 days from now. They really saying that the cost of asphalt and anything that has to do with oil will continue to rise. But that'll be a nice project. And as soon again, once we see that utility is getting close to the completion of their project there, we will schedule immediately the process there to get it completed. So national, Douglas and national, that's a tax seal project really. We're applying to Mastic as well. And that particular project was a co-op grant agreement, the amount of $85,000. That's scheduled, that contractor, we procured them through the CES or General Services agreement. And they're scheduled to start not only that project, but several of the projects that they have with us starting on Tuesday. So all those projects,
All this money was, appropriated money for the DOT, so we have to say that we will be done. So we'll continue to apply for this money and hopefully we'll be getting the fortunate.
How closely are you working with Mr. Archuleta? How many projects are we anticipating funding for, as far as streets go?
Mr. Mayor, I'll refer that question, on Danny. Right now, the project has none, is green blocks. The green blocks on the CDBG was. CDBG, when I was appointed to see it, was involved in the grant. One of those things that eventually was funded, I heard in my department.
But I'm talking about current projects, current grants or funding sources for streets.
so you'll probably have to get involved with, we just received a notification that we were awarded our co-op grant, and I know, Robert.
So basically, Robert, now with a lot of these appropriation monies that we did receive through legislative, basically, like, we got $96,000 for equipment and utilizing. We have $40,000 for a purchase of a vehicle, which we are purchasing a snowball machine, a dump truck and a plow. So that's in the work right now. Once we receive the agreement for the $93,000, we're gonna go ahead and purchase some equipment that we could go ahead and utilize in our department.
Mr.
Mr. Mayor, some of the projects that he's talking about are city tax bonds, and those sales haven't been completed by Green yet. I anticipate those agreements coming in after the start of the new fiscal year. So somewhere between July and August, we start getting those agreements, and then we can move forward on some of those projects.
Are we pursuing right now any federal money or any kind of funding sources to improve our streets? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, we'll cover that in a little bit
Okay,
further in the presentation.
thank you.
Mr. Romero, I just want to kind of, I'm sure Robert's probably gonna, in his presentation, but as far as I know, you're catching up on old appropriations and things like that because, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna discuss that, but it's more than catch up on a lot of the projects.
I've got you.
Projects.
Okay, so going further, the next list is the city funded projects, is what we're calling them. And this was, projects that were funded for the surplus of funds that were distributed, per ward. So on the first one, it's Bernalillo Street from Hot Springs to, New Mexico. And it's gonna consist of a mill and inlay, the amount of $61,000 change. And what we did on these, we reached out to counselors in each ward and got their input on, what streets they felt that was, and more need priority, of course, based with our recommendations as well. That's how the projects came about. And we got Lopez Street from Mora to Taos, it's also a mill and relay. And what we're doing is the limited budget on these projects, we're trying to do the most improvement with the funds that we have. And again, these were particularly using a CES general services agreement. And actually, we did get initially some other quotes and used for comparison and felt really strong. Yeah, we did get a lot better pricing going that route. So, and again, these are scheduled to start simultaneously from Tuesday forward. Okay, Calle Dulce Street from Legion to Calle Contenta. That's also a million overlay, the amount of $115,000. Eddie Lane from College to, street there, so that's also another $126,000. Garfield Street, that one we did a full reconstruction on that. That was a problem street that's been, had some drainage issues for a long time, complaints from those residents. Whatever, but so the city did acknowledge that it is a city street. So we had our contractor, concrete contractor, under contract, go in and do a curb and gutter. And we narrowed the street a little bit. We designed it and placed new ADA ramp and also some sidewalk in there. And now this contractor that just came in now is going to resurface that with asphalt. Logan Street from the railroad tracks to Commerce is also another inlay. 55,000. Or Bean Street, and these are kind of in the same area there. And if you notice, if you can identify where they are, we have the ward listed there too. Ward that we use.
And I think I would definitely, what would be helpful again is
Okay.
for all these projects, so that computer program or that project management format would give us a timeline, put us in the red, yellow, or green type of thing. It's moving along, it's stopped, it's, where it is, and can it be completed by August, or will these projects be completed before the end of summer?
Right.
Those types of things.
And with this document, it's actually a working document that we will keep updating as the project moves forward.
Okay.
With it here as well, and at any point, manager or if you request it, and we could pull it up and it'll give you a status of the project.
Yeah.
You know, like all these, if you notice, they say it's scheduled, because they already scheduled to begin on Tuesday, but they're gonna go inside. Simultaneously, they're gonna come in with their milling machine, and they're gonna mill all of them at once, you know, simultaneously. Once they finish their milling, they come in and do, all repair or any type of, failure area corrective action will take place, and then they'll over, and so they'll do all this, and then they do the read machine, and you decide what you need.
Do I have to get with project manager before?
When we want to, they're going to worry about it, they're on those streets, so we're hoping to do that last, because they need to run the water line.
And. Right, he's not active yet.
So we did utilize the CS price of
Okay.
so basically contracted out
All right.
Okay. Project, and again, to get the most improvement possible, we didn't utilize like any engineering services or anything like that. Because a lot of times, you know, just did the. Moving forward on Milton Street, okay, we're now in 14, also doing over 42,000. Still on that green, but lower is. So this project is a project that was done not too long ago. There was some issues with the asphalt that failed, but it's just a surface figure. To save these streets, we decided to do it a double pen chip seal on these. Not just something that is utilized whenever your road is structurally sound. There is a little bit of action that we'll have to address, you know, some potholes and stuff like that. But biggest challenge here will be to clean it. They'll have to clean that several times and all the loose aggregate that's on that road, and then and chips it, which is a pretty fast application. Probably it should be, you know, once it's clean and we will walk over grass. West National Avenue from the plaza to New Mexico. So if you notice that one, it's scheduled ending. So they're also doing some utility work in that area. And as soon as utilities look like they're getting, you know, close to completion, a couple of weeks, whatever, and once we see, we'll start soliciting, you know, a couple of quotes, and then we'll go into contracting, utilizing the CES also. They'll come in and really,
Arnold, excuse me. Right on the West National. Looking at it now, I know they do the job to work out. But I think I did see that they back to the private part of it. And this, the one and just, said finished, this concrete, it looks very unprofessional.
oh, okay. I'll look at it.
And we should try it behind the police department.
Yes, sir.
I was just backed out a little bit that video on that, but it's weird with, you know, you take a look at who the contractors are, make it uniform or make it.
And when we do, always do, substantial completion walkthrough, anything that we see that's not to our specification, and the work that's not done to our, you know, approval, anything like that, gets, noted at that time, the contractor put on notice, and then he has to replace it, so yeah, we just don't let them do whatever involved. We have, already control to, he has guys also the management team, if they're on their daily, you know, sleeping, so, yeah, we just assure that we get the investment.
The reason we are gonna be there, I probably, so it's one of the areas that are very, traffic goes good. Patient, the way they work, whatever. That's all we do about. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm just gonna come back on that project there, Arnold. And I don't know what the council did on this. I know my opinion is, you know, between the church and the county.
all those, Paul Holler.
Can they pull them out? Oh.
Weren't those installed for security for the courthouse?
They were installed so that people would park right on the edge of the, you know, of the property for the church or for the courthouse. But they're really a nuisance, but people live over them all the time.
Is that for maintenance?
Yeah, no, I agree, and they are, it's really, they are, we'll address it by striking and more parking.
Yeah, that'd be better. Thank you.
Perfect. If we move forward, concrete improvements, and these are just small improvements that we have, our concrete contractor under contract, addressing some of these things. Like at the Bugger Park, the Christmas tree, down the wall, and now we're gonna, get in to do some concrete around there, create a nice eating area. So that one, we did already place the tree stand prior. Right now, we met with him this week and gonna move forward into doing the concrete and stuff around that. Garfield, that one shows there, we did have that contractor do the curb and gutter and sidewalk. I see church, there was some areas there that, are bad spots that didn't correct.
I see church, he did do the third better under, he does maybe well as well. 6th Street is the same, we had a well better today. And independent that he is actually working with that board, so that it complete the sidewalk for the baseball park. And it should go all the way to Independence Road. Like that, also worked with the schools, and the schools are putting another 2 feet in the sidewalk, so they'll be, I know our part was 4 feet, and then 2 more feet, so it's gonna be a 6-foot sidewalk.
Where's that?
Independence.
Oh, but
So
how far out? Or just where the fields are?
where the property is, yeah, I just kind of, everything, property. But West City, but they're.
Because they need, that street needs a sidewalk. There's no sidewalk.
It's going from South Pacific all the way connected to the existing by the river one.
Oh, is it?
That's all there.
That would be connected, but you're right, there's some.
And lighting is bad. On Independence.
There's only 2 streetlights, one from my house, one. But according to PNM's, we're reviewing the PNM, their own PNM lights, and it shows that there's more, so that one's gonna look at that.
There was still have a lot of streets in the whole community that don't have nobody. Period.
And I've had a conversation with DOT on how we go about adding more lights, because most of those areas are P&M kind of owned portions, and there's a application process, so like you come and do an assessment for visibility and stuff, but we'll start, or we can identify some of the areas we want to start.
They're gonna start conversion from.
The RFP is going out this coming week for their contract. So we're hoping that middle of July, they'll start installing, depending on supply and demand. Or lack of.
Moving forward, so these are some of the projects, and I'm calling funding pending projects. So these are some of the projects that we applied for grants. This one was East National and Country Club. So we did receive some funding for Country Club in the amount of 66,000 and some change. That was for the quad payment, local government road fund.
I'm sorry, but where's Cookie Club Road?
So, Veterans Park, right off of Mills, Veterans Park.
Yeah.
Going out.
That's country.
Goes up to the golf course.
Oh. Through the block, okay.
Yeah, we have across the street is Veterans Park, and that's 3rd Street.
Okay.
That doesn't have to be divided either.
I didn't know we had a country club. How fancy.
The other one that we applied for was, also, government road funds, but they didn't fund us, and I'm not sure we're gonna reach out and see the
2 years. So, and we give you some funding on that last year. But I do want to find out, I'm curious why you didn't receive the money. We'll find out and see if it was something that we could have corrected or not get the need. Could have been a limit, if one, or who knows, but we'll look into that. Also applied for not EV drive, and we didn't receive that one either. So our big one is University Avenue, which includes part of 8th Street. So we just had about a week ago, we had our presentation, and it's a requirement through DOT. These are DOT monies. It's called the Transportation Project Fund. So, and the requirement, of course, you submit, for application and housing quantities and about some other requirements. And then they schedule grading and ranking. So it's a presentation that each entity has to do the requirement. And then all the NERPO members rate the ranking. Okay. So on this project, we were ranked number 5 out of 40. We ranked pretty good. So they have about $21 million that they're going to distribute to the entities that get selected. So we will receive some funding for that. The next step for this is they'll schedule a meeting with the DOT and their commission. So we go in again and sit down and they review the importance of your project and other things and priorities and stuff like that. And then at that point, they make the determination as to who. But for sure, we focus about that one. And that was our first priority. Our second priority was in Stone Circle, which was also presented. And that one, we rated, I think it was number 20 on that one. So we're pretty good on the ranking overall. At this point, our participants. And again, any opportunity that we get, some funding for any road improvement, no matter what it is, we will do our due diligence.
No, you go ahead.
I'm talking about the funding on the west side, I'm gonna work on that funding a little bit of that. And then I know that I'm working on this power plant on the west side and Peach Street. The area that's real. All these roads are coming in and we're looking at, so let us say that city, that area that can be really bad shape because of the drainage. Because, I think you've done to see it. It's, right, and there's their computer spot. So, one of the transactions coming there, really hard on it. You waiting to that, maybe I'll be back. The other ones, we get this drainage, they become hard. If you get a little part of town that you want out, yours are. Oil, I see that oil. Suddenly can be high. Back in the days, so looking at that real hard, you guys need some info on it or?
There is somewhat of a drainage, what we call it storm drain, actually, within there. But the drop in this way was set up, it's not really serving its purpose, no. And with a little bit of concrete work and stuff like that, we could make it function a lot better. So that's one of the things that we're gonna have our concrete contractor look at and do some concrete around it, and I think
Well, I was kind of, now that I'm getting funded for this part, sort of the design, so the doing, I'm sure that the more they can get that.
the drainage.
That really, it's not, it's small, we look at it. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, Gary.
I see that, storm come down. I see that coming like 6 feet. Water. If you get up. real flat lot of. So, I think that, you know. There, lots, whatever. Give you an option on that. Okay.
Mr. Lopez, is there other comment?
In regards to,
The call that I got from
oh, yes.
the constituent.
Yeah, so I went and looked at it and the surface isn't really that bad. He's wanting it deep, like everybody else. But, I did assess it and it's not in that bad a shape. We need to do a little bit of all repairs and stuff like that, but his intent was to give it,
Yeah, he told me that he would be happy with the pothole repair.
and we'll go with it.
Are there any other questions? from anybody?
One other thing, if I may, I wanted to mention our airport because that is under our department, but currently we have a FFA grant agreement and approximately $450,000 grant. And we're working on light and sign project. So that's gonna get all updated lighting, LED and new signage. For that airport. And then currently we have Molten Project, updating the master plan for the airport. It's a plan that exists, but it's, really, I think it was, last updated in 2011. So we're currently looking at updating that plan. And it's gonna include, the needs of the airport, current needs, and also for future expansion of, possible hangar areas, stuff like that. I think it's currently going on.
This is a requirement that Mr. Hagerman from EPA. Or we can go and move forward with maybe some of the money. So we're trying to move forward and that. Made up the problem.
I know one of the questions earlier was, about our master plans and stuff like that, funding. And I did want to add a little bit to that, yes, it's good to have these budgets on our ICIP or master plan or whatever it is, because a lot of times when we see funding, one of the questions that they ask is it in your ICIP or is it in your plan? And that makes you rate higher, because it's a priority. They see that you pay attention to it and you want to address it as opposed to a project that just came out of nowhere. So when we do update that, any roads and stuff like that, that we really want to get funding for, should be added to that list. Somewhat of a priority.
Still, this, where are we on the water extension line?
That looks like, that's in the vehicle that, Mr. Hagerman is wanting the update of the master plan before we can start a comfortable.
Is that usual or is that his personal choice?
I don't know, he just asked if we could do it because it's so far, 2011, I think the last time they updated that. And they need to, with that funding that they have, they want to show that the airport can actually start expanding by adding more hangars and what they need for.
No, I totally understand what that is, but I don't know if that's something he wants or if it's actually required when you're dealing with certain things. Because he's not very involved and at all, and very hard to reach and doesn't communicate with the communities. And so, I don't know how good he is at what he does, or if we need to, look at another person to consult.
Well, where it's coming from is that in the prior years, in 2012, the city of Las Vegas made in the port of priority, put it in their plans, but they got some funding, and then they were put it to use. So that's why he backed off, and now he wants it to be a part of the plan, I guess, so that when you say that you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it and spend that money. That money was diverted back during that time, during the railroad.
And that's how come I think that he hesitates to help us out because he's tried helping us before and if he wants to spend the money, we go a different direction.
Well, we need, you know, what we could do is we need to bring him here. And we need to tell him what we want him to do. And what he should be advocating for us. And not wait on us. We need to have this relationship set up with this guy. That's totally out of bounds. He's never around. And we need to sit down with him and let him know what some of these projects are. But if he's telling us this just because it's a personal preference, I don't think that's right. I think we need to know, is it a personal preference? Or is it something just to teach us a lesson? Is he gonna keep teaching us to slapping our hand about this forever? Or what the process actually is? Yeah, so I would recommend getting him to a city council meeting, and having him do a presentation and us asking him questions. Because as far as I'm concerned, we've been working for Thank you.
Thank you.
And we did look at a lot of the holes that were missing.
Ernest and his guys, they go and put all the poles that were missing throughout the city.
The light bulbs.
All the light poles that they had to knock down and stuff.
Do you guys work with the police department?
No, we gotta start working with them because we can start,
Well, they could be reporting them and taking them down at night.
right? Yeah, and then we could actually get the insurance and pay for these because that time we had to pay it's a pretty pricey.
Yeah.
So anytime they do a home, we like to get with them. We get a payment on it.
Is it something that you can, put out to your command staff
As far as
to write down addresses of where light poles are out?
Oh, yeah.
Or lights, for that
So
matter.
we can have, the show, that's why we've done that several times on other things. Yeah, we can.
And just because you guys work from 8 to 5, doesn't mean that everybody does. You can assign 2 or 3 people to work from 9 to midnight. And so that they can go around and look around themselves.
And not just lighting, even signage too, any signs that your officers notice that are down.
Street
or
signs.
missing, or, yeah. Stop sign, anything, we appreciate that.
They're usually pretty good about that.
Yeah.
And it needs to be, ramped up.
I think we're staying on top of for the most part, it's rare that we do get calls and we address them right away, but if ever it's needed, we'll go.
Right on. Thank you, guys. A lot of work. Thanks so much.
Before you guys, another one, Maria was already working on this before when she had streets. But, Williams Drive, from the county, from the city limits, south, where are we at on that Williams Drive? Because I know it needs road improvement, it needs sidewalks, it needs grading, and a lot of those needs to do also. But is there any projects that stand up water line or something that you did in Eaton, north from that, or is there any plans on that roadway?
On the utilities of the Williams,
I'm sorry, I'm going on these two extensions.
oh, and it's,
Up to, Williams down.
the sewer line goes past Williams, the water line goes past there for a while.
But is there any project for road improvements at all in that area or drainage improvements?
So we have talked about Williams, the challenge with Williams, part of this county, part of the city.
Well, the area of the portion that you're talking about is what I always call no man's land. The city doesn't acknowledge it as a city. And then, we had this discussion, when I was with the county, and then the county acknowledges it from Red's junkyard on that way as being the county boundary home.
So I think you're only talking about from Williams Drive to the city limits, right?
Yeah, and that's started the area of our city manager backyard.
Right.
On the other south.
So,
So we're talking about that. That's all of it. I'm not talking about the county.
Yeah.
What is, what's not.
Right now, we don't have anything in plan for that.
Heard about.
Oh, that's right.
We did talk about doing from Mills all the way to the city line.
Yes.
We did get a cost estimate on that, they came out at 5 million. And that's, full reconstruction on a lot of the way. And that did address that portion that you're talking about.
I'm gonna request that we cut that project in two phases when we do it, and cut it down from like lower, up to lower lane or region north. Because that area really is, it's like you said, no man's land. There's a lot of people who negotiate roads that utilize that road specific to that road, from region north. on every street.
I think, our next funding opportunities, again, we'll get, potential for council, but we can be for one of them.
And it goes back to what Mr. Arturo was saying, if we can get some funding, for different streets, I would include that street in.
But that's why CIP is not on there.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I believe, the field we already covered item number 3, that's everything else as water project.
The conversation one. Okay. So looking for we're currently in stage 4, which is going out for watering, vehicle washing has to be recycled. Anybody that has a pool, like the hotels cannot add water to pools, city can and pilots can. But other than that, well, that hydrants are used for emergency use and in restaurants that have asked for water. The next stage, and we're actually kind of working on, we're not officially in stage 5 or 6 yet, but the next 2 stages are really about coordination. So that's where we start out with public awareness. We're already planning on that, kind of connected to fire, expecting that there may be some stations going forward, trying to be now about even more conservation there. This community is amazing with conservation. We're at 50 young person per day, which is well underneath the national average. And we're asking them to try and save more. But we will.
Will there be any incentives for people to replace the toilet? Or have to go for the toilet?
We think that the incentive, if people did replace the boilers and all that, but
I know one city in Tucson, near Tucson, they issued, I don't know how many shower times. That you connect to the shower. And you only have so many minutes, that was part of the plan. Well, and now the new construction in Phoenix and in Tucson, you have to have a shower tank. They don't let you build a house without. So, I know it's,
I don't know how to respond to that.
yeah,
I think that would have to be incorporated.
yeah,
Which, that's on the state.
yeah. Right. Because there are so many in Arizona, if you want to build a house, there are so many regulations on water.
I just, again, we are trying to make this community has some water consumption anyway.
Yeah.
That we're asking to stay informed. I don't know where, I don't know what we're asking them to do. Not take showers, not drink water. Take it home, so they can hear.
Yeah.
Less water.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I know, that's why I got my own. My own shower.
and this is that environmental laundry. I don't believe it's less involved, but I don't know how to describe it. That one of them's all right, so it's not water. The water in it, you can
Somewhere.
come from somewhere else. The next stage would be, again, balance it with more coordination and advertising. So the big stage when things start to change is stage 7. That's where we would implement consumption restrictions, where we would either require households cap out at 4,000 gallons, or for the way it's written in the contingency limit a home to 4,000 gallons or 44 gallons per person per household. So if there's a household with 10 people in it, it's a little different than if there's a household. So that's what we're based on. Resident household. The other, and then the commercial convenience. That will take a lot of coordination. And then the question would be, how do we enforce that? You know, are we shutting meters off? Are we hitting people with meter fines? That's actually not in the representation plan. So it has this guidelines that I have to follow. Doesn't tell me how to enforce it. So that's something that Leo and I did start talking about. We're gonna have to probably go into deeper conversations on how we enforce that, how we determine a household is only allowed to use so much water, and what we do when they exceed it. So I kind of say, it does go to stage 10, but I really stopped at stage 7. That's the next
You're killing us already.
big step. So, 5 years. No,
So that could be part of our messaging, to the community on top of flood prevention and all the other things, partially the conservation, not in their commitment. How we go the levels.
Yeah.
Some idea of how much we do it on.
I think that's where we're gonna get more compliance is with the outreach. Right now, I have my customer service staff going to some of these people, not phone calls, not email. They go to the hotel, I talk to them, talk to them.
Yeah. Next item is discuss council meeting dates and times. This was brought up at our organizational meeting for discussion, so here we are. You know, council wants to discuss any ideas or if we're good with what we have. I will be presenting the open meetings resolution at our June next Wednesday, and in there, talk about our dates and times, so we can discuss what council wants to do, and I can add that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we leave the meeting dates and times as they are. They've been like this for a long time, people are used to that. We get more participation from people when they know, for sure. And it's when you start making changes that, you know, we lose, our constituency and they complain if they don't know what's going on. This way it's consistent and I think we should keep it.
So there's a motion?
Mr. Mayor, it's only up for discussion at this
Oh,
point,
that's right.
and then it'll come, I'm sorry, on 15th.
Okay,
That's when it's, and then you can, it's up for discussion.
Mr. White? I brought up this issue about meetings to the third and fourth Wednesday of the month, and simply because Mr. Mayor, you asked me, of everything go before the finance committee. I mentioned before, I got stuck here, doing or something about it, or in the city manager. But if you want to go before the finance committee, just really, the communication can be on. Not before it's okay. Basically, keep it the way it is. Not everything, every item will be going to that. And I know that under the city charter rules, we are responsible for the guidance. It's up to us to determine what's spent and what's not spent. But if there's adjustments to be made for, I know we can spend some of those things, might just have to wait, or we be ready by one. But keeping it the way it is, as it is right now, we don't have a finance director, we're pushing our staff to the limit. And we're in a time frame every month, timeline every month, pushing them to get things done for us to have our meeting.
second Wednesday. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
With that, I guess this, and I know Councilman Montoya brought this up, it was because of the finance committee. Just give my 2 cents towards that, is I think that we don't have to run every single thing that, finance wise through the committee. I think again, and this goes to all committees in general, is I think we as a council need to give direction to these committees as to what we'd like them to see, what we want them to address. I think it's been the other way around where committees have dictated, I've personally been in one committee where they felt that they have more power than the city council, which is ridiculous. And that's the reason why we have elections. If you wanted to make decisions where we're sitting up here, then we should have ran, we should have done that, but obviously they didn't. We have the council that we do, so the decision making is this year. So I think, we want to give direction and get input from the citizens of the city. And I think that's where we give the direction and say, this is what we want you to look at, these are the issues we want you, or ideas to bring towards us, and go from there. I think that every single thing needs to go through the finance committee. I know we want those extra set of hours, but I think if we work together as a group here and give those directions to the finance committee specifically, I think we can make there's some items, I don't think that Dominic or the finance person has to, every committee, they're gonna have ideas, they're gonna have this, and I think it's hard enough for Dominic or the finance person to deal with us, much less deal with another 4 or 5 members of the community that really, their ideas are ideas, they're not gonna make decisions anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I'm open to, I'm not, this is what I have to be type of person, but, maybe the finance committee should talk about what your function is. Maybe you should be clear, the finance committee should be clear what the function is, what your responsibilities are. And, then work around that. But I'm not sold on having everything go through there. I'm concerned about contracts. I'm concerned about paying out large amounts. I'm concerned about, the fact that they review large expenditures before they happen to make sure that there's enough money. If that's the function of the finance committee as it is now, that's what
Like that.
We're getting mixed things here. Public committees, you say that you want everything to go before the finance committee. That sounds right. Number 2, when I went on board with the finance committee, we went over the rules, policies, and procedures for that committee. We're the understanding the role. The problem here is that you wanted everything to go through the finance committee before it came to mayor and council, and that's impossible. Unless things are waiting before they come to mayor and council. So if you're looking at that,
yeah.
you change your mind, you say it's okay,
Yeah,
then we'll just keep it the way it is.
all right, okay. I have the right to change my mind. Anyone would. If I was wrong earlier, I apologize. I reconsidered, I changed my mind, and that's where we are. So,
The thing is, we're still gonna have the finance committee, in short staff, there's still pushing there to do the time frame. How long we can push them to do that is beyond me, and especially now, with all the finance committee. Things will fall in the cracks. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman?
I don't know why the state ever did this. I know my past schools. It's weird. By statute, the schools are required to have a finance committee, and there's a framework that they do. And of course, the questions for finance, in the schools are, they make sure that budgets, like why is there still 100% of this, or why at this time of the month, this time of the fiscal year, are we overspent on our budget, things like that, those kind of things within the budget. Of course, sometimes, randomly pulling up expenditures, things like that. And I know the city really hasn't ever developed that framework. And Councilor Casey could vouch on this one. The reason why the schools work, I don't know if you guys kind of remember, right, going back about 8 years, where there was a business manager that was funneling the money to herself, and then she eventually committed suicide. So there was a lot of pressure on the school districts because there was some concern as to, make sure there's checks and balances within finance. So of course they stuck it to all the school districts, make sure by law, a finance committee and an audit committee. So I mean, this is where I really think that, we need to build that framework, and then the school, then within the statute of the schools, it's there. And like,
So I guess, and I think it's a good time to talk about this, but I think we need to standardize making it for every committee and coming up with what the mission of the committee is, what they do, what, sort of an outline, so that every committee knows that these are the things that they do. And I think that's lacking, and I think that's it hasn't been uniform for these committees to function that way. Some do this, some do that, some don't do this, some make a report, some don't. And so I think it's a good time to talk about that, about the format and having a purpose and what do they call them, sort of a mission for each commission or committee that's meeting. I think that's very, very important.
and with that, I know conversation with Councilor Montoya, our charter does say that every committee should be reporting to city council.
Right.
There's some that haven't ever done it, and I've been here 4 years. So.
Yeah. Well, I think even just, there's only very few of the committees that are mentioned in the charter that are existing. There's a lot of other that aren't mentioned that have been created throughout time. And I think it might be a good time as well to look at the list of those committees and look at their function and see if we even need them.
That's why this organization is being stopped. It's to make those kind of changes every time the new mayor comes in administration. Now, I agree with you that the 7B board, the safety committee, larger tax board, the district board, and the auction committees, DRT, those are the ones that we got to look at specific. Now, the museum and all the rest of them, they can create their own policy, their own deal, or whatever. But we still gotta put once in council, once a year, according to the charter.
Yeah.
But it's not really up to council to dictate or decide how these boards and all that comes about. Even the appointees, those are their recommendations. So we just confirm them, and I'll tell you, I discussed this with Councilman Romero last week. Appointing county residents to city boards, where there's conflicts of interest, it's bothersome. So.
Well, the way I see it on that is not very many people want to serve that live within the city.
Change the charter, change the ordinance.
Yeah, and the other thing is that people that live in the county, live here, they shop here, they eat here, they even though they live in Montezuma, they're still residents of Las Vegas. And so at this point, I'm interested in getting anybody who wants to sit on those committees that wants to work, that are being active, that have knowledge and have expertise, whether they live in the county or not, as long as it benefits us. That's my point. And I know there's an ordinance that says that, but I'm not opposed to changing the ordinance. There are people who live in the county who have expertise and who should sit on committees and have volunteered and said and reached out and said, I want to be on this committee, but I live in the county, in the city. And so we're missing out on some of those experts. It's hard to get people even in town to to come to a meeting. And if they're not attending the meetings, then they need to be thrown off and reevaluated. But, the whole concept, that whole ordinance needs to be looked at as far as commissions and committees go, I think. So, yeah, I'm sorry. But we, we, maybe this is something that we can discuss and put it on the city council agenda. And actually help. What's the next procedure?
We're moving on to department reports. We have police. I'm going to put this on the side and on our police chief.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Today I have my reports, update, and some of the attached ones. Budget. So these are some of the very first pages, the goals and accomplishments that we've done so far. And so the goal of the Las Vegas Police Department for fiscal year is to ensure public safety by prioritizing funding in essential areas. Other goals for the department and maintain staffing levels. So I know there's quite a bit, I'll go over some of the key points and kind of explain, the more, I guess, the more priority one. Continue to recruit, that's very important. We now have 2 recruiting officers on staff. So they're both working together, they're scheduling people to, our plan is with recruiting, we want to have a constant testing process, so we can have a couple people to pull from, throughout the month, or as people leave, bad people promote. We want to have anywhere between 3 and 5 candidates at a time, qualified candidates at a time, ready to be processed through our applications. So we also want to establish, so there's a strict crimes division, full-time crimes division, but we're working more with, I know, the big topic is narcotics. We're working more with narcotics alongside with our agents who are in narcotics specifically. And also with that, we want to be able to have enough staff to have a full-time traffic division. So that will kind of help us out with those trailers that we have. And I think for the most part, you guys have seen those trailers. We've already kind of been collecting data on those, going for those trailers. We set them out on Plaza, we set them out about an hour or 2 on Bridge Street. We're being really cautious with them right now, just so we can collect some of the data in specific areas. We want to make sure they're not, somewhere, we never end up somewhere where we can't find it. But we want to be really cautious about where we put those. They're pretty much set up. We need to pull our data, to see where. This kind of like how Albuquerque did with theirs. That's what they did for a year and a half. We pulled data from those types of areas. So let's see. So this is an important one. We want to continue with large scale planning in the event of large scale ritual. And that kind of falls in place of what we were talking about earlier. We had really good learning experience with fires, how emergency management was, how well our response was, what we needed to work on. And so we found a lot of improvements and what we need to work on. So that's a big part of what we're going to continue to do in the future. We started this, and we're going to continue this to start educating the youth and hosting some trainings for our youth. We did that with our drug campaign. The fire kind of put put a hold on that for a while, for the month of May. And we're looking for probably share costs with the school resource officer. So that is, we'll have officers there, or, with every school, whether it be Robertson or whether it be Rush operating, we'll have school resource officers, that share costs for their salary. We continue to upgrade our equipment, communication, and we are continuing to send officers more specialized training that goes into working drug recognition, how to search a vehicle properly, how firearms, defensive tactics, and there's a range of training, specialized training for law enforcement officers. We're continuing and will continue to do that. So some of our major, some of the challenges that we face, obviously, is staffing.
Mr. Salazar,
Yes.
there's a couple of things that I think that should be added to your future project. And that's getting the community oversight committee board going, functioning fully again. It may not be an oversight, I already called.
So I have it written down in the other one, because we take that out until some conversation that we had, it's the community advisory board.
Okay.
We do want to get that going. Mr. Barn and I have been talking a little bit. We want to get that going. Possibly him and I might go visit another agency to see if we can have some input from someone who's already established that, or if it's talking to some of the council members that we have and seeing how we can, I guess, get that moving again and what we need to have to get that established.
Mr. Romero had done some work on the content or
So Chief, and I think I brought it up, but I know between Scott and I, we worked on an ordinance, and it was an original ordinance, and Scott tweaked it. And one of the next steps we were hoping that would get done is that the advisory board kind of look over that. And then they kind of just made it way, so I think that's probably the first step, because according to the charter, we have to have that ordinance in place prior to any of this, and that hasn't been done. I think we want to meet the spot, because where we are with that and put it on that.
They want independent investigatory powers. So if there's an incident, there's a complaint against an officer, their group wants to be able to independently have authority to investigate the officers and make recommendations that are maybe a little more than a recommendation to the council, that they're wanting to put a bunch of teeth into their work. I don't know how we do that without changing the charter, because the charter says they're just strictly advisory, and they don't have powers to subpoena people or to do independent investigations and to get their hands on the evidence.
Doesn't the charter, the term in the charter say oversight?
It does, that's the part that I'm happy with. So we've been going back and forth, and I told them, my last communication with them is, with what you guys are wanting, we have to do a charter amendment. And so I don't know if they're willing to take something lesser, but if they are, we can get it moving really quickly, but they really wanted.
I think the word oversight needs to be defined.
Yeah.
So that it does not include those investigatory powers and, firing people and chastising people.
I think the ordinance was pretty vague, where it just,
Right.
if there's an allegation, and they present the allegation to the city council, at the end of the day, it's the city council, I decided, just some of that language is probably.
I'm happy to continue to work on it. They just had some real specific requests that I told them I thought were not going to be conducive with what we've got in the charter, but.
I don't think that an advisory committee of any kind should be making any kind of decision regarding complaints against personnel.
Right.
That's why we have, HR, and we have you, we have city manager, that can all deal with that. I do not agree with any kind of outside, committee to be investigating anything or anyone. And so I think For me, if it's a have-to, no. I need to keep on advisory, and oversight can mean a lot of different things. And the narrower the language is for that oversight, I think the better. Because, we get a lot of zealous people who want to change the world and they want to fire somebody and they want him there and he's not doing his job and he's overstepping his bounds or whatever. We don't want that. It'll become a vigilante committee and I certainly don't want that in any way, shape or form. The police know what they're supposed to do and have a chief that is guiding the department. And I think we need to support the chief and the department without interference, negative interference from anybody in the budget.
Yeah, just to keep this in mind, guys, what happened in Albuquerque with their oversight, they were oversight committee, they were conducting investigation. And they did give recommendations to the police department that no one did anything about it. So when the Department of Justice came in on all these shootings, they found out, well, what are you doing with all these recommendations this committee did, and you did nothing to these officers. So it became a legal peril for the city of Albuquerque, because now the DOJ was saying, you weren't saying what you were supposed to do in these committees, and those recommendations you did nothing with. So they fined the city of Albuquerque $50 million or whatever, and they're still under oversight by the DOJ. And it was because, not partly, but a large part of that was because that committee was acting in that way. And they were sending recommendations to the mayor's office and the chief, and nothing would be done with them. So there's a very legal liability for the city to have a group acting that way. So I think defining what oversight is, defining what that word is, and these are the perspectives, these are your parameters as far as oversight. Can they review a shooting that happened? Sure. Could they review a use of force? Possibly. But they can't make any recommendations that the police officer did something wrong or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of one of our last conversations that we had before we decided to, I guess, put a hope on things. Is if they make the recommendation, or if they make a recommendation to do something, like a use of force, and not a recommendation for discipline action. But if they see something in the news, or if they read something in the paper, and it happens to lead to a use of force within the department, and I explained, if you guys want to review that, you guys are more than welcome, if it's everything is not under investigation, there's no courts behind anything, this evidence isn't being subpoenaed in court, that's a possibility, and I explained that to you, you guys are more than welcome to make any type of recommendation that you guys want to review, and then you guys can do it, but there wasn't anything set in place to where they make recommendations on any disciplinary action.
Well, and they shouldn't.
Right.
Because they're advisory.
Correct.
And the other thing that can happen with this group is you can name specifically, oversight includes review of crime statistics or, crime statistics, review of neighborhood policing, where is the crime being committed, review, anything like that. You can describe those as far as oversight. And that's the only scope that they work under. Has nothing to do with recommendations or investigations or anything. Oversight, yeah, review our crime statistics, maybe give us suggestions to the council on how to reduce crime. These are the areas of crime that we need to address to the community, and this is what we're going to do about it. Absolutely, we take that kind of operation. But anyway, the second issue that I want to get back to on your goals is community policing. Getting your officers out of their vehicles and walking with people. Getting them out, knowing people. And in July, we're gonna have a walk again, where you're gonna pick one council member and you're gonna go to the respective areas. They'll walk the block with the police chief. And, just to show that that's the kind of community policing we're doing. So, Mr. Montoya did it last year. And I was scheduled to do it, and I got exposed to COVID. But, so let's get back to that community policing type of, format and reintroducing that into the community.
And that's kind of what I want to talk about, as well. So if we get block the block, and I was, we have a pretty good idea on how we could do it again this year, for the month of July. And then also, light along. I don't know if we're doing after that, and very beginning. We had to check the insurance fund, which we did, so we're good on light along, walk the block and light along. And that's something that we want to, whoever wants to do that.
If I may.
Yes.
I had the opportunity to ride along with, Officer Mark Gilpin. And I didn't know him at all, and he didn't know me, and he didn't look too happy when he was chosen. For me to run along with him. But, we had a wonderful day. And I learned so much about the police procedure. And, Officer Lopez in my high was an amazing human being. He knew everybody, everybody knew him. They treated him with dignity and respect. He was the only person who could approach a teenage girl who had attempted suicide in one of the high schools. He went up to her and knelt down in front of her and talked to her and convinced her to, get into the ambulance because she was refused. All of those kinds of things that he did. He was kind, he was gentle. She was hugging him and thanking him for his help. He was just amazing. He went to the hospital. He waited for the parents. The parents came in, talked to them, got everybody calmed down. He took total control of the situation by still treating people with respect and no judgment, of that girl. I was just amazed, and I was just so pleased that I had the opportunity to go out and see one of our police officers in action, how they dealt with an emergency situation, how keen his ability to spot a license plate. I would through the car, just the license plate. And he's calling it in, and I'm like, was that the one that we're talking about? He said, yes. So I'm like, wow, you're amazing. And so those are the kinds of things that they're trained for, and I got to see that training in action. One of the best things I ever done. And I recommend it to the customer perspective. It gives you a whole new perspective as to what they do on a daily basis, the different situations that they have to deal with, and how they deal.
We'll wait on your invitation.
Yeah, we'll get that set up, you guys will have something happen. If you guys agree to do it, it'll be up, I guess, whatever you guys will time within a week and to accommodate you guys.
Sure. Second, back up a little bit on the case that was, matter of fact, we have a resolution or an ordinance, actually an ordinance between you, the commission itself, what can be done and all that.
No, all we have are bylaws, all the bylaws, all the communities are scattered here, all the cookie cutter.
Because reading at the city charter, it says that the governing body shall establish by ordinance the power and duties of the commission, which shall act as an advisory committee capacity only to the governing body, actually, not to anyone else. So I would look at section 605, the police advisory committee, and we'll start working from there on.
Still now?
No. Councilor Montoya, that's the ordinance that you were working on, the actual ordinance. And going to that, and this is kind of where in the charter again, sometimes we went through the whole charter, I thought we should have had that in mentioned. But It's still down, it's in there for however long till we do, amendments again. But this is kind of the interesting part on that, because it says, yes, it's advisory, but it says regarding police policy, procedures, complaints. And I think that's where the oversight and teeth, where the committee wanted some oversight and teeth. But, we have to be very careful on that, on how we do it, but it does say that the ordinance shall say how they're gonna be, how the committee will be addressing those issues. So that's where it's a catch-22 where, we gotta make sure that it's in there in that ordinance, but at the same time, not make sure that they.
But even then, I mean, complaints and investigations, that could be completely different. I mean, it could be someone calling in and saying, this officer was saying,
Complaints regarding police activity that have been received by the city.
And it's okay to look into that, but to a certain limit, to a certain point. And if it's already in the court system or the investigation part of it, you're all alive there. So you know what, this going forward, it's already been taken care of. Now, if it's something that can be prevented or in the future and stuff like that, and they don't talk about it or make a rule on it or whatever, then that's fine. We need to come up with an order.
It's right, because this hasn't been agreed to by the one.
Scott, did you, or did you have the chief, or maybe you could send us a copy? I might have it, but I got to get it.
So that ordinance has already been adopted by the council.
No, it hasn't been adopted. It's drafted, ready to go. It's just disagreement with the board wants more power.
Well,
That's why it hasn't come before.
It's not up to the board to pass the ordinance, it's up to the council. So you bring it before us, we'll take care of it. And we decide.
I agree.
According to this charter.
And that was the purpose for visiting other communities, because some communities have oversight or whatever the call it, or advisory board. And looking at their ordinances and coming up with, or augment the one that is real narrow at the time. But we don't believe that. And if there's a community that has the best standard, or they're operating under, go visit them, go to one of their meetings. But I'd really like to see that functioning by the end.
I think we covered staffing, one of the challenges of the department. Some of the accomplishments I'll go over some of the highlights again. Within a month of, since I started, we have the region for narcotic task force almost fully running with the other agencies. That hasn't happened probably for me for quite some time. Like I said, within a month, those communications are already running. We are already starting to work cases alongside the sheriff's office and the DA's office, and establishing those relationships that were diminished for a long time. And with that came the creating of the 3 positions. We hadn't had that for a while. So we created 3 narcotic positions solely devoted for narcotic enforcement. So with that, we'll continue to work with sheriff's office and all of our regional agencies, which to include Taos, Raton, obviously our sheriff's office, and our DA's office, and Spring. So we're reaching out to those agencies. It's just this last month, it's created chaos for everyone. So let's go. So we purchased 7 2022 Ford Explorers that were fully equipped with full patrol. We backfilled some investigation positions that were vacant for a little while. So another thing that we did in a short amount of time, we established talking with the top. We developed good relationships with the fire department, started battle with the badges, and we were working on public safety day. And the month of May, we were going to beat fire at a basketball game, but we didn't have that opportunity. So we're going to reschedule that and probably months to come, or a month to come. So, and then so council had given us, some funding for our vest. They gave us for our vest to equip our officers with brand new rifle protection vests. And that replaced all of the vests that were, out of date, expired. So now there's no out of date, out or expired vests on the streets. They're all up to date. They all have rifle protection in the front and the back. It's the highest level of armor protection that we could have right now. So with the Battle of the Badgers, like I mentioned earlier, we did the drug campaign with the schools. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to get those. I have presented it to the mayor and council that if you guys wanted to vote on that artwork, whenever that time comes, we'll request you guys do that again. If you guys choose to do that, and then we'll run forward with that drug campaign. We did quite a bit of promotions. We promoted 4 officers to the rank of sergeant and 2 sergeants to the rank of lieutenant. So that moved. We now have quite a bit of leadership on the streets. This is our lieutenant sergeants. So we're able to pretty much run the streets with quite a bit of experience. I know this was a big issue for a while. We had 5 auction vehicles and 2 vehicles that we did total for insurance funds. So those are getting out of our little parking areas, and we can start cleaning that area up. We purchased, well, I mentioned this again, 2 of the speed monitoring trailers. And again, we're collecting data for those.
And, what kind of data are you doing, the speeding yet, or just doing counting?
So what it's doing is it's counting, I guess, the number of, the high traffic areas, the speed, the average speed, the time is on the highest level of traffic. There, the average daytime and nighttime speed. So that'll give us a better idea on where to strategically place those trailers. But it's not that much of an inconvenience for us to move those trailers at any time. And also with that, we have.
And the reason why I asked you, Chief, I know I had actually set up a meeting to meet with you, and then they were there, so it was kind of nice, but when Albuquerque released theirs, they did a 30-day, tried it, let the public know. They sent out actually warnings to those that were speeding. And I think they broke it down to, I think it was 2,000 warnings that were given out. I don't even know if it was 30 days, but it was a certain amount of time. Yeah. There was so many that were over speed limit of 10 miles per hour. They caught, I think it was about 10 or 15 that were over 100 miles per hour. So I was just wondering if that kind of data, are you kind of breaking it down?
So we'll have a better idea on how to do it. So we're gonna have a training coming next Thursday. It's a full online training, an hour long. Me and all the supervisors are attending that training. It's all online, it's free. It's a live webinar. So we'll be able to, get better guidance from him. Because right now, that's what we're doing right now. But he's telling us that we can do stuff like that, get more data. So that's what that training is for. And if anybody, any of the members of the council or anybody wants to come and look at those trailers, you guys are more than welcome. I know Councilman Merrill set up a meeting. They were there fortunately, so he got to see if they look like we turned them on. If you guys want to go by and look at it, they're there in the park. Let's see. We're going to you guys have the code enforcement cases. It's the little chart here. So what we did was, I don't know if you guys saw what was on the drive before. I know the manager has seen it, but we kind of broke them down on where we broke them down in 6 districts. So that way they're able to just patrol each district more thoroughly. And instead of doing it from numerical order, just all in one line, that's the way it was before. We still have that, but here it's broken down in each district. So the police department operates north, central, and south. If these have two districts in each of those. And you guys can see which ones are active, which ones have been resolved, which ones are pending. And down at the very bottom of the second page, you guys see a number. How many are active, how many have been resolved, how many courts are pending, and abatements needed, liens to be filled, and one bench warrant.
Is that for that specific staff district?
No, that's for all of them. That's for every, that's for all 6 districts.
So there's 56 cases active,
Correct,
43 that were resolved,
right.
6 court pending, 3
Abatement
abatements, and 2 liens,
to be filled, yes.
and 36.
So that the bottom of 36 citations were issued from the month of, from June 2021 to present. And we started getting up, they came over to the police department. So they've been over with us at the PD for probably about 3 months now.
Okay. Well, Amy's here, so she can comment. I'm going to be honest, and I'll run it with me. 36 citations issued from June of 21 to present.
Yeah, so the citations, so up at the top, let's see, this was just from you had a date on it. So up at the top, it says, so June 5th, the president. One reading. Yeah.
So that was just for what period?
So yeah, that was from that time period that you read off earlier.
For June 21 to present.
Right.
That number seems pretty low.
I'm with you, I think,
Mr. Mayor, where those code enforcement officers not been. So problem before that, there were, if there was anybody, I don't remember us having any officers. 25. So these guys have been doing this. Yeah. So that's probably the last citation and then they took over and that's when it started. No, sorry, fine.
right.
Make sure that that number goes up. We'll make sure that number goes up.
Yeah, that number, now that we have everything broken down in districts like this, that number will significantly increase.
Okay. Is that for code enforcement?
Yeah.
As part of code enforcement is their initial contact is they try to resolve it informally without a documented citation. A lot of times I think they've had greater cooperation by the residents. So some of those stuff that they're doing is not going to show up on there because they're going, talking to the person, they need to clean up your yard, you got a whatever with your dog or whatever it is. And, you know, preferably they can resolve all of them without citations, but obviously there's going to be instances where they have to get citations.
Yeah, I know that. Okay. So is there talk about setting a goal or? how do we revisit this in 2 months, 3 months?
So we, yeah, you guys have any input and questions about this, we can address it now. So, however you guys want to address it.
That's something that needs to be done, believe. This case is coming forward, do your job and just go up there, and do what you need to do. And all we wanted, as far as what's the thing, what issues. Not to, I don't know. I don't think they're, goal, I don't think they're, on a schedule, as how many you do and stuff like that, it's just. The situation arises, or take care of it. I will, the whole this, it's just talking to somebody or the cabinet or if it's court, whatever it is, you just need to stay on top of it, be consistent throughout the whole city. Right?
And so to that, Councilman Marquardt, we're gonna start implementing daily for code enforcement. So every time the attorney said, sometimes it gets resolved, but it's not reflected on this, that they continue to do daily and turn those in through the chain of command, and we'll have the exact number of how many people they deal with and what they're dealing with.
Do they write a report for every contract that they make?
They have not, but with those dailies, it'll just be, those dailies will work like our CAD system. Anytime an officer goes out, he's dispatched out, there's a time and an address associated with that call. That not necessarily a report generated, but it's documented that he was there at this time. So that's what they're gonna be doing.
Have you decided that they're gonna stay at the police department or they're going back to? Belgium?
So my thought was is that we have hundreds of difficult residents that have been a revolving door for the last 20, 30 years, and nothing's gonna change. And my thought was that they have the authority of law enforcement behind them. Even if a police officer would show up on scene with them, doesn't have to say anything, just that they're there, while the code enforcement guys address the homeowner, so that they know that there's some seriousness behind that. And that was what we wanted to try it out and see how that worked out. Obviously, there's some structure that needs to go in there so that we have some science behind what we're doing. But my thought was that we keep them there, but they do have to directly work with planning and zoning because all of those calls are coming in this route. One of the things that we may want to do, I don't know if it's allowable, but when the guys are going to a house that they randomly come across, not that they got a call, that they call it into dispatch, that's logged into CAD. So at the end of the month, that CAD can be, a report can be ran with all those that they called in and said, hey, I'm at this address, I'm addressing this. And it's good for dispatch to know what these guys are driving.
Right, and we have been doing that too. But in those days that we have, there'll be more detail on. Because sometimes we're able to give a disposition of the radio. Sometimes they don't. Each of the dailies will have, regardless whether they get a dispatch or a disposition of the radio or not. And that's so, like the manager said, the reason why they had went over to the police department. One was more for their safety whenever dealing with some of the I guess, the problem homes, and the problem houses, and the problem people. It was stewed, done right away, that they were pending for a while because of, I guess, the lack of law enforcement presence with them. So once they went over, they got those topics there.
I mean, it's not an easy thing. Our code enforcement guys have been met with weapons.
No, I'm sure.
different things. That was our science. We're on law enforcement.
I totally understand. It's a very difficult job. But, code enforcement is going to be on all our lists. And I hate to say it this way, but we're holding code enforcement to the fire. And they need to produce. And, we want that number to increase by a bunch. And, we want them busy all the time. There's plenty of work. But if we could, I would also recommend like walk the block. I would really recommend that code enforcement take each of the council people with them and identify areas within their ward that they need to check. You're not gonna have. You don't like it?
I don't. That's fine.
Why?
I can repeat that.
Why don't you like it?
That's still.
Mr. Mayor, I've been reading the manual, and how you might just send on that is.
The thing there is that we have problems in all of our.
Yeah.
That are, and the things that, it's hard not for the council or for any other council members to our city manager, know what's going on. It's nice to walk with the areas that are checking, they're not checking, they're not looking at them, and they go by there once, 3, 4 times a month. We're not doing nothing with them. And that's how come we have a problem that we have in our city. Because they're not following down these people, they in their yards, they jump the cars out, the dogs, I mean, anything that's got to do with code enforcement. And it's been like this for years and years and years. And the thing is that we do so much, and then we just like, oh, they let these people go on and on. So it gets to a point that it's down to the city, you know. On my ward, I won't say anymore. It's a problem. It's a big problem.
I just think there another set of eyes is that an issue. I mean, we don't have to go with them and knock on the door and say, hey, Mr. Resident, you have a jump car here. But we can point out areas within our respective areas that need to be worked on. I know of a big neighborhood that we absolutely need to do something about. And it needs to be happening with DEA, needs to happen with FBI, needs to happen with code enforcement, state police, sheriff, everyone. That area is deplorable. And you know what you're talking about.
So, this isn't, I mean, if you guys are wanting to point out a specific area you guys ward or anything, you guys are more than welcome to come to the office, give me a call, and I'll relay that, or if you guys even want the code enforcement contact number, we could do that too. And I understand when you come up on some occasions, like going and knocking on doors, like, hey, we're gonna be watching you here, but if you guys have an issue, and you guys are bored, you guys can give me a call, or I'll put you in contact with code enforcement guys.
What was your take, Mr. Rubin?
My computer is. I think we talked about being proactive in, it's like they say, the one that tries the loudest gets their needs met. And that sometimes happens with us, those that call us, of course, we're gonna be the first ones to call, but we need to come up with a proactive solution within code enforcement that it's not taking, it shouldn't be for them to be us counselors taking and say, hey, you need to look at this one. It should be automatic within those individuals that, in whatever system we create, but whether it's within PD, I mean, even, straight up utilities guys that are in certain areas. I mean, we're all one city of Las Vegas. Every employee shouldn't be territorial. I mean, but utilities guys is working on utilities. The place is a mess. What's to tag something that that needs to be addressed, and it goes. I mean, there's a system of procedures going on. It shouldn't be just those areas that we're getting the calls or oh, let me take you to this area that's really bad, because the reality is, I mean, we all know our neighborhoods, but I'll be the first to admit, oh, shoot, I got this block when we went on a ride or something like that, you know what I mean? And who's to say that block of area that we did go wasn't just as bad as some of the areas in our neighborhood? So I think it's like an overall fairness approach and proactive approach as far as from whatever system Leo, you could come up with, it's just not, I mean, code enforcement can't do it alone, because they're not in every single neighborhood throughout the county. But I think from the city's standpoint, within every department, somehow there's a system that can be created that all it takes is just one person to, you know, make that suggestion.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna suggest that, I mean, maybe there's 4 wards out there, they only have 2 code enforcement officers. Maybe it'd be a good idea to maybe request 2 more. We have 1 for each ward, and if you have a police officer going out with each individual when it comes to confrontational call, then it wouldn't be so bad if they were out there alone with that officer, instead of having 2 driving 1 truck and not covering the city. You also have 2 CSAs, I believe, and I'm not sure like what their role is right now, or if we're going to establish something for them. Maybe we can just cross train and have all 4 of them go out to separate wards throughout the day and document certain things. I know sometimes it can be a safety issue, but a lot of times if they all have radios, they all have cameras, I notice that now, which is a plus. But I mean, you have 4 wards, you have 4 individuals, send them out, and tend to need an officer, they don't confront the situation until the officer goes out. Maybe you'll get more bang for your buck. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
And that's a very good idea.
I do like the idea. I think that what I see it is, I could see, there's 4 wards, there's 2 code enforcement. They could say, hey, we're gonna work on each ward every 2 months. Okay? Because right now we have them all over. We have them, Councilman, or whatever, this is all of them, all the, or city manager, they're like flying around, you know, and set up like some kind of a routine that they would concentrate in each ward, at least twice, at least for 2 months in a row, and work it all the way around every 2 months, every 2 months. And then concerns that are coming from our citizens and from our councilmen, it could be addressed even better. Not now, not every day, you know, we invest many funds in our wards, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
And I see your point, Counselor, on that, except that if you focus on one ward for 2 months, that means that all 50 wards are going to be backed up for 2 months, or for 3 months, or 4 months, or whatever. So that is also an issue. And this is just an idea. I mean, a food for thought is that if you have somebody in the ward that they are actually stationed that ward, then maybe things get.
I think that say we have for all person in each ward, and our population is only at 12 to 13,000. You know, they're gonna come to us that so fast. What else are you gonna do?
But right now, the main focus is everything that they have not been able to. You know, maybe after it's come up, then maybe then the routine will be different, that we go out for something.
And maybe, you know, maybe at the next month, maybe then work the wards every week or every 1 ward at a time.
Yeah,
Or
and
rotate.
like I said, it's just a food for
Yeah,
thought.
I understand that.
Everyone has ideas, but I'm just trying to think how we can cover more,
Right.
instead of having 2 individuals going to one house and just taking care of 5 issues in 1 day. Why not, like,
Right now.
let them target each section at their own pace or whatever? I don't know.
So yes, I agree with that, and so I agree with both of you guys as far as rotating in between each ward. That's kind of why I made the district, just because those districts are from 1 to 6, and those districts fall on certain boards, so they can do District 1 to 1 and 6, you know? So that was the idea behind it, so they can get to each ward efficiently. And well, you know, like we talked about before, increase these numbers out here. If we could get 2 more, that would be ideal. I mean, obviously, more positions anywhere is more beneficial. We do have a plan for at least these 3 or these 2. We're actually looking, and we're saying it's gonna work. So, but again,
council chooses to give two more positions for that, that's fine too.
But you don't have different positions, though.
For police, yes.
No,
For code, no.
no.
You can look at.
I would recommend you keep those two in your next year's, budget for the department.
There's positions you can move around, in the department, or in the other.
Well, that's what I'm saying, you can open up to positions and we can probably do that. The other thing is, my role is not that. Go for enforcing ordinances and telling people what are doing something. We have a city manager, we have a police chief, we have code enforcement. So that's not my role. But either way, I would say that my role is to tell you that, adequate staffing and adequate training is important. And I'll tell you, even with all the directors, I think they're familiarizing themselves with every city ordinance that there is. Because, every time we run into a problem, we don't know what to do with it, and we go barking on the attorney's office, which is okay, if you don't know. But we should be informing and educating ourselves on all the city ordinances, and that way, that's what's gonna save the day. That's what's gonna save your job, that's what's gonna save the city, and that's how we're gonna move forward. If you go to court, well, here's the ordinance, this is what it is, that's your backup. Well, I think that, staffing, adequate staffing, now that you're dealing with your budgets for next year, if you need help, let us know. It's that simple. It don't make no sense to have 20 trucks and 10 employees. It don't make sense. So let us know so we can add that on to the budgets and work with our finance department and city manager, that we can give you the tools that you guys need.
I hate to speed it up, but in the sake of time, we're gonna need to get through some of the reports, so I'm gonna ask you to finish Mr. Salazar, and then, move on to our next.
So I'm finished, and now that you guys have any questions, but I'm not finished, I appreciate it.
I'd like to know what the future holds right now, besides the other people that are welfare. Where are we still in balance now? Or we closed down?
They're still there at the shelter right now, and we're kind of working, we talked with the sheriff's office and the Humane Society, both the buying control, our animal control guys, they're talking with them. I know we're working on staffing, and that's, as far as that's a little, and kind of, I'm on the dark right now, I don't know as far as staffing, but
Mr. State Magic ones that are going to,
He was already the 26th, was the last one.
it was you already?
Was it not extended?
It's a 26?
The 26th of May was the last date for the order.
Oh, May. Okay. So what's in our plans or in our budget? We have to take over that within the city.
So we're working with the county as well, with Family Humane Society, that has come in to help with the fire response, to see if they can help us in the interim until we start getting some staff. But there is some staff that's within the AWC right now that's actually not 100% happy with the way that the AWC has worked, and they're willing to come and work outside of AWC. So those conversations are going on because we have to manage come July 1st.
Was the extension, is there an extension for the RFP?
It hasn't been extended, but I had them look into basically getting positions so that we wanted to get a longer period. And also not only get a longer period, but have them go research and contact some of the other entities here in New Mexico that do that in other cities.
Yeah.
I've got them, I asked them to get positions set up to do that with the anticipation that if we didn't get any responses, maybe we could do another trial. But they hasn't, as far as I know, it hasn't been re-advertised and all that stuff.
Mr. Romero?
On that case, Mr. City Manager, this,
At the end of the day, AWC right now has posted that they're not interested in this. But that's what I got, that's the many messages that I've received. How many of us have yet to, but just to be a little proactive, and of course, it doesn't have to happen, but I would suggest maybe you start posting some of these positions. Because if we wait till January to post them, and at the end of the day, if people apply and they're qualified, things like that, we're already ready to go come the end of June. If we wait till then, and then we say, well, we have to post it, there's the requirements of posting, doing all that. By that time, we're already 2 months behind, so we be proactive, and I mean, if a miracle happens, if something, comes to fruition, then we're okay, but at the same time, we're ready for we take over of the.
Is there a possibility of working in connection with the county to?
That's what the conversation is right now, that we just, between the two of us, we manage the site. So we'll have to look at job descriptions for, shelter manager and some of the other staff within there. So we're going to start looking at local descriptions this week, put something together and see if we get any applicants for that.
We have to be prepared because we can't wait till July 1 and we're like, oh, shoot, now let's start looking for these positions. Whether we get them in, like, in the end of June, we get applications, at least we're ready. I mean, we don't have to hire. But we're
The other thing is, sure, so manager, we might be thinking about, asking the county to join us. Part of the funding for the legislature for our own shelter.
You mean for a building or before or?
For the building and the operations of.
Well, we were already funding the operations for $130,000.
Yes.
Have that funding that we can put towards the facility. We were paying all the utility things already.
Yeah.
It would just be part of the side and then. Well, we could definitely have that conversation.
Mr. Mayor, we have our fire chief, fire chief back.
Just thank you, have 2 minutes, no, I'm just kidding.
I'll make her up with you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Teachers so inspired by the privilege. So first, just a quick current project we have going on. We did get the items over to that Knox residential program, which I know the mayor and city manager about. We received $5,000 in grants awards from AERP. Basically, what this project said before, it's going to allow us to loan out hotspots over 50 and high disabilities. So we no longer run into that problem where someone calls, can't get to the door, it comes over the radio, the key's under the doormat. Only nine keys in existence for the boxes that help out fire county security. We'll start that July 1st and leave it down on one basis for citizens if they easier and safer for us to access them without breaking down an order. If you have any questions, then we come back to it. We've already covered 3864 out of it, and there's 11 purchases to use toward the advertisement. And the file life will save a box as well. The file life will sits there. Tell us any medical history, allergies, problems like that. So if they're unconscious, we treat the problem. Next one is New Romero Fire Station. First, I want to visit Ms. Wanda. She did a lot of spectrum reading as you went out there for several months and start categorizing and doing the proper storage of the artifacts since we don't have that knowledge. We are planning the soft opening July 1st for the fiestas. There's a few items we are waiting on, such as the mannequins. They order special mannequins. The government can like see it, we've got things, display cases, labels, it's kind of different. Let me see. And to remind you also, as you come and see this museum, it is a living project, it's a growing machine as time progresses. Get more artifacts. Hermit's Peak, Shaft Canyon Fire reporting advertisement. Right now we're collecting all the data for Hermit's Peak Fire. We had over 1,500 hours combined with our personnel alone, providing water treatment tank protection as well as standby for the airport for the Eagle operations out there. We did receive an order from the state, a resource order for an engine, and it's injured to be at that airport from 6:30 in the morning till we stop flying in the evening every day.
So we will use some separate funding, trucks sitting there as well as their neighbors. During that kind of 15 hours, because this crews patrolling the city and the Riverwalk area before the fire was actually starting to threaten us, just to watch out for hot spots. Standby protection of water treatment behind the reservoirs, as well as airport trackers and standby here. I did want to put this in here to help you notify the structural protection team that we proposed and brought down. It has all the departments that help assist along with their engines and crew will be getting out official letters.
I was just gonna say, we can get those thank you notes out as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. And I would like to note that, especially Colfax County, doesn't want to be affected by this now, but these all the regions at our own, so.
Wow.
I am in negotiations with one for a world record right now, trying to close out and be on the agenda to sign contract. Everything's been working well with that, so next week we should be closing out the final, ratifying the final agreement. We're working on our OSHA compliance initiative, this current project. We procured a respirator testing system which uses negative pressure. So we don't have to spend funding every year to buy the chemicals we support. All of our guys have tasted for the OSHA for the respirators and the good that part. They've all received their annual bloodborne pathogen training with the department, as well as we will start receiving the TB testing. This month we'll be doing that in-house. ISO project, just as Chief Montoya started, we're working on reducing our ISO from 5 to 3. With that, we had to increase our annual funding to state fire as well as the lower insurance premiums for our business.
When can we expect that to be done?
I would like to have them come out to do our evaluation by next year, sir. And we've already started working on it, so we've increased our training on our guys. Today, we've had a total of 33,607 hours of training.
What part of the inspection do we need to move up on, or what do we need to do to complete that, to get that inspection? I know the fire hydrant is one.
That was our biggest issue, fire hydrants, so all we needed is I'd like to get one more year of testing under our belt before we move forward. But at the very minimum, they want us to win every 5 years. We do it every year, it'd be great. But I need to get with the reality, we need to work on the funding, that's a cost. But we do have air systems, if you pull up our system, fire for you can see every hydrant in town, like load last, any work orders that done. And the other item is a few items we ordered for our apparatus, such as cutting torches and a few other pieces that will help meet ISO maximum point. Our crews have also received, since this last year, 30 fire unit certifications. Our personnel includes EMT and firefighter 1 and 2. We also have another firefighter certificated and EMT as well, which helps to folks that we don't want to us to start keeping up.
Is there, Stan, is there a possibility of identifying trading opportunities for county?
We're already working on it with the state fire about coming out to do a swift water training. Because most of the time there is someone that's missing from Story Lake, we get called out to get the area cut. And I was actually speaking to Dominic earlier when we started discussing this about the emergency purchase orders and order proper equipment like rescue for water rescue.
Do you know how fast you can do that too?
I told my captain to call Austin, who's one of the head people of the academy, and I'd like to from the next. And if we can get it down here, we'll invite you time to go from this close.
What about, one side or
I still haven't, we people certified in that right now in the department. Three of them? Yes. I have my captain, one of my engineers, and one of my lieutenants certified in that. And we're working on trying to bring that back. It's just up until about January, fire academy shut down for classes. So we guys have been hustling trying to catch up before the academy. After they closed down because of COVID again or whatever. And we have been also working and talking to Luna about assisting in opening fire and EMS classes here in college. So we're working with that portion as well.
If I may, I know Chief is working on fire training 7 years. Where are we at?
We're still working on it, sir. In fact, I've been talking to Henry Kapon's office since January for funding of that operation. And then, we have to apply for a grant last year for street fire, $300,000 to start the process. They get the COVID money, we're on the award list, ran out of money by the time they got down to the fire area. They gave it to us, small departments that hadn't been fighting in years. We're also with other fundings through AFG this year, the federal, and also from state fire, to like 15. It can be done, $500,000 maybe. Because I agree, Councilman Toya, I'm tired, so my guys. We'll put heads on beds here and get firefighters. Annual fire inspections, now that we have, closed out everything, we can hire that fire inspector, we can hire a deputy chief, supposed to be going again, so we only had 83 for this last year. That also included 63 pre-plans, where the firefighters go through, check the building, mark any hazards, chemicals, issues they noted. So when they respond to fire, they are never came back. That shut off, spray boxes. And those are into our system as well, so they can pull up the grand on the computers. Annual equipment apparatus training for ISO. We actually have scheduled today for ladder testing. They're testing all the ladders on our apparatus, including our aerial truck and our hose, and hydrant testing will be setting up for active lifers. So that would be that next for ISO. Adequate staffing and personnel, that's later in this report. I've been talking to city manager, we need to get 2 extra people on our department to help staff. Especially if we plan on trying to do another station, which will be located at that training facility. But man, that requires ISO report. Well, for that. We've also been working with dispatch.
If I can touch on that real quick because I have that as far as positions, because I noticed, of course, pre-fire, the overtime. So would hiring more firefighters probably be more cost effective than needed overtime?
It would help us, because the problem we did have is we had the $17,000 overtime last month, and that was the street fire. Now, if we had more people, it'd be easier to cover, because at the same time, I had 3 guys that had to move to the evacuation homes up in that area. So we had the same guys pulling this overtime, trying to work, because if I had more people, I could spread it out, less overtime. But then I actually had 4 guys on sharing FCs. The 1 week was totally complicated.
So is that something the manager can more positions that have discussion?
So maybe Chief can explain that you just had a testing group and he has 4 good candidates. We want to talk with Dominic, create a couple of extra positions to support the staff. The problem with a small agency is that when you have guys that are off shift and you have a big response, a big fire, they call in the off-duty officers. Firemen, those guys can never have a life because they're always on call basically. Because if we ever have any big incident, they always have to come out and come out. So we do need other extra.
I have to cover my left towards the report. So Department of Budgetary concerns, like I discussed, before we calculated last month, we had 17,000 overtime. Haven't finished calculating all the hours of personnel, but we expect $10,000 just from permits, which we will get reimbursed from FedEx. But we're gonna have to close out our budget project area, equal that out, which in some cases, FedEx don't reimburse that in 5 school. So we could be looking to 6 for that, but just to be aware. We'll also get reimbursed for those engines out there. That's election. Additional personnel, like the city manager said, I'd like to request to add 3 more entry-level positions. We tested candidates last week. It's 4 of the best candidates I've seen test since I was. Some of them already have their certifications, which saves us time, saves us money, saves them time away from our department. So we'll do it, Dominic, discuss that and see how we can work that out. But if those 4 hired, that will help us a lot.
Right, what position, if I maybe, Mr. Mayor?
We have 1 firefighter vacancy right now, but I have Lieutenant Gonzalez who retires at the end of June. I have burning sick leave and in August he falls off. So I'm sure somebody is moving out, so I'll have to fire the department.
right now, just one.
So we'd like to add 2 more, maybe 3 into the new budget. At the entry level firefighter.
But going back to that, I mean, the offset in overtime alone, and not having to pay so much overtime, I mean, it's kind of like a long hand, even to that.
Will be those positions to us.
We'll have it in the budget.
So she thinks I'll be what's the.
Do we have to bring those? Or if it's still just an entry level firefighter position?
You're adding it to your work.
The other question, Chief, I know when during the budget or mid-year, we brought up about the second fire inspector position for
That position that should be going into police, July first, we'll go out and advertise it. We'll hopefully start advertising now, so maybe July first, when it starts.
Are there certifications that those people have to do?
Yes, sir, they're gonna have to be at least a fire inspector, one certified from the state fire academy, and within a year, I'd like to see them, see their inspector, one inspector. License. And then they would be in the same requirements as the state, work with state fire, veterans, like stellar code, not sure code. It's all the same. But we are working on reaching another searches for approval without. The current staffing, our current staffing is we have 11 field fire truck positions, 3 engine driver operators, 3 lieutenants, lieutenant is also retiring, and of course, yeah, 1 captain, 1 administrative assistant, and 1 chief officer. Vacant positions, 1 firefighter, 1 emergency driver operator, 1 fire inspector, and 1 chief officer.
What's a chief officer?
Chief, this was written to carry forward regards to the decision I'll make today, so the chief officer is deputy chief of hire, so either just can be switched.
So it's
Deputy chief. Major concern for our department is taking from every year's attention. We've been working on that, offering our guys more training and offering them specialized training, get them up there. One problem with that, now we're making more people now. Our guys. So with that, we look coming up, we're trying to, I know we already paid a percentage increase for certain certifications, we also need something like that, for these higher training levels. No point in training 20 guys to high rescue and swiftwater rescue, they're gonna be stolen by alcohol for Korea. Want to make a, show our guys that they're there for them, they appreciate them, and that will complete them. And that's through the year, 2 years straight, you know, it was entirely approved. Also, we increased the staffing levels I was talking about. That help us, the ones overtime we're talking about, take time off if you're sick. Or if you have large incidents, it also helps physical and mental fatigue. Our department, we do have a standard 2-page rule. So when they go into structure fire, they have to look at 2 air tanks and you have to take a break and relax. Yeah, but we don't have enough people because the managers don't want to relax fires, but that's moving on 3 tanks. Take that break out to say. There's not a standard questions you may have.
Chief, one of my big things I know has been the cannabis and kind of going into community development issues with licensing and stuff like that. Are you aware right now? I know city manager was, I think Maria was supposed to work on it, but I almost bet what the answer is. But the permitting application for cannabis, have we had that developed yet, or are we still?
Yes, we do. We added it to our regular permit. We had one section, there was no reason to create and different permit, so we added it in there. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so I believe there's 4 establishments that have gotten the application. I don't know if any of them have finished the process yet. I know maybe Chief can say how many they've done inspections on.
That's the, but hold on, watch, let me ask this question. Chief, you tell me on a piece of paper how many you've done, and then I'll ask you how many you've done. See if they coincide. I'm not just saying, the system in community development and permitting is I know for a fact that some of these licenses aren't going before you. And that's where I mean, personally, I have the issue, is there has to be a system in place to where you're signing it, and Maria's involved, she's signing it, and then licensing it, but that's not happening. Some get signed, some don't even have any page. I know for a fact, don't even have any signatures at all. So I guess I hope I'm making my point that we need to make sure that the system is in place. And I'll ask Chief, how many cannabis businesses have you? 0? 1.
City.
We have 4, I think.
How many of those were existing when the law passed? How many were medical dispensaries before two?
3.
Is it 3?
3. So we've only got one new one. That's the one you expected.
Yeah, one of the 3 is actually going to sign for 2 months, so they're scheduled. Are they putting one at the old subway on 7th Street? Yes. And what do you do when you inspect? You have to smoke every kind of tree? Just kidding.
No, and I guess this goes back to, Councilman, I've been, being concerned is that we need to get that system in place to make sure that the licenses, when they're being awarded, issued, the proper inspections are being done, and we need to come up with a system, I don't know, access to Tyler or what it takes, where somebody signs up over there that you're aware and everybody else is aware of what, because there's an individual in there that's just not sharing any information. Maybe good luck with that one, or to say that. And I will be with her next.
So Chief, let me ask you about, so right now, you're certified to do plans, the food plans?
Those are plans review and fire suppression systems are done by state fire.
And how about renovation?
Renovation, it's over 10,000 state fire there are certain things, for instance, one of our businesses here had fire. And they had to have electrical work redone and we required the FCA.
So let me ask you, what do you have to do to get certified to do any plans?
We can send the guys to classes that they sometimes won't hear support or within the National Fire Academy. It's our goal for this year because it's all reimbursed by the parents, so we don't. It's not really expensive.
So zero cost, and renovations?
Renovations depends on the percentage of renovation. On the stage, it's 70 or 80%, but that's all done by state fire and state.
And, putting the corner, panel part, install the our line system. And there's a fire hydrant that's, 10 feet above its normal size. Have you checked that out, or do they have a requirement?
I can go by and look at it. The code states that from the middle of the stem on the main cap, must be inches from the grounds.
Inspections, how many have you done in the last 6 months?
In the last 6 months, I think,
City,
in the
city structure, city buildings.
city buildings, I'd have to pull up my paperwork, look at them, done the airport, and then several of the other city buildings, they're also on the schedule, so we go annually do complimentary.
And then lastly, I'll just remind you, work closely with the other departments. The police department is very vital in the councilman level. Say, I have issues with our inspection system that we have in place, because they're sending firemen inspect a building on a $700,000 truck. So we have 4 vehicles to pick up this car sitting in the park. No, I understand. Stuff like that. And I completely understand. But with this openings and that, we should have people assigned on a daily basis to do those inspections. And when you're going through those inspections, I reviewed the reports with our city manager. And I think
look at those reports also and revise them. Because they're on the computer or some program, but I disagree that timing of how long it takes to do each report should not be there in case it goes to court and we find out ourselves proceeding liability. Number two, I don't think that we should be going back and forth 2-3 times a day or every other day to go do the same inspection. And I think there should be somebody that goes in there, 2 people are doing there, does the inspection and calls it a day. Or funds or not. But this is going back and forth, or when we are giving a business license before the inspections are even done. That is a big no-no to me, and to the business owner. And then there's a lot of times that the business owner spends millions of dollars fixing up that place of business. And then the system is messed up over there, so you can't get a license, or you get a license without the approval of either yourself or your department or the farm market office. And then we run into problems, and we had that situation 3 times this year. So, watching you, make sure that you work with other departments, and I'll tell you, when I walk into a business and the business license is on the wall and it's expired, it bothers me. Because who knows what else is expired in that day? Is it safe for the public to come or not? The other thing is, when you have previous mayors on that license, they have one too. And that might be something that's not under control and something we need to fix for there. But, you know, if we want to have businesses in this community that are safe, we need to apply the law to everyone. And not choose here or there. And the same thing with code enforcement. Now, I know your department has a lot of authority over the weeds, overgrown weeds, they're a hazard. And I think you need to work with code enforcement, you know, listen to those systems. And maybe you need to be present with code enforcement, and that's a concern to the neighborhood, fire, or so forth.
We actually do strategies, keep it complete, this and a half ago, and I contacted Chief Salvador. It was about fire hazard in their yard, but I had to contact him first, the area, in case of code enforcement. I went open it second, because that was after being a situation, but we are improving our communications with.
And then the other thing, lastly, I want to just mention that, our previous city manager, we have requested an open reports from all directions. And, Mr. Moses came on board, that kind of lost its momentum. So I'm asking again, Mr. Moses, that we get reports from every department that, we can get addressed all problems that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, we need to move on, sorry. Next presents.
Mayor, we have our finance report, Untitled Chapter, our your finance meeting.
No, you can't quit. He's leaving. Yeah, sure.
That's all the code enforcement.
Get your car in the parking lot. Go ahead, Dominic, and once again, I want to thank you for stepping up and doing everything you do for finance. You're a great asset to the department, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Before I get started, I just wanted to give you a briefing on the time clocks that, we're working on getting. The agreement's been signed about 2 to 3 weeks ago. From that point on, we have, scheduling is out 3 months. So we're probably looking at about September before we get this. If I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
But that'll give us time to start leaning on creating a policy for the use of the time clocks. And if you need help, let me know. We have plenty of policy at the state level. So if you need help, let me know.
Current projects in the finance department, we just finished about approved by the 3rd quarter reporting. We submitted the FY 23 preliminary budget on Tuesday, the 31st. That's with the budget analyst at DFA now. We're gathering information for a new requirement for DFA, on the ACH and credit card procedures. We don't have that in place at the moment, so we're having to actually put it together. And so I requested, new DFA an extension to August. Also preparing for the GASB Unit 7 lease implementation, which will take place this fiscal year. I have been getting myself familiar with the spreadsheet that goes with it, which is quite cumbersome, and I've scheduled a training online for myself, Lee and Eleanor on the 21st. We're also preparing for the 22 audit. That's going to be done to the first week of July. I'm actually at the moment with the meeting for preliminary PDC listing. That's just to get the interim work started. I have Darlene Martinez working on big assets. I'm working with all the departments on getting the inventory done. We should have it done by mid-June, so we don't hold them off for too long. Finance office will go and audit them the inventory listings by June 30th, so that we don't hold off departments and their usage of the inventory. We will also be going out before June 30th to do cash audits on anybody that handles cash and departments that handle cash. Working on the procedures or trying to get the procedures accurately for closing out the fiscal year entire, setting up the EPOs entire, and opening the fiscal year entire, uploading the budget. Put et cetera on here because there's a lot of in between. Just because it's a monthly deal, preparing finance committee meetings and council meetings. Also cleaning up budgets for year-end preparation, covering any negative balances that may be out there, assisting departments on making sure that the budget's all cleaned up. Processing journal entries because we're human and we get also categories or line items from funds. Bank reconciliation, first of the month. Probably to receive the bank statement. Hoping to get those done in a couple of weeks. We normally get them a little bit quicker, just because it's year-end. We'll jump right into starting the fourth quarter, even though we just got the third quarter approved. And so there's going to be a lot of stuff happening at the same time. Third quarter audit, budget, everything's happening at the same time right now in June and July. Audit stretches out through December. But we still have a little bit of time before we get to the final budget for Seville. I would like to request that if we have any budget adjustments or changes to the preliminary budget for final, if we could have those done before or by June 17th, just so that we can get not only title but into DFA. And also, I'd like to request you, when you would like to have the resolution sent to council, like July 14th, according to you all. What works for you, I don't know what I'm saying.
Because I don't want to give, if we don't want to give you a date, then you can't work.
It's for you, Ken.
So you want to do that.
Well, I'm guessing that's gonna have to go through the finance committee as well.
Yeah.
So when it would probably be
The second meeting in July? Okay.
That's the 15th. I don't know if you want a special meeting for that, because the second meeting.
the second meeting of the 20th. I believe the finance committee will meet on the 15th from that.
The 20th sound good for you? Okay. That sounds good. Of course, monthly
GRT processing of revenue analysis and reconciling the GRTs, et cetera, because there's still more that we're going to have. The department budgetary concerns, I don't really have concerns, but I'd like to, speak with city manager or meet with city manager between now and, 17th before the final budget is done. Talk about increase for the department, because we have two accountants, we started pulling accountants for what we're saying. We have positions out there that we're getting bites on, because with the wage. No, and then my other staff is at 5, 6, almost 9 years, and there haven't been any increase in quite some time. So I'd like to discuss that. Okay. Number,
What's that, fair? Come up with a plan.
number of employees and vacancies, we have 9 staff, 1 vacancy, possibly 2. I'm doing my darndest to forward to my staff. But so far, still over there. In IT department, we have 2 staff and 1 vacancy. They're stretched pretty thin as well. They run back and forth in the fire department, airport, city hall, senior center, PD, and so they're stretched pretty thin as well.
These, on the last page, your important major concern is, I think they have a lot to do with HR. Is it possible to meet to discuss the last 4 items with the manager and you, Don?
Definitely. These are things that not, I mean, I've seen sometimes, some instances, it doesn't have too much attention, but other departments. You know, it's hearsay. Yeah, okay, I go and point fingers, I'm not gonna do that, but, some instances I would do so. Sure. Majority is good.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Blueberry, I'll call you, but the other duties is assigned, there was a huge loss. And they realize you have to say that they can work parameters. So you can't just say another duty is assigned, you need to go quicker to the senior center today. You need to say another duty is assigned as related to building, cashiering, and to keep it within that scope. Because that's a very, very,
Yeah, and that's what I want to bring on, because it's on everybody's job description. Some of the tests are maybe they're not good to begin with. Yeah. So, we'll have my friends who want it. Yeah. But, some of the tests are not.
yeah.
They have job description. Yeah. And so for finance, right? We do that, works in the finance office. It can probably share it, and be able to. And so that's why I just threw it out there.
Student body?
Yes, I like that, that's the. And I would, like, I'll like the record. Just looking at it. I think it's happening over. I don't, all the. Changing my professional communication. Gossiping. I hate gossiping. I keep putting that in. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dominic. I hate to roll on, but I think to move really
Thank you
fast.
very much. Yes. So on these vacancies, are you talking about 1 vacancy being the finance director and 2 possible, 100 employees retired?
Yes.
Well, I've asked her to revoke her resignation, and she asked me to do so. But I don't know how much longer I can contact her without compensation or, and then getting other staff and transfer in, because not only am I asking her to stay, any type of compensation, but I'm sure I'm a city manager, I just, we're only on that vacancy from the finance director.
it's posted, and we haven't,
We haven't had any applicants.
And what's the closing date?
It's open until,
Okay. And,
it's out to the general public right now.
And how about the other people, the other position that's taking there? How long is that at Vindication?
We've had a general accountant posted for quite a while right now. We haven't had anybody apply for that as well.
It's in Mr. Mayor, I think, you know, this is a very vital department. And without this department, the city will not function. And I've been there, and Mr. Mayor, you've been there, but you're facing nothing on the doorsteps. And shut us down in the finance department. And I think that this is a good signal to me, anyone, their plan, saying, you know, we need to do something about these two positions. But I don't know what can be done.
We're working right now, and I'm working with Maria on getting these, postings nationwide. So we're looking at those options. We've already obtained quotes for that.
And now, may I ask, our little economic development director, how did you find out about your job?
I just went on the City of Las Vegas' website and found it. I didn't see it on, the American Design Association job website,
Okay.
or the Mexico chapter of the American Design. I didn't see it on there either.
Okay, and this is exactly my point. Because yesterday, I sent, or this morning, I sent, people an email stating that if you look at the website, we have a finance director, and his name is Castillo Valdez. So, you know, we need to update all that information in order for us to obtain new people if we want to fill in those vacancies. And that's not the first one that's happened to. There's been, Hendrickson, Mr. Hendrickson, the previous economic development director, he was on there for 3 months. You know, so all of us are supposed to fill in that position, we don't advertise it. So,
There's there's a process that takes place between human resource and IT. And as they follow up our books, it gets forwarded to IT and to Dominic as his supervisor. And then he or Zach goes in there to update it. Sometimes unfortunately things are missed, but there is a process in place.
Real quick, citizens are complaining that really our email doesn't appear anywhere. And that listing of employees' email are not being rated.
It is.
It is, okay. And I didn't go through it, I just knew that with this picture it wasn't. But we have to move through, we have to be out of here by 4, there's no who's next.
Dominic, I just want to thank you and I know the cast a little more fight here than we did a couple months ago. But Dominic, I mean, this was kind of a comment that Foster Montoya said is families can't find a finance person either. So Dominic, we're grateful for what you've done. And yes, I know maybe looking into that finance position, you know, there's always that fear of being at will. At the end of the day, I think this council is one great council where we want performance, you know what I mean? And if you're willing to do that job and keep us afloat, and don't worry about, you know, they'll get fired tomorrow. I think your work ethic alone is, you know, get things done. I've given you credit. I think you're kind of behind the scenes without being the head. At the time, the assistant, but you know, we can't afford, you know, any more. I'm sure I could almost bet that the county, because I know, you know, other finance individuals that they're reaching out for anybody that has any type of experience. That's how desperate we, not only us, the county, but other entities are with finance individuals. So, you know, if there's something that we could do, and as Councilor Montoya, we don't want to lose another individual in finance and we're really stuck. So just thank you for what you've done and what you're doing. You're appreciated, and I want you to know that.
Thank you, I'm sorry, Mr. Church, you left me 15 minutes. I'll go fast. The guy behind me got 4 after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. So what I'm going to talk about is some of the things that I've been working on and some of the direction that Leo has given me in reference to some of the capital outlay projects, mostly capital outlay projects that were city and community development, if you will. So one of the first things that he directed me to do was to get these files and give them a story about what's been going on with these files and give us sort of a timeline of events, things like that. So in looking at the CPMS, the city has approximately 8,775,000, more or less, 775,000 capital outlay projects. There's around 27 projects in the CPMS, and of course, some of those are also senior centers, so I'm not looking at those ones. Only like the infrastructure and the equipment work. So if you look at it in perspective, within the next 4 years, the city's gonna have to issue out $8 million plus to fund these projects to get them done, and then replenish those monies back into city's budget. So it's a lot of work. So what I did is I looked at case management and files and reconciliation and capital outlay projects that were at the community development. I want to point out that infrastructure grants for capital outlay are typically 4 years, and equipment grants are usually 2 years. So when you get those capital outlay agreements, those are usually the timelines that you get. These are important dates because they can creep up on you when you have vacancies or changes in administration or staffs out due to illness or something. So it's important to pay attention to those timelines. So some of the files that I acquired were from Neo and from community development that were left behind that he has provided to me. So what I did is I organized all those files and I sorted through them, sort of created a timeline of things that were happening. Those included copies of the agreement, purchase orders, notices of obligation, requests for reimbursements, quotes, things like that, general case management. And that's usually the information that tells the story that's been going on. Yeah. So in many instances, and I've spoken to you about this, and we talked about it in detail, is I had to recreate a lot of the slides. I had to backtrack with DFA, I had to backtrack with our finance, I had to backtrack with like next to Main Street and put everything in order. These files were unorganized. Some things were empty. Some files were placed, information was placed in the wrong files. So those were some of the challenges that I was dealing with. The capital project monitoring system, the CPMS, is extremely important, especially at a time when you're dealing with these emergency things that are happening, going to the legislature and asking for additional funding. That database is being updated, but it also needs to be continuously updated to ensure that we are telling a true story to the legislators about it, because it can be subjective, right? We could have a $10 million budget. We spent 7 of it. We show 3 million on the books, but they get a paper or spreadsheet that says 10 million, and then they tell us, oh, you're not spending anything. So it's very important to track all these things through case management.
Could you do us a favor, Robert? Could you compile a list of all those files? And the status pending,
Yes.
and probably put it in a project software, project management software, so we could know where we are with each one.
Yes. Moving on, again, this case management is extremely important, especially when it comes to HIPAA, inspection of public records. There are covenants, provisions, agreements that show that you have to keep these files somewhere for 5 years. When I looked for some of the files, I had to get into the sheds in development. I had to go look for some of those things. And again, I had to recreate some of these files. But I want to thank Leo and April, who were extremely helpful. Dominic and team in finance, project management team has been very helpful. Valerie at community development has been right there, right next to me, helping me with a lot of these things. So I appreciate that. So what we've done is we've made some progress and we've closed out some projects. I did request reimbursement to BFA for 18,000 for, Ogden Park, electrical upgrade at Hannah Park for 28,000, R&D for 10,000. The West Side Farmers Market for 48,000 is coming. So that's about 104,000 that we're gonna get back, within this month and a half that I've been there. And that will continue to grow, because, the great box is moving. As soon as we get invoices from Pacheco, we can go ahead and request, 150,000 back from the state for the first grant, which will give us another 150,000. The files that have presented a little bit of a challenge have been great blocks. That was one of the files that the first grant, which was 150,000, didn't have any documentation. So I had to recreate it. And then the second grant had, the second file had stuff in the first file. But that one's a challenge because there's 3 different grants for the same project. The grant of 150,000, one for 400,000, and then a new one for 352,000. Of those 3 grants, 2 of them have a match, a dollar match. 2 of them have an in-kind match, which hasn't been tracked, and we need to track that and create a spreadsheet to track those in-kind monies. So that has been a challenge. The other one that's similar to that is the Riverwalk, because there's several different funding sources for the Riverwalk from capital outlay. However, that one there's still some things that need to be worked out with the surveys on the Riverwalk as well. I have worked with Dominic to make sure that those matches are budgeted for, but I've also worked with the explanation with Jim Blanky, who's assured me that if we have some issues with coming up with a match, that they will help us out. They are more likely to helping us out with the match. Right now, that's at about 62,000. But if we can work with her, I think we can save about $62,000 for the match, and we won't have to bring it out of the city's budget. In most instances, I want to point out, as you already know, and most of us know, that capital outlay is not enough to complete the project in the past. It's really important to ask for that plan and design money ahead of time, in addition to the best cost estimate that you can get when you're asking for funds. So that is really important. Oftentimes, also what happens with the local groups is that they advocate for certain projects that they want the local area here. However, the real work is really with the city, either through a staff member or through a consultant or through an engineer. And one of the things that I've talked with some of the VIA staff is that, they're working hard and diligent to make sure that these projects are being done adequately, and local groups want to come in and change things that may or may not be able to be changed. It could be a safety issue, or it could be, some sort of issue that can't be changed in terms of engineering and stuff. So it's really important that communication with local groups and city staff is always there, so that there's a clear determination on where that project should be going or shouldn't be going. And that's extremely important. Some of the other duties that I've been working on is I facilitated the extensions of the first 2 grade blocks grants. These are time extensions to allow the city to get this project configured. I facilitated the signing of the 3rd grant to make sure that now we have that money. And then yesterday I put on Leo's desk the junior bill that just came for us for 100,000 for Acres Slum. It's passed just recently in the special session. And then I've worked with DFA in Mexico Main Street to start getting these reimbursements sent back to the department. It's important to finish those funds that we have to. It's like a rock Peter to pig Paul, right? We have to fund it on our own budget and then ask for it back, and all the in between us is where all the real work happens. I want to point out that capital outlay is a different animal from some other funding sources that we get, and the notice to proceed is the notice of obligation is the most important thing. The especially when you're trying to do the funding. You may have a budget of 50,000 and you can notice to proceed at 30,000. And then you find out, oh, I have 10 more thousand worth of work, but you still need to do a new notice. One way of looking at it is a notice of obligation can be a notice to proceed on that particular thing. So another example would be like, let's say you want to buy a cop car, and they have it spec'd out, they have a cost estimate. I've experienced in another agency where they spec'd it out, they got the cost estimate. They went and bought the car and didn't do a notice to proceed, and then the state said, we're not getting. So those are things you need to be really cautious of when it comes to capital outlay. The purchase orders, the notice of obligations, the invoices for reimbursement should all somehow mirror each other in a way. Sometimes you may have funding at 50,000, your grant comes 60,000. Your notice of obligation 60,000, but we only pay 50,000. So it's really, it's a lot of attention to detail. And again, you know, this is real important for ICRA and auditing purposes. I bought a few contracts that were getting to the standards of champion. That needs to happen. You know, we're going to be getting some new capital outlay grants that are coming, and it says in those agreements that 5% of that money needs to be obligated right away within 60 days. So those are things that we need to pay attention to. And Dominic and I work really well together, so I appreciate that. And that's it. I'll stand for questions.
Sure. Couple of things, Robert, just in your presentation, I think pretty much one of the reasons why we brought into this was for some concerns that you just brought up. And so let me ask you this, was there already some projects that were done without those notice of obligations?
Not that I've seen. It's just finding where they're at. There should be, in some instances, a central location of who that.
So I took you to the notice of obligation, and now as far as the reimbursements, what was the total that you come up with that hadn't been requested yet? And of course, I knew this was going to happen, and no fault to, you know, the departments that it was spread out. I mean, this is my thing with project management and oversight, especially with capital outlay, is that it has to be one person. And maybe I'm the only one that thinks that, but when you have everybody, you know, tackling different things, then you get lost files. Those individuals that were overseeing some of these, well, they don't have the knowledge of, dealing with capital outlay. Of course, they've dealt with other projects, and that those projects are the money there that's spent, it's budgeted. But this other way on the reimbursement part, that's where, and I'll use this word here, and you tell me if I'm wrong, we dropped the ball to a certain extent.
Well, I think where some of those files were at in the new development department had lacks of oversight of where these files need to go. And Leo and I, we've discussed that in depth, and he's been extremely helpful. And, yeah, to answer your question, yes, we are trying to get to that point where we get all the paperwork in order, close out these grants, get our monies back. So that we can also demonstrate to the legislature and Senate Finance Committee and the House of Appropriations that the city of Las Vegas is spending the money. They are building their roads, their sidewalks, they are putting in their infrastructure, they are buying their vehicles.
That was an issue this last session where we were not going to, they gave us a paper that said we hadn't seen it yet. We looked at what it was, and we did, but again, it was at the end of the day because files were all over, somebody hadn't told somebody hadn't told finance, and at the end of the day, everything has to go to finance for finance. If finance doesn't know what's going on, we can't fix it. And this is where I say, Dominic, a lot of the things that we're finding, and I know they're probably stressful to you, is that hasn't been your fault. It's been, and it's to no fault of any. I mean, we have a very, and I'm going to say this, you know, employees that haven't been aware, I mean, yes, they've taken care of budget, but capital outlay, I mean, like Councilor Montoya said, and the mayor had said, in the past 2-3 years, we've been on top of I mean, any type of funding that's available that we can get, we're gonna go and we're gonna fish for it. And that really kind of was, you know, not really been done before, so we're really jumping on any opportunities, but the more money you request, the more oversight, the more paperwork, it's, you know, there's some municipalities that won't do that because of the extra work. For somebody to do that, finance has to do it to make sure everything's followed and process. But
I have one thing, and I just wanna make sure to reiterate to the mayor and council and city manager that the projects, although it happens sometimes if they don't get there, but most of the time, 99% of the time, the project that you're going to request has to be on the IC in some form. And when you're looking at really important projects, like for example, a dam or flood mitigation, those better be in the top 5. That way you ensure to the governor's office and the council to that be our priority.
Okay, we just have 1 minute. Then discussion, we have to be out here by 12.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chuleta. And I think, you know, we might have just found the obvious. Because, you know, a lot of times people think it is just a matter of going and lobbying for money, for funding, and that's not the case at all. I mean, you can, there's always a trick to it, or a match to it, or kind of almost get attached to it. How do you spend it, and where it's coming from, and so forth. But thank you for checking into this, and my question is more towards this city manager. Now that we've gotten Benny on board, we were in dire need of your services, and still are in dire need of your services. How are we gonna split that? Because mostly of this stuff usually landed on economic development issues. Yes. How are we going to support? You're going to sign special projects to Mr. Chuleta and then let her handle the rest of it.
Well, this is more of a project management position versus an economic development position.
But she will be handling some grants.
Well, they'll definitely work hand in hand. He's managing the paperwork and, you know, getting obligations back and forth, making sure all the paperwork is followed. The other position is the whole world in itself.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Chuck, you have 15 minutes. Yes.
Senior center's kind of out of that. I kind of do everything for the senior center, as far as capital management and including obligation of to be able to get paid. I'm so just so you all know, I've got that under control.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to jump in. They're calling for help if you need Robert's expertise or money.
I got
Good, we can appreciate that.
We understand that's
Go ahead,
$100,000.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor and Council, thank you. You know, we just finished wrapping up with Waco. They finished filming. We haven't heard if they're going to come back, so it's rumored that they may come back. Roswell, as you know, has been canceled. The CW network is sold. And they canceled Roswell. They actually canceled half the money. Walker, we're still in negotiation, trying to get them to come. Outer Range, we'll find out if they can get picked up. And hopefully they'll be back. El Dorado, we were scouting yesterday for El Dorado, and we're going to be all, once I'm done here, I'm going to go finish scouting of them for locations of their movie. And then we have the other Los Padres concert that's scheduled for June 19th on Plaza Park from 2 to 6. Then, right now, Fresco, we're going to start off with the Sucana Vilad concert. Right after that, we have Fiestas. We were able to locate boxes of old documents for Fiestas that the previous Fiesta Council had. They had it in the storage, so we were able to get that. Along with that, they have a little over $6,000 on the account. So we're going to be getting that money back thanks to Scott. So we'll be getting that money back as well. We finally got both of the crowns back. As you know, those crowns are old and they're really expensive. One of them is kind of damaged, so we're going to have to do some repairs to it. but we gotta do that. Then I included the lineup of fiestas for you. It's gonna start on the first and it'll end the evening of the fourth. Along with that, we're gonna be having some, one of the carnivals was able to bring like 4 rides, so we'll have that. John can get us. So they're gonna, Steven's gonna do some, the 5K and the 10K for us, and we're also gonna have a bike and build at the rec center. Right after that, we have the Rough Rider Motorcycle Rally, that's the end of July. We're able to help them out with a little bit of money through some funding that I have through Xfinity. Then we'll move into Salute the Troops, so it's basically a whole summer of music. Then we have our blood drives after that in September and up to November. We're also gonna have Gay Pride in September, that's September 23 and 23, 24. We're gonna have 3 days, we're gonna try to get it down to 2 days. Then through Hermit's Peak Watershed Alliance, we're working in conjunction with them to have Riverfest. So that'll be on the falls of on the Riverwalk. Then we'll do the Turkey Trot, that's a 5K. We're gonna look at maybe 5K, 10K, that's through Stephen at the rec center as well. Then the tree lighting, electric light parade as usual. We're still working on the skating rink. Trouble skating rink, we need to be careful because it has to be very flat. So this was constant around those. So that's kind of a trick. CanMX Radio, we still do two shows a month.
Let me just jump in. Since no one has volunteered, I sent Chuck the schedule for their division directors to go to the radio station till up until September or October.
Right, do the conference.
So they'll be sending that out soon. So since you didn't volunteer, I made it a point to volunteer you. So
Along with
we have to utilize that contract. We're losing it. Same thing with the newspaper. We need to utilize those contracts. Go ahead, Chuck.
Along with CanMX, there's commercials that need to be recorded. Cass will be working good with me on getting commercials on the air during elections, but I need a lot of commercials. We have to change them quite often. And if anybody else wants to record the commercials, I'll gladly welcome that. It doesn't only have to be me. But we need that help because the city's paying for the commercials to be aired. So we need to get that done.
I'd like to help with this.
Are you just working KNX and not doing the other verses?
I was only directed to work with KNX, like, Joanne at the time we worked with KFUN, so I'd always done KNX.
Did that contract finally do?
We can't do anything until July 1.
Okay.
Because of the fees.
Okay. So you have the other contract.
My budget, I pretty much leave that to Leo and Dominic, because the Fiestas is such a type of animal that right now, the Fiestas we're going to run through what I have so far is 72,372.47. That's, of course, we're not having the fireworks, that's $35,000 difference.
There's not a confusion after bands coming in. Yes, that's confusion. Confusion. Trying to talk to you and then you said, isn't it to right? There's a lot of people are pissed off.
Right.
Now that you're taking care of these problems or not.
Yes, I am. Last year, what happened was the bands, I was getting yelled at by bands saying that Chuck, you shit on New Mexico music, you don't give a shit about New Mexico music or musicians, on and on and on. So Dwight's part of the committee that was selected by the mayor. So Dwight took the lead in selecting the music. In Las Vegas, what we've seen is everybody thinks they're a headliner. And everybody wants $10,000, $4,000, $7,000. We don't even pay icons like Roberto Vega.
Chuck, you pay so many times, like, you can I'm gonna pay them like 30, 40 grand. I don't know what to pay, but I'm gonna go back and do that.
That wasn't my time. I wasn't there when they were Chuck's performing. I've only been doing this for years. We've never paid anybody that kind of money. Since I've been informed. Before me, yes, there was. But we don't do that. there's no formula to pay it down, it's like a specific amount. And we're hoping to get there.
We've tried to reach out to the New Mexico Music Association. There is no science as to what level of band you are and how we can pay them. We're one of the few festivals that actually pays the bands. All the other festivals, they couldn't pay them. So it's been a struggle. We've tried to come up with science to it, and there's just no right way. Everybody thinks they're a level A headline band.
I have a question. I believe very strongly that we should always do what we can to promote local talent. And I got several phone calls from people who are upset about some local musicians and singers not being selected at all. And I would like to know who made the selection, who is going to be on the lineup. I heard that from several people that it's Gonzalo.
He helped with the lineup.
Okay, and Gonzalo, I love Gonzalo, I know him all my life, so he's proud too, probably, and his mom and dad, and everybody. But I don't believe that someone who is not, city paid should get involved to the point where they're making decisions on behalf of the city. I think if we want to help them out and volunteer to say, you know, I've heard this guy, I've heard his story, this girl is an awesome singer, whatever, wonderful. But the final decision should be the city.
Okay. And with that, Gonzalo's been involved in helping with the lineup. He has a lot of contacts that we don't have, and he can get bands cheaper than we can. Part of it is that, like I said before, a lot of the bands keep their headliners. So we also have Friday Al Fresco's where they get to play from 5:30 to 8:30. They get more time. Fiestas is very limited. And bottom line, the majority of the people that come to Fiestas are from Colorado, Texas, Oklahoma, out of state. They'll come and they'll spend money in Las Vegas to see Darren Portwood and Gringo, Tobias Lene and all that. But they won't come to see our local band. So we have to make that decision, like, do we want to bring these people in and give them a big show? And that's why Fiestas in Las Vegas are so popular, because we do bring these big bands. It's a juggling effect, but then you get the local artists who get upset because they weren't selected.
So for the Friday Al Fresco, do the performers get paid?
Yes.
Okay, so then if what you can do is these local artists who have not been in the lineup for the 4th of July should be scheduled for Friday Al Fresco so that they get that nice chunk of entertainment and they get paid.
We try, but they don't want to perform for that amount of money. So like one of the bands last year, to try to appease them, we reached out a third time to them. And they said, yeah, I'll perform, but you're going to pay me $4,000. And I don't want to perform before Darren Cordova. I don't want to perform after Jeanette Marie. I want this time. You can't do that. It's really difficult.
Better you than me, I would go.
That's exactly why we got Dwight from the committee he makes a decision with his panel, with his independent group, and who's on that panel? Not me. I have no idea.
Is it a subcommittee?
Yes. Yes. Because it's so difficult. And you're never gonna win. We've tried every which way and somebody's always upset. So then the next one is staff. I handle events and film. I don't have any staff. However, if you love to get me staff, I would really appreciate it because we do need help. And then along with that, we could handle, like, I used to be the PIO, so we could add those duties on if we did have staff. And the rest of it in your package. But that's it.
I appreciate you, Chuck. Thank you. You're doing a lot of work. All right, everybody, thank you so much for being with us today. We will move on. I'll entertain a motion.
A 2-minute executive.
Make a motion for second. There's a motion in a second. All in favor? Thank you.